The 2025 World Surf League Championship Tour continues in Australia, where surfing is a cultural touchstone woven into the coastal fabric of the continent.
Oh, look at this set. It's pretty solid, man. 2 waves.
For the world's best, the pressure is mounting as the fight for the final 5 intensifies and the mid-season cut looms on the Outback's horizon. Fate will unfold across stops at Bells Beach, the Gold Coast, and Margaret River. 3 events on 3 different coasts, showcasing the iconic, diverse, and powerful waves Oz has to offer.
Oh my God!
This season, the inaugural Aussie Treble comes to life as men's and women's competitors chase another prize down under. After a 5-year hiatus, the world's elite return to the legendary Gold Coast, a spiritual home of surfing's most high-performance waves. The festival energy will ignite the beach, and in the water, history will be written. At the 2025 Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM.
Good morning, everybody. The Gold Coast is still holding some beautiful swell lines, and the world's best are just rubbernecking up the path. Alejo's in the quarter. Steph Gilmore still living her dream as a wild card. Molly Picklin looking focused. She has Betty Lou Sakura Johnson this morning, and first heats checking in with Cara there. Vahine Fierro taking on Luana Silva first thing in the morning here at Burleigh Heads. What a morning here for the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM. Stop 6 of the World Surf League Championship Tour. Stop 2 of the GWM Aussie Treble. Thanks for being with us. Joe Turpel, Flick Palmatier, Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew for the morning report. Hey, Flick, this is looking fun. The Southeast is still out there, and Jersey's already getting passed out. We're on.
Yeah, we're definitely on. The conditions are amazing this morning. It's a lot more groomed than what we saw yesterday. Still got a bit of swell hanging around, and we've seen plenty of opportunity. I've seen some nice waves in the free surf go down. So, yeah, it's looking good for today, Joey.
So cool, Bugs. I saw you staring at the lineup. What did you see in the conditions?
Yeah, a lot cleaner this morning. Yesterday we got down here, there'd been those big squalls overnight. It did rain last night, the nice, beautiful rain in the evening. Today, it's a lot cleaner. It's a high tide right now.
Well, it's time to hear from the GOAT, 8-time world champ Steph Gilmore, excited for a quarterfinal heat. She's with Vaughn Blakey.
Steph Gilmore, the call is on for a potential finals day. You just got in from the surf. How was it?
It's really fun out there. There's actually a lot of opportunity, a couple of tubes, and yeah, I think it's going to be a really fun day. Lots of, great surfing. So finals day, that's exciting.
How are you feeling?
Yeah, feeling good. I've got a couple good boards and surfing against young Erin Brooks this morning, so that should be super cool. I don't think we've had a woman-on-woman heat together yet, so this will be new territory. And yeah, hopefully I just really want to get a couple of barrels, so that's the plan.
And how have you found the week here? Because yesterday we really got to feel, the exuberance and the enjoyment of this huge crowd on the headland. I think they're in for a real treat.
Yeah, it's a great day. I mean, it's Saturday, it's a weekend. The weather should hold off, and yeah, it should be an excellent day for everyone.
We'll let you get ready.
Thanks.
Thank you, Vaughn. Steph Gilmore hoping that we could finish the whole comp today. That's in the cards. We've got some great waves. All the officials will be monitoring the low tide and make those plans as we go. We could just run all the way through and crown champions today on Saturday, but good news, we still have a couple of days left in the waiting period with great looking surf. So we've got a lot of options here. And that's official. We are on. Happy Saturday morning here at Burleigh Heads. Luana Silva taking on Vahine Fierro. How good is this? Lulu coming off her best result at Bells and making it count. That confidence is a real momentum thing for Lulu, making another jump into the final series. And for Vahine Fierro, she's just still enjoying her rookie season. Oh my goodness, we're getting started. This thing's bowling up. Lulu on the first wave of the morning. Nice clean carve for Luana Silva. Drives off the lip. Well done on that snap. And just trying to get there early. That section bottomed out real quick in front of her, so she wanted to ride away with control. And this is the beauty of qualifying for the Tour. You just take that wave right on the back of the Red Bull ski and you'll get whipped out there for more action. Big thanks to Rabbit Bartholomew for making that shift on the Dream Tour. You want to see less paddling, more ripping, and especially in conditions like this in Pearly Heads. I mean, we'd go from maybe catching 3 waves to now they could catch like 15 or 20 bugs. Thanks so much. What'd you see here?
Oh, this is a great opening ride, and it stands up beautifully, Flick.
Oh, this thing it's stunning, right? I mean, it's just such a good demonstration how good the waves are this morning. This is what we were watching in the pre-surf. Lulu, she's going to lock in a good score here. Yeah, a little bit tentative on the finish there. She obviously just wanted to make it count, and then Vahine behind her, Bugs.
Yeah, this is another great backhand attack at Burley. And look at the line in this wave here. It bottoms out now. She went up nice and early, snapped it under the lip there, and just handled that so well. Her ending, I thought, was better. Luana's start was better.
Good read, Bugs. Great read, Flick. Wow, we're off and running. I love a quick start. We did have a few restarts the other day with just real defensive strategies. And a couple heats got lucky to get a fresh clock. This time it's going right to business. Luana Silva finding her magic run at Bells. Getting that mini bell for that runner-up trophy. But every post-heat interview she had down in Victoria, you could tell it was like she had arrived. There was this relief in the way she talked. I mean, she's gone through the cut twice. She's gone through the emotion of the end of the Challenger Series being a spot out. And she's been grateful that Steph's continued her hiatus from full-time competition, because that's why she got the call-up to be full-time this year.
Yeah, it's so cool, right? And we're seeing her, you know, come into her own on the Aussie treble here. Obviously, she got the runner-up at Bells, and she's continued that momentum here. I mean, she did find herself in that, was it the elimination round, but then she powered through that, and she took the round of 16 heat. She just took down the current world #1, Gabrielle Bryan, that's going to do amazing things for her confidence, you know, and I think the same can sort of be said about Vahine. Vahine also, you know, took down a world champ in Caroline Marks. So both these women, you know, still searching for results to stay above like that cut line, but they're both taking that confidence. So this is a real consequential heat between both of these women.
Big announcement was made recently that the Tour is expanding for the women. Feels like it's about time, and how good is that? 2026. We'll see the field up to the top 24 for the women, increasing it from top 17. So top 14 will be back on tour next year from the CT, but top 10 will finish this season and compete for a world title at Cloudbreak.
So there's really 2 plays here. One is that there's the cut looming at Margs, but then at the end of the year there'll be the expansion, so even more will qualify.
Just a lot of big news, right, to take in. No elimination round next year. Schedule flipping, going back to kicking things off in Australia, starting at Bells next year, finishing at Pipeline. As we have the first score in for Luana Silva, representing Brazil, born and raised on the North Shore of Oahu. She turns in a 5.5. Vahine Fierro from French Polynesia, moving over right next to Teahupo, turns in a 5.83. Evenly matched on the start. First turn on the second wave for Lulu is underway. Second turn, that beautiful draw down to the bottom of the wave, and shuts it down with a nice finish. It's that style that Lulu has, especially when she has time to engage the rail and hold it. You know, growing up at Sunset Beach, it was easy for her to find a big open canvas to lay that rail over.
Yeah, I love that wave. It was smaller, but her intention was a lot better, I think. Just more aggression and more power and more commitment through that wave. So I'm interested to see where that score will go. You know, the first score that's dropped through for Lulu, I think they've really crucified her for that finish, because you compare it to Vahine's, right? Vahine only got the couple of turns and she's come out in front.
So that is exactly the call, Flick, because Luana, if she had a time again, instead of doing those 2 little turns and just sort of placing a board, we'll see this replay first.
Yeah, so this one she's just really attacking it here. You can see the intention and that carve. I mean, it's just so beautiful. It's trademark Lulu. She snaps it there. So this is going to be a beautiful second wave. And then Bahine behind her getting busy, but just gets a bit stuck. You were saying no, Bugs?
Yeah, well, yeah, she got a bit caught up in the lip there. But Luana, if she had a time again, I'm sure instead of those two, the small turner and then placing a board, she would have tried to finish, with one big power move at the end. And that held the score back. And she just fell behind on the first exchange, but she'll go in the lead now.
Let's dive into the bracket here for the quarterfinals. This is quarter number one. Big one coming up next. Molly Picklum hasn't had a win yet this year, but she's been unbelievably consistent. World number 3. She's actually the highest seed left in the draw with Gabby Bryan and Katie Simmers out.
I just can't get past that next heat, right? It is, this rivalry has been, created in the last couple of years. We've seen, it's like a battle royale every time these two go at it, Betty Lou and Molly Picklum, and I just can't wait because it's going to be exciting to watch. And then you got quarter 3, Stephanie Gilmore, Erin Brooks. That is crazy. You heard Steph talk to it before. She's like, I haven't actually had a head-on-head matchup here, so that's going to be cool. And then you got quarter 4, all Aussie battle. Isabella Nichols taking on Sal Fitzgibbons, and Sally obviously fighting for her spot on tour. But then you got Bella, who is on this dream run, and we're going to see if she can continue that here on the Goldie.
So many great stories in each and every matchup in the quarterfinals, and you're looking at Isabella off that win at Bells Beach. She's the one surfer trying to pick up a second CT win this year. We talked about the season where it's been filled with different winners from start at Pipeline with Tyler Wright, then with Katie Simmers winning in Abu Dhabi, Caroline Marks winning in Portugal, Gabby Bryan winning the event in El Salvador, then Isabella just back at Bells. So if Isabella can get 2 wins this season, that would be gigantic. 10,000 points on the line, not just for the world title race, but also to win that GWM Tank 300. After the event in Margaret River, waves are just funneling right there. Wave selection would be pretty tough for a normal surfer, Bugs, when you're seeing all these opportunities coming through. What type of wave are they really looking for on a day like today?
Yeah, they're definitely looking for the line down, the point break line down Burley Point with perhaps a bit of a taper, not that big wide section looming, so they can connect all the sections together and then get a good finish.
Like you were breaking down before, it's quality over quantity. Those rules changed in our favor as well to highlight real big surfing. And like the opening exchange, it doesn't mean you have to get 8 turns to get a great score. You could simplify it and even do it with 1 major, like we saw with Julian's giant slob yesterday for the 8.5. That was a 2-turn combo. Marco Mignot, great 2-turn combo as well. Bahine 5.83, and even though Lulu had more turns, they're looking for that quality in the pocket in those big sections. Second score for Lulu, 4.5, has her out in front flick.
Yeah, I'm not surprised at that. It was a smaller wave, but she attacked it, and I liked that intention. I think she knew to herself, the way she finished that. She's like, no, I'm ripping in on the next one. She would have felt that. As we see a nice wave just roll through.
How fun does it look right now?
You're mind surfing that thing right now, like, are you kidding me?
Wow. Is that a wave pool, Bugs?
Yeah, that was a very good-looking wave. Heaney just didn't quite get in position. She paddled deep, came back for it, and then it stood up a little bit, but that one peeled.
What I always heard about the surf ranch that Kelly Slater developed was he looked at the waves on the Gold Coast to create sections in the wave pool. There's that decision flick. What'd you see?
Oh, I just saw a perfect wave there. I think, the problem was Vahina was a little bit too far in, and she's on her backhand, right? So we got Goofy v Regular right now, and if you're taking off late and behind the 8 ball there on the backhand, you're just going to be out of position, and the timing isn't going to be good. So, look, if Vahina felt like she wasn't in the right spot, pretty good to just hold on to that priority. And in some ways, Lulu had a little look too. They both didn't go. Vahina still kept that priority, so I don't know. You're looking for a slightly different wave when you're in the backhand here. You can't have it running too fast.
Great start to the morning and so much history at this event. Bugs winning this event in the past. But Bugs, do you mind telling us a bit about the legends of the sport here at Stubbies, especially Margot Oberg, who won those world titles early in the 70s, into the 80s, was winning major events, but was definitely made a mark as one of the great legends of the sport of surfing. What was she like in competition?
Yeah, Margot. Well, Margot, I guess in some respects, Steph Gilmore is, it was the modern day Margot in some respects, like so dominant, but also just so stylish. Margot came from the era, first of all, we got this happening.
Vahine racing. She's got that bowl right behind her, but it's just a long trim from start to finish for Vahine Fierro. She was in her mind thinking of what she was going to do to that wave, and it was just funneling on her heels.
She also had a slight little kick stall to, am I going to grab the rail here, it almost looked like. I mean, we know Vahine's so talented on the backhand. We saw it in the wave pool in Abu Dhabi. She just the setup for her barrels on the backhand was incredible to watch. As we see Leandro, Lulu's coach, just telling it to hold tight by the looks of it. If I'm reading those smoke signals,
I think
hand
you got
signals,
him.
right?
Yeah, totally. I don't know if a surfer really has time to try to decode those signals from the opposing coach. That'd probably be more of a distraction than anything. And I think Vahine knows what Lulu's game plan will be. So a long .73 on a beauty of a wave for Vahine. Lulu still managing the lineup. And as you're saying, Bugs, about Margot.
Yeah, well, look, Margot, in a way, you can't mention Margot without also mentioning Lynn Boyer. They had an awesome rivalry, and I think in all sport, it's rivalries that make it.
It's so true. Lulu flowing through that first section. Ooh, it might be doubling up. Luana Silva back to the lip, and a crazy drop. Oh my gosh, she almost pulled that. No reaction from Juan Chianca. He's just staying focused on the heat. Doesn't want to get too emotional. Huge supporter of Luana Silva. He had a great post for her 21st birthday the other day. And sometimes it's harder to watch someone you love compete than it is yourself, because you just can't do anything but sit there and hope everything works out. Lulu's last quick 3.0 incomplete on an aggressive finishing move attempt. And loving the stories from Bugs. Lynn Boyer, wow, what a charger as well.
Yeah, Lynn Boyer, I mean, Margot, I remember a couple of finals at Haleiwa. Lynn and Margot were just going at it and like world-class surfing. It would have stood the test of time. This move here, she makes this 80% right here.
Yeah.
This would have been an 8.
This thing, yeah, 100%. It was just big. It was a big consequential section. She almost had it too. She almost rode out, but she's going to have to have another crack. There's going to be plenty of that going down today. We saw it yesterday as well. Just that really heaving shore break, like bowly cupped out section. So I think we're going to probably see a couple of Hail Marys. It's, finals day. We're going to see people going for it, and we're going to be seeing people get eaten alive like what we just witnessed.
So if on that situation, I mean, perhaps if she'd gone up a little earlier and snapped just under the lip and been able to sort of airdrop out of it, you see more success with that, because that bowled out. I nearly thought she was going to pull in the barrel.
Yeah, I did too. I thought that. Yep. I think we're going to see a few tubes, and I think we will see a few tubes in, I'm going to say Q3. Steph sounds pretty keen on the tube. She's like, nah, there's tubes out there, and I'm keen to get them.
She does not mind just getting barreled all day long. Steph Gilmore, wild card in this event, 8-time world champ, 33 championship tour wins. She's taken on Erin Brooks. She upset the reigning world champ, current world number 2, Katie Simmers, in the round of 16. Steph, couple of 6s. Katie with an 8.0 in the loss. We'll see how that affects what's happening on the top end of the leaderboard. Interesting on both sides of the draw. Top 2 leading into the event knocked out early. Yeah,
I mean, that means room to move, right? And you mentioned before we had the bracket up. I mean, this right now, you try not, if you're Molly Picklum, you try not to think about it too much, but there is room to move. She's, the current highest seed. And I think the other interesting thing that you brought up, Joe, is except for Isabella Nichols, could potentially have a new winner, right? And if you think, obviously, it's within Bella to win this, 100%, but the odds would say that we could potentially have a new winner here today. Again, on the women's tour.
That's huge. So there's 7 possibilities of new champions at this event, and Isabella could potentially go back-to-back with her wins.
Joe, I guess another huge factor is that, Gabby was eliminated, Katie was eliminated, Tyler, they went into this event top 5, all 3 of them.
Really true. And I know for number one, Gabby Bryant going down to Luana Silva, that's only helping Lulu's confidence, knowing that she can scrap with the number one surfer in the world. And she's seen a lot of Gabby Bryant, both representing the Hawaii region when they were growing up. And now Lulu supported by Brazil. Her parents from Brazil moved to Hawaii and raised a wonderful family. Lulu's got a younger brother you see all the time in the ocean, having a blast, a big supporter of his big sis. And Vahine, as we know, has two famous little sisters that love their time in the ocean, and they're watching this one now, supporting Vahine in this quarterfinal heat. Molly Picklum, Australian superstar from North Shelley Board Riders, is taking on Betty Lusa Johnson in one of the great rivalries that we have on tour. We'll be right back. Big thanks to Surfline giving us the reports for the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM. Saying Saturday today would have that continued mixed shorter period southeast swell and that smaller mid-period east swell, and we're scoring.
Yeah, we're definitely scoring. Obviously yesterday we had that real pulse in the swell. Today there's some left over. It's great. The conditions are amazing. You can see all that red energy heading up towards the Gold Coast. And then yeah, this morning we've rocked up. You got 5 to 7 foot faces and continuing to hold that size all throughout the day. It's beautiful offshore this morning. It's going to pick up a little bit, those winds going to turn to the side shore. But the good news is we're on a point here, so we're going to be protected, Joey. And then moving forward, I mean, obviously, great news if you, I mean, look, potentially final say today, but if you're a free surfer and you're looking at this, you're thinking, wow, Goldie's going to be pumping. You got this swell continued Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, offshore in the morning, and pretty good all day, really, if you're getting on those protected point breaks.
Gosh, so many choices for the last few days of the waiting period, and we're loving that we're getting started here on Saturday morning. Clean conditions, beautiful lines. The free surf went absolutely crazy. Lots of opportunities to get really barreled out there as well. And Vahine did get this wave during the break bugs.
Yeah, and awesome backhand attack here. She's putting this one together. Is she going to get around this section, though? She's hanging in there, Flick.
Yeah, it's just super tough on the back. I just think wave selection is everything, right? There's plenty of opportunity. We've seen it this morning. We saw it in the free surf. Obviously, you're up to this, you know, quarters now. You want to pick the eyes out of it. You want to be on the best waves. These are the, you know, the most informed surfers of the event. So they are being selective, but I just feel, you know, on the backhand, it's so crucial, right? And she went up for that first turn and that wave just ran off and reeled off without her. But, I mean, judges are really appreciating her surfing, though. Like that, you know, I just look at the 5.83 for her first wave, which was just 2 solid turns. Already, to me, they're saying, no, we want big moments. And it's not about, you know, obviously the length of the wave or the number of manoeuvres. And we've seen that kind of all week here at Burleigh, right? There's 2 ways to do it. We've seen guys take off, do 2 majors and score in excellence. Yeah, you mentioned it before, Joey. Julian Wilson yesterday. Or we've seen guys, you know, get that long, reeling, traditional point break wave and still, you know, Liam O'Brien comes to mind. And you're scoring in, you know, up in the excellent range as well. So there's 2 ways to do it.
What a story for Liam O'Brien. Knocked out of the event yesterday, but had the entire Gold Coast behind him. There was just lobby heads everywhere. That was a magical moment for the Australian. Came very close to a finals day. Kanoa got him yesterday afternoon with a 17.17 combined total. 9:30 to go. Here's Lulu up and out. Stepping out of priority. Vahine, 193 and a 3.4 is her low score. So the 193 was her last. She's keeping a 3.4. So still second, but now has priority with the up and down for Lulu.
Yeah, well, that wave there, it was contested in a way. Both ladies looked at that wave. Lulu went it. It was a bit of a dud. And Flick, I was going to say, maybe on this high tide, you know, on your backhand, like, maybe not looking for those ones with the wall that's really off, because it's hard to get the manoeuvres in on the backhand.
Totally, totally. I think, you know, naturally you want to be ripping that right back around. It looks like Vahine might be having a look here. Let's see what this wave ends up looking like.
Dropped in the bottom. There's that snap. Nice flow. Hammers it again. Now a little pace to the foam that picks her point well. See the bottom changing, how it's reacting to that sandbank. And she'll lose that final turn. But a couple of good points on those first 3 sections, chasing a 4.17.
It's kind of the wave I was talking about because it had a corner on it. Instead of taking that high line and racing down, it looks great, no points. That was with the corner, with the backhand, being able to get that top turn, bottom turn combo going.
Yeah, definitely. I agree, all right. I mean, you're definitely looking for the one with a little bit more of a taper. Let's have a look. She's got beautiful technique and really beautiful timing here. These first couple of manoeuvres are great. Definitely, because it's smaller, it's just hitting this funny foamy section. Obviously, wave sort of diminishes in size, and then that just nose of the ball gets caught in the foam. But I still feel judges are really appreciating her surfing. You know, she's only chasing a 4.17, and there were a few nice manoeuvres there, so we'll see where that score goes.
So perhaps, you know, she banked the points, maybe a minimal penalty.
Yeah, with the fall in the end, that's tough to see when these surfers are warming up. It's just they're rarely falling, and then the heat of competition, the nerves set in, but also the read. Sometimes the bank changes, and you've really got to be so precise on your maneuver selection there. Vahine chasing just a 4.17. Judges taking their time with this number. I think they really enjoyed those first few connections before the fall. No wave max back in the stubbies. There was a 5-wave minimum, and if you didn't get it, you got an extension of the clock.
Look, there are all kinds of rules that, and seriously, by the next round, that rule was out.
Hey, I'm sure that there's a few people that have surfed in this event today that would be like, I wouldn't mind that. If I didn't catch 5 waves, can we extend the clock, please?
They would tell them on the bluff, who's like, okay, Lord Tallyho Blair's is like, okay, the rules are, you've got time. If neither of you have your 5-wave minimum, you'll get more time. And so then, you know, Bugs and the crew would use that to their advantage with heat strategy, right? Knowing if their opponent's having a slow start.
Also, you know, spitting tubes at Burling, you know, why not extend?
Yeah.
6 minutes to go here. Number is in for Vahine Fierro, and the fall is going to cost her there. So 3.87.
Ooh.
And there was a 4.8 thrown. That would have gone her into the lead. So one judge thinking it was enough. Very close heat continues here. Vahine now doesn't have priority, and she needs to try again.
So, Flick, do you think on that one, maybe they went, hey, okay, that was a kind of a bit of an unnecessary lazy fall, and they really did penalise her.
Yeah, here she goes again, having a crack at the number.
Bowley section, hits it beautifully off the top. Nice speed and control as she carves into the pocket. Wants to stay on her feet. Nice wall section to finish up on. Vahine drills it. Great effort there, under priority. She felt the disappointment of not getting the score on her previous wave. Picked a better wall, and it had a great connection on the finishing move.
The fact that she was smiling when she came down from that last turn tells me that she already feels good about it. I feel good about it. Right now, for me, it's the best wave of the heat. It was clean, it was beautiful to watch, and straight under priority is going to feel so good. I mean, Lulu could have taken this wave off her, but it's just beautiful surfing. Nice. You can tell she's really thinking about placing these turns. But in the context of the heat and just the way she finishes here, she finishes strong, rides out in front, she's smiling. It's going to be a good number.
Not only that, it's going to hit the highlight reel.
Yeah.
This will be in the highlight reel right there.
She's smiling because not only is this a great number, but she's done it under priority, which is like, that's the feel you get, right?
Oh, it feels great. She has a lot of great boards from Channel Islands. One model is called the Happy Traveler, and she called Britt Merrick. She's like, no, it's the Happy Tahitian,
yeah.
Because it makes her feel so good. She's going to be happy right now. A 7.0, best number of the morning, and a big lead change for Vahine Fierro, the rookie on tour, competing for the Rookie of the Year with Aaron Brooks and Bella Kenworthy. Just surfed her way into a beautiful section. Under priority feels even better when you get that 7.
Oh, it's just like a master stroke, right? It feels good when you flip the situation. Not only are you leading, you know, it's different if you're leading your heat and you improve on the situation under priority, but it is literally a master stroke. It's like a double win kind of, you know, you're under priority, you're in second, you flip the heat, and it just feels good, right? It's going to do big things for her confidence, even paddling back in, knowing, you know, she's going to probably sit nice and close to Lulu and be like, yep, I just did that, thank you. The confidence will be oozing. I mean, you can see it on her face. She's absolutely stoked. And the pressure's on now for Lulu because Vahine's backup wave as well is stronger than either waves of Lulu's, which means that, you know, Luana's basically chasing, the highest number will be of the heat right now. And let's have a look at this GWM recap. So Lulu started off super strong, picked up a beautiful wave here. She locks in a 5.5 and we're thinking, wow, okay, she's got the momentum here, the control on the heat. She does get a bit tentative there on that last turn. And, you know, Bugs, we were talking about it. If she got the finish there, it, you know, could have at least been another point or better. And then Vahine, you know, she fights back here. She does get this wave, 5.83, just off the strength of those two turns. And then took off on this one. This is the deciding moment. This is what flipped the heat here. This is the 7-point ride. And she did this under priority, which was just a master stroke, right? She flips it and she bangs this last turn. She's super stoked. You can see the look on her face. She knows it. She's paddling back into the lineup now and probably going to be putting that pressure on Lulu, I'd say.
Wow, that airdrop takeoff was just so gorgeous. But both these ladies had only one time so far got past the round of 16 leading into this event. Of course, Lulu, you know, made the final of bells, got the runner-up. But the confidence you draw from that.
Oh, it's huge. And for Vahine, it's been a while. Bugs said since that semifinal that you mentioned, she got in Abu Dhabi. And then she had to deal with some elimination round heats in the previous couple of events. So a huge bounce back for her. Minute 40 to try to hang on to this lead. And Lulu is chasing now a 7.33.
And I do feel that she left some points on the board on that first wave. That was a 7+. It was heading on way. As I said, could have been an 8. She started out so well. They really penalised her at the end for, you know, and it was trying to squeeze two small manoeuvres in instead of the one big one.
Minute 15 to go. Picklum versus Johnson coming up next. Molly and Betty Lou have so much history. It's really lopsided in that rivalry in Molly's favor. As we have maybe a last chance for Lulu getting this wave with a minute to go. First turn, nice and clean. Quickly to the second point. Drives into that lip section well, surfing that wave nice and clean, but was it big enough to get the 7.33?
Look, there were 3 committed turns for sure, and you can tell she knew that this was probably the last roll of the dice, right? So she's leaving nothing on the table. It was aggressive. The wave height maybe potentially letting her down a bit.
The other thing about it, it didn't have a real draw off the bottom. It wasn't square off the bottom.
Yeah.
So, you know, it's a great surf wave. 3 excellent manoeuvres, but you've got to compare it to Vahine's last wave, the 7.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then Lulu's would have to be better than that 7. So great breakdown. Obviously, really amazing surfing from Lulu, but just maybe needed a meatier end sections. 5 seconds on the clock. Vahine will take this wave out the back. Lights up that first turn. She's got so much speed on this 5.6.5 CI Pro model. Goes the carve down oncoming section. She's gonna attack it, redirect, and she's feeling pretty good about that performance. Vahine's camp there looking comfortable, but they don't want to celebrate too quickly. Still waiting for the official outcome. Lulu absolutely ripped. It probably just came down to the wave not having a good of an end section like Vahine had. Locking in now, it is a 5.33 for Lulu. She will have a quarterfinal finish here on the Gold Coast, and Vahine Fierro is into the semifinals.
Wow, this is big for Vahine. She needed a result here. You know, this is going to feel so nice. I mean, the last time she was there, it was Abu Dhabi. It was a while back now. And, you know, that was in a pool. Now she's doing it in the ocean. It's a different story. Let's go.
That feels good. Vahine Fierro was in 14th. On the live rankings, and she will be climbing. Remember that cut line for the rest of the season's at that 10 mark, so she's moving up in the right direction. Coming up next, Molly Picklum takes on Betty Lou Sakura Johnson. We'll be right back. Flashing back to the start of the season, Pipeline, what a stage for Molly Picklum and Betty Lou Sakura Johnson. Last year in 2024, it was a semifinal for the ages.
This was crazy. History was written well and truly. You know, give the women the opportunity and they will show up, and they did. This was one for the ages. This will go down in the history books. I mean, Molly with the 10 and Betty Lou fighting back right to the end. I mean, it literally came down to this moment and Betty Lou just locking in on the backhand, and then it was will she or won't she get the number, and numbers dropped in, and it was just quite not enough. But I mean, this will go down forever as one of my favourite heats to watch on the women's tour. It was an incredible year for women's surfing on the World Tour last year. We had so many moments like this, and yeah, this was the beginning right here at Pipe and Backdoor.
Oh, just dreamy conditions. Betty Lou representing the North Shore of Oahu, and Molly Picklum just showing that beautiful relationship that she's discovered on the North Shore of Oahu. And it's not just at Pipe for Molly, it's also at Sunset Beach. Her 2 major CT wins were at Sunset back-to-back seasons.
Well, she's got an affinity for Hawaii, and I think you think about Molly as a person and how she shows up and how you see her around the event site. I mean, her surfing goes hand in hand with Hawaii.
We did get a start of this heat during the break. Molly Picklum, Bugs.
Yeah, Molly gets a nice float there. Great line to this one, flick down as Burley.
Wow, this was beautiful surfing. Just that redirect before, and she just didn't quite get the finish. But that redirect, I mean, even a beautiful float here, right? Just so nice, just to mix it up and provides this little transition there. I really loved it, just to set up for this big power hack. Just a different sort of read on it, and sort of demonstrating a bit of creativity here. Unfortunately, she just doesn't get the finish. Just that front foot just slipping off, and then as we see Betty Lou.
First turn, a nice sweep. Sakura belts it right into a great transition and flows off the end section. What a start. One of the great rivalries on tour. I caught up with Molly a couple of years ago in Margaret River. A little one-on-one piece that was on worldsurfleague.com, and as soon as I mentioned Betty Lou's name, she sparked up. She was like, oh yeah, she's gonna push me, I'm gonna push her back. Obviously, it's so much respect there between the two. But when they're matched up, they're the heats to watch. Betty Lou, first turn, nice and clean, Bugs.
Yeah, this is a great ride, a compact wave. She gets these 3 maneuvers back to back here. An awesome finish flick.
Yeah, this was strong already. 1-2 punch we're seeing between Molly and Betty Lou. I just love it. I love the rivalry. I love this on the women's tour. You know, we're in a new age right now. We're sort of seeing that shift in generations, and we're seeing these new rivalries be formed. You know, for so many years it was Steph, Tyler, Carissa, and now we're seeing different ones be made right now in front of us. And this heat is it's just such a crack. I just know that they're going to bring the best out of each other.
Oh, it's all out. Betty Lou working with Ross Williams for a few years, now switching to Tommy Witts.
Yeah, which is really cool. And I think, you know, it's just new flavour, it's new energy, and you just get to see, you know, how Betty Lou's showing up as we look to Molly maybe having a dig out the back.
How's this one setting up for Picklum? Nice draw off the bank. She's pushing into that first full roundhouse cutback with a high rebound. Can she get out in front after that committed turn? And that will leave her behind. You haven't seen someone that committed to a big roundhouse throughout this event. I enjoyed it, however, maybe the wrong maneuver choice that really left her behind on that racetrack sandbank.
I think what the decision made was that she looked along and saw that wall, and it wasn't going to be made down the line. She said, I'm going to select one huge maneuver. I don't know what it's going to be. And she went for the roundhouse, and it was well done, but it was one maneuver.
What a classic move, huh, Bugs?
Yeah, it's a beauty.
When did that start really happening, where the whole rebound effect?
Yeah, that's been around for a while.
One of the old school maneuvers that you just still love so much. I know you love a good roundhouse flick.
I do. It's actually one of my favourite turns ever to watch, and when it's done so well, it's just, I think as a surfer and as a core surf fan, you watch that and you know the feeling, right? You know the feeling associated with connecting on the rebound. That is just, doesn't get any better. You know, I think to some of my favourite ones done on the women's tour, I can't go past Katie Simmers, the way she grabs the rail and then rebounds on the backhand. It's so cool to watch.
And I suppose, you know, what made it very special on the men's side was, I would say, Parko and Kelly Slater.
Oh, yeah.
That roundhouse looks great, front side, backside. I remember Bruce Irons talking about how fun a backside roundhouse was, because when you coil upright, then you have a big front side hack that you can look forward to on that rebound section. So Molly, for that maneuver, will get a 3.33, enough for a lead change, but Betty Lou won the opening exchange. 6.5 for Molly, 7.33 for Betty Lou.
Yeah, you could easily see that going that way. I think Betty just had a lot more commitment, and her turns were more in the pocket. You know, Molly also didn't get the finish. You know, if Molly had finished that last little foam climb, you know, maybe got a little fin release, she could have been pushing up into that 7 range, another half a point. But it's a nice first exchange. It's good just to see where the judges are at. But that's going to be feeling good for Betty Lou, because their history, right? We were talking about it before, Joey.
Yeah, they've seen so much together, and I guess they've gone through a lot together as well. Both came in with high profiles to take on the world, and they both had a really sad midseason cut as rookies and got sent to the Challenger Series. For Molly Picklum, it was the wild story of when she was in Ballito, South Africa. It's like you wonder how that feeling would go. And I think that first cut was probably the most dramatic and emotional for the surfers, as we look at Betty Lou moving quickly.
Yeah, this angle's awesome. Snaps there, and right here, it hollows out. She grabs the wall, but she's got so much speed. She's looking down the line. She needs the finish. So that's where you sometimes sacrifice. She got a little bit of tube sacrifice. She got a little bit of tube time there, but she's still looking down the line, and her finishes have been superb.
Nice air drop. That is total commitment, but making the hard look easy. You know, that's what style's all about. The great late Andy Irons used to talk about style like that. It's like if something looks, it's hard to do, the best to make it look really simple and easy and just easy on the ice. And Betty Lou accomplished that on that big finish. She's always grateful of her hometown. Haleiwa had that huge Challenger Series win on her home break. And waves at Haleiwa can prepare you for the world. We always talk about the fear factor at Pipeline and other venues. Sunset Beach, obviously Waimea. Haleiwa is just as scary on its day, and it can just keep you in the impact zone. So for Betty Lou, growing up on all the faces of Haleiwa, one, she's got courage, she's brave, she knows how to attack lips when they approach, and she knows how to stay on her feet because she's grown up over a shallow reef. It's got to be nice to be over a nice sandbank here on the Gold Coast. Numbers coming in excellent for Betty Lou, an 8.0 bucks.
Oh yeah, that was a brilliant ride. You know, she had the choice. You know, you would have had to do an all-time kick stall to watch the speed off to get a really deep barrel, perhaps sacrificing the next move. I mean, she would have had to come out and go straight into the lip, where she was able to go square off the bottom. I mean, her finishes have been a hallmark of her performance today.
Well, Betty Lou is going to want to hear these numbers over and over again, and there's a big reason for that, and a huge significance to a big start, because this rivalry has been severely one-sided. Betty Lou and Molly Picklum, two of the best on tour, but for some reason, Betty Lou has just not been able to get a win over Molly. It's 6-0 coming into this matchup.
So it's just crazy to think, right? After all the matchups they've had, so you can tell why Betty Lou's waving her hands around in the air right now. Hang on a second. Can we please read out that 8-point ride on my 7.33? I would like that boomed out to the lineup, please. Because for good reason, right? I mean, this is going to be feeling good to her. She knows that stat. 100% she does. And Molly right now, I already know this is just going to fire Molly up even more, though.
And you know, what makes it more special, and here we go, wait a minute.
Nice draw there from Molly Picklum. She's inspired to keep this record undefeated. Couple of big snaps. Throws out that carve on that Darren Hanley surfboard. As she'll pace her way through this inside section. She slipped off on her wave before on the finish. This time looking like she's in total control.
Yeah, so back to my point, it was that in the first round and the round of 16, Molly Picklum had the highest score of the whole draw, but Betty Lou wasn't far behind. In the round of 16, Molly had the best score, Aaron Brooks had the second best score, and Betty Lou had the third best score. So, and right up there in that 15-16 point range.
Great call, Bugs. They're putting together fireworks. Betty Lou's got to bring her best. She would be treating this like the final. And now look at her again on a solid one out the back. Lays down a beautiful car, perfect transition, just couldn't get a second maneuver in time. But you can tell she's on, Flick.
Yeah, she's on. That was beautiful rail work. You can tell if she would have got up there for that second turn, it was perfect timing. I think she would have been going up into the excellent range. Just the way her board's drawing right now, but we'll get back to that one. Let's break down this one from Molly. This is going to be a great score. Just the aggression and the style that she carries through these turns. Yes, okay, the wave diminishes in size a bit here, but she does stick with it. She gets the finish this time. Her first two turns were really strong. She had the layback for the first, I think a layback on the first or second one. She's showing variety. She drops down here and just perfectly positions this turn. This one, layback. You see all three fins, and then she drops into the second one. Oh, this moment, the first turn, I mean, there's going to be serious points accumulated here. Straight up into the second one. Majority of the points are coming from these first three manoeuvres here. Yeah, okay. What will let her down is just this frothiness here on the wave as it diminishes. She gets the finish. She's right back in this.
That was huge. What an answer back for Molly Picklum. She wants to make it 7-0 over Betty Lou. Let's see what that number looks like in just a moment. But yeah, the rivalry started at Bells Beach in 2023. They had two matchups that year. Bells, then J-Bay. Molly won those. Then they had that kind of the Hawaii series, that semifinal we got to rewatch. I think one of the best heats of all time. That's when they threw up their biggest numbers against each other. But then they had a final that followed at Sunset, and being on the podium with Betty Lou, that's when you could tell that one was really hard to walk away from. Representing Hawaii, being in a final in front of your family, and then just not getting it. She had to move on from that. More recently, they had heats in Tahiti and also in Brazil. But that was all last season in 2024. Their first one-on-one heat coming a bit late in the year in 2025, and we're seeing it right now. A quarter heat number 2. Winner takes on Vahine Fierro in semifinal number 1. Numbers in from last of Molly Picklum. It's her best, 6.87, but still needs an 8.46. So even though the crowd went wild for the Australian, Betty Lou's feeling pretty good about those numbers at the moment, Bunks.
She certainly would be, because she's got priority right now, and also just shading her opponent on both those opening scores, a 7-3 to a 6-5, an 8 to a 6-8-7. That only incrementally helped Molly's cause. And Flick, you're right, it was those first two manoeuvres that she got it on. The wave let her down after that.
Yeah, definitely. I think for now, you know, you got just under 15 minutes on the clock. If you're Molly, you're thinking, okay, I've really got to pick a gem here, because I just reflect on the scores that Betty Lou's dropped, the 7-3-3, the 8. You have to, they want that wave height the whole way, right? You can't be finishing, like today, you know, finals day, quarterfinals, you have to have an explosive finish. It has to maintain size and cleanliness too. It has to be a clean face wave.
Let's talk to our first semi-finalist. Vahine Fierro is with Vaughn.
Thanks, Joey. Vahine, that was, well, congratulations, first of all. You're into the semi-finals here at the Bonsoy Gold Coast Open, presented by GWM. That was a tricky heat at the very start. It was a little bit slow, but in the back half, you really found your rhythm.
Yeah, it's nice to finally make it to finals day in the ocean. I made the finals day in the pool, and since then I haven't, so it's great to be here. Like, the morning free surfs are less crowded, so that's a big bonus to make it to finals day. And yeah, the heat was a little slow. Like, I had a hard, like, I knew that the judges was looking for big turns, because I basically got a 5.83 on one turn, so I knew that with quality turns I could turn the heat around, and then somehow snuck a wave under her prio, and it turned out in my favor.
How hard is it to identify a good wave out there? We saw you get waves that really ran down the point super fast, and then the waves that gave you your scores, they were a little bit more cornered.
There's a little bit of everything. The bank is like, or there's like ones from deep, and then it gets barreled. I actually blew a barrel. I think that there was an opportunity for one. And then there's like the wider ones where it's like a little bit mushy, and then there's the in between. Like, you really have to read the lineup well, and yeah, with time in the water, it got better, like, throughout my heat.
Yeah, your backhand looks so strong out there. You know, when the section came, you really attacked it.
Yeah, I'm trying. I'm trying to put some more risk in it. I know that Jeremy and Toma want me to risk it more. So and you know on the CT it's the only way. So yeah, that's kind of my goal.
And we were saying just during the break, barrels, you're going to be hunting those things in the semi-finals?
Definitely. Like I know that there's a couple barrels out there to be ridden. So that would be definitely if one comes up, I definitely will feel right at home.
A great performance. Thank you so much. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vaughn. Thank you, Vahine. And a great breakdown of that heat, the waves, wave selection, rewarding big turns. She gave us a lot. Nice breakdown for what could be a finals day. A lot of people putting it out there. That feels good, doesn't it? I just know we have a lot of days in the waiting period. I'm nervous. It might not happen, but I feel pretty good about it, Flick. It's the waves are gorgeous. It's Saturday. It's really fun. I just read the last text from Renato Hickel. He's like, we're monitoring conditions throughout the day. So I feel like he's keeping his cards close to his chest. And we'll see how the day goes. Why are you looking at me like that? We got Betty Lou out in front. 8 and a 7.33, looking for her first win over Molly Picklum. We'll be right back.
The Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM, is brought to you by Bonsoy, the official milk of the World Surf League, by GWM, official automotive partner of WSL Australia, and by Experience Gold Coast and the Queensland Government through Tourism and Events Queensland.
Waves are so fun. It's Saturday. Quarterfinal action is on. Vahine beat Luana Silva first thing in the morning, and Betty Lou is trying to beat Molly for the very first time. Same generation. They've had some battles. It's 6-0 in Molly's favor, but the lead is in Betty Lou's. 15.33 combined total. That matches Betty Lou's personal best combined heat total against Molly in all those previous matchups. We actually got to see the vision of that 15.33 total that came in the loss for Betty Lou in the semifinal at Pipeline back in 2024. Totally different stage, right-hand sand bottom point break. That's why I believe that surfers are the best athletes in the world. They're never surfing in the same conditions. There's all these different disciplines to create an undisputed world champion. Reef breaks, beach breaks, even the same wave. It's completely different from what you surfed the day before. So they're always being challenged and relying on their instincts in the ocean.
I think you've got to be one of the most adaptable athletes in the world if you're a surfer, right? I don't think it gets more tricky than this when you're dealing with a forever changing playing field, and it's pretty impressive. You think about the whole tour, you think about the variation, the differences in the waves, and right now for Betty Lou, I mean, she's going to be feeling pretty good. I mean, it's going to be scary times though, because she has got second prior, so she's obviously taken off on a wave and had a little crack in that break, and then, you know, handed priority over to Molly, right? And even though she's convincingly leading right now, when Molly's got priority and Betty Lou's asking the question of Molly, you could see how fired up she was on that 6-8-7. She was really attacking it. It's kind of like she heard the scores drop from Betty Lou and they bring the best out of each other. Molly's fired up now. She wants a crack at it. So I think, yeah, even though Betty Lou's leading, she's going to be feeling pretty nervous right now.
Well, we know the waves are fun, but Bugs, we always want the sand report, you know, at locations like this. The quality of this sandbank coming into this event, what would you rate it?
Well, I mean, look, we had Cyclone Alfred, and you know, Alfred messed up the sand everywhere. Burley was one of the first to recover, and the bank's actually hugging. It's not the rock break. It's a sand spit, but it's close in. Then there's the cyclone bank outside that we saw really active yesterday afternoon on that bigger, lumpier swell.
Really cool how it could shift in your favor, and you could get the barrel of your life. You could get the best combination. A lot of fun factors at Burley Heads. We've had beach break type conditions. We've had just dreamy sections the last few days. 6:30 to go. Betty Lou looking for a spot in the semifinals. Looking for another final appearance. She has one at Sunset, wants to win her first major event. Picklum does have priority and is chasing an 8.46. That would have to be the best number in the heat. I'd say 6:10 on the clock. That's enough time to get 2 new waves to break that down as well, Flick.
Yeah, for sure. I think looking at about 1:30 on the ski, just under to get back out. If it looks like there's a bit of movement here, Molly's pretty interested.
And
Ooh.
thinking about it, she will hold back. That thing just kind of got moving down the line without them. Look how fast that one's going.
You're so right. You know, we heard Vahine talk to it. It is a tricky wave to figure out, right? I mean, I just reflect on yesterday and, you know, the few guys that really nailed it. Obviously, Liam O'Brien, he's not in the event anymore, but local boy, obviously, had a great read on it. Julian had a great read on it. He's probably spent a lot of time here over the years, you know, growing up, and from Coolum as well in Queensland. So, but people who really figure it out just have, they won't go those, you know, those kind of bad waves. They just have a good read. They just instantly know, and they hit that bank properly. But Vahine brought up a good point. Sometimes it draws you in. You want to sit next to the rock break. Sometimes there's a wide one, but the wide one sort of pushes out and it's a bit more mushy. But let's get to this GWM recap. So it's been the Betty Lou show, really, right? I mean, she's dropped this 7.33 on her first wave, and it's kind of been good feelings all from that moment. Just really explosive, you know, finishes, and she's backed it up with this one, Bugs.
Yeah, this is the wave of the heat so far. A brilliant looking burly wave. It gets a bit of tube time here. Runs out there and a huge finishing turn. And Betty Lou is on fire.
Then Molly Picklum, she's fighting back, right? She drops to 6.87. These couple of nice manoeuvres, but for her, sort of that wave quality is letting her down a little bit, just not being able to finish as strong as Betty Lou. So her score's a bit more reserved. I mean, but I love her intention. I think if she finds the right wave that she can really open up on, and it doesn't sort of drop in size, it maintains the whole way, I think she could be looking pretty good. And she's sitting out there with priority at the moment. She does need to drop the highest wave of the heat so far, though, if she's to flip it.
Molly Picklum, the high seed remaining in the event after we lost Gabby Bryan and Katie Simmers in the round of 16. And Betty Lou might be creating that upset from the blue jersey side, being the lower seed. Looking forward to a matchup with Vahine Fierro. Still some time. But like you mentioned before, Bugs, rivalries build the sport. The drama, the intensity. We love when these two are matched up together. And especially seeing how Sakura's rebounding and controlled the start of the heat. That's just that extra energy that she had to bring into these lopsided results, just in Molly Picklum's favor. But for you, Bugs, in your prime, if you could pick one surfer to have a big heat with in these conditions at Burleigh Heads, which surfer would come to mind?
Well, even though I don't know if we did have a heated Burleigh, but I'd always love to have a heat against Sean Thompson. You know, I mean, him and I just wanted to just beat each other more than anyone else.
How would you play that heat? What would your strategy be? What would Sean bring into Burleigh Heads in your mind?
Well, I mean, you know, we both love the barrel. You know, it'd be positioning to you know, get some decent barrels, and you know, it's a roving commissioner, because, you know, the banks. This is a pretty tight bank. But often, you know, when the bank's that one further, a little bit further out, and it really runs along, you can get them from the cove, you get them from, you know, that little kink that Liam O'Brien was talking about at the head of the point. You can get the wide ones. Now you can snag one paddling back out.
Well, I used to hear all these stories, Bugs, that you guys were actually really aggressive, even maybe running each other over at times. Any truth to those stories, or?
Absolutely not.
2:15 to go here. Betty Lou with a solid total, 8 and a 7.33. And she is so talented. Sally Fitz. Marco Mignot is juggling as well. Can you juggle, Flick?
I think you know the answer to that question, Joey. I don't have one bit of coordination in my body.
But in the water, everything changes.
Sometimes.
This is Sally's little prep routine. She's done tennis balls, little things to focus. Gosh, that win she had over Tyler Wright meant so much. She was so thrilled, even got emotional. And it's fun when you see the veterans get emotional like Julian Wilson did, even after his trials win. Sally does have Isabella Nichols in quarter 4. Minute 30 till we see the 8-time world champ Steph Gilmore back in the water to take on the rookie Aaron Brooks.
Wow.
And the Gold Coast will be present for that big heat. I mean, Bugs, Steph representing this part of the world. We're expecting this parking lot to already be maxed out if it hasn't been already here on Saturday morning.
Yeah, well, you know, the Stephanie Gilmore effect will be on for sure. She's got a huge following here on the Gold Coast and throughout the world.
And right now still just has a spot on tour, but has been delaying her showing to be full-time on the championship tour, accepting this wild card though, because it's just about a 20-minute drive from her home, living by Snapper Rocks. Erin Brooks will be looking forward to this opportunity at just 17 to compete against one of her heroes. Ocean going dramatically flat in this ending of a big rivalry with Betty Lou and Molly Picklum. Picklum left chasing an 8.46 with priority. And it's just a beautiful, glassy morning. Molly's just sitting there patiently hoping for one more chance. It would have to be the best score of the heat. But it looks like it came down to the unbelievable start of Betty Lou. Came out swinging 7.33, went to an 8. Is this a wave that'll come in time? It will. 4 seconds to go. Molly Picklum's got to surf this with everything she's got. She gets it in time. Little down carve sweep. Nothing yet. Thinking about pushing out in front again. Lays into an open face hook. Now she's got a lot of speed. Needs something big. Goes for the big punt. And lands on the back of the wave. That certainly would have deserved the number. And Betty Lou's coach is really happy with that result. For the first time, she gets a win over Molly Picklum. It goes 1-6 now, moving on between the two. And Sakura will be in the semifinals with Vahine.
Wow, that's really cool. It's going to feel so good for Betty Lou. I love the intention, though, from Molly on that last wave. If she'd stuck that straight air, she's getting that score, no doubt. So good effort by Molly, and congrats to Betty Lou.
Huge one there. The first semifinal is ready to go. Now we're going to work out the back half of the draw. Steph Gilmore, Erin Brooks up next, followed by Isabella Nichols, the Bells champ, and 3-time runner-up in the world, Sally Fitzgibbons. In really great conditions here on Saturday morning. Potential finals day on our hands. So we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we'll bring in Ronnie Blakey, Richie Lovett, and Laura Enever for the call.
My name is Stephanie Gilmore. I live here on the Gold Coast. There's so much to do. Get up early and enjoy the beautiful ocean, heading to a cafe for a really yummy coffee and a breakfast, and then take a drive into the hinterland. Such a luscious rainforest, so close to the beach. I've traveled a lot in my time, and every time I come home, I'm always so grateful to have grown up here in this wonderful place of the world.
The quarterfinals are underway. Stephanie Gilmore, Her Majesty, the Queen, is up at the moment, slotting in on the opening ride of quarterfinal number 3, up against Erin Brooks, their first head-to-head matchup. And Steph not wasting any time in getting a score on the board. Erin, she's going to get in on the exchange. Beautiful hit to get started. Draws off the bottom, up into the roof again, and brings it down. What a way to kick things off here. The greatest of all time up against the Phenom. What a matchup. The Australian, who's going to have all that hometown support, surfing against the Phenom. Erin Brooks representing Canada. This is going to be a lot of fun. Ronnie Blakey with Richie Lovett. Laura Enever. Laura, how's Steph feeling? I know she's a good friend of yours. She's been super dominant here on the Gold Coast over the years, but this is a big clash, much like her last.
Yeah, no, she's feeling good. You know, she's been super relaxed, excited. I think just, you know, pumped to get back in the lineup and you know, competing. She's so competitive. You know, she's got that smile. She's joking around, having a hell time, but she hates to lose. So she is, you know, I think she was also eyeing off those barrels, and as you could see by the start of that, just found a little spot out there.
Absolutely. Rich, Steph, we've spoken about it a couple of times during the event. Those veteran competitors that have been around for a while, they get hyper motivated when they see the heat draw and they're coming up against rising superstars like Caitlin Simmers and Erin Brooks. Here's a replay of that opening ride.
Yeah, of course she did. Of course she found a barrel to start things off in this heat. And Steph obviously bringing all that style and grace. But, you know, she brings some aggression too. Like this final finishing wrap, beautiful. You can see here just tucks under. Impeccable style, nice and forward on the board. Now she shifts that back foot back, jams that carve. Little adjustment turn, and then finishes off with a nice round wrap. Completely on rail. Beautiful surfing.
Sublime. And then the answer here, Laura, from Erin is all aggression on the opening section.
Yeah, you know, this was precision timing. This is some of her best surfing right here. I think she knew she had to go out and find these pockets and just go beyond vert, because that combo right there, that has put her into the excellent range and is an absolute... This is how she needs to answer to Steph today. Beyond vert, kicks the tail. So much power for such a little pocket rocket, and into this next combo. So that's exactly what Erin needed to do, just go all out, and yeah, she's bringing it.
That first flare on that opening turn, that would have looked stunning from the judges' perspective. Super explosive, got the tail above the lip and quickly got back on rail and banked into the second move. Big combo score well, 8.33, gets the win on the opening exchange. Throws a little shade over Steph Gilmore there. But I love Steph's ride too. Just that elegant approach. Her whole act is high end.
It is elevated.
It's just next level. It's so refined. It's regal. Rich?
It is. Sublime is the word you used, and I think that matches perfectly with Stephanie's approach. The 8-time world champion. You can see here Erin Brooks taking advantage of this little inside runner. She's up.
Well, it was a decent looking wall, but she didn't want anything to do with it as we watch that one roll on down the line. I think ultimately she made the right decision. It shut down. 23.5 minutes to go. And Erin, just look at the focus on that face.
Yeah, she did not look phased at all in that first wave. Just completely in attack mode. Love how squared she came off the bottom twice. Those two top turns, as Laura mentioned, just vertical, hitting the 12 o'clock.
I think that's what her team would have said to her going out. You know, the only way I feel like you can bring it to Steph on a right-hand point break is to go beyond vertical, is to be, you know, getting those steep sections and doing, you know, the best backside surfing that Erin can do. And that's what she brought in that first wave, which is, it's making this heat so exciting. I also got a coffee with Jeff, her dad, while we were waiting in line for a coffee this morning. It was quite long. Everyone was very excited, but he was just saying, he just told her, just go out and, you know, just enjoy the moment. Just, you are out there with your hero. You know, Erin wasn't even born yet when Steph won this contest 20 years ago as a wild card. And, you know, just take that in and just go, wow, I'm surfing with my hero out here, and just how cool is this? So he wanted to remind her, as, you know, as competitive as you are, as much as you want to win, and, you know, you're thinking about your whole entire year as a whole, just go out there and enjoy what could be, one of the moments of your career. And she is just, she surfed that wave up. That was absolutely excellent surfing by Erin there.
Here we go, live action. Gilmore up again. And she isn't chasing a lot to get into the lead, obviously, but she's going to attack this bowl. Really laying into that section. Ducks under the roof for a moment. It's just a quick vision and re-emerges. But the turn midway through the ride, super aggressive. And you feel Steph, as well as she surfed in her heat against Caitlin Simmons, she won through tactically, banking a couple of mid-range sixes. This has been a step up performance-wise already.
Yeah, and, you know, when you're faced with an opponent who's dropped an 8-point ride as their opener, it sort of puts you on the back foot a little bit, and the only way out of that is to come back firing. Come back with an aggressive comeback and really let the judges know that you're in it. So Steph pumps down the line here. Little check turn to set up the first card. This second one here digs a little deeper. It's tighter in the pocket. It's a little bit of coverage, and then just finds that doggy door.
Oh, absolutely love this. Whenever you see Steph get that much speed, she lays into this first turn. The bottom drops out in this wave, so she just has to move her weight back, but then it puts her perfectly in the pocket for that second snap. And just, my face is hurting from smiling. It's so fun to watch. Holy cow.
Well, Steph is unquestionably one of the greatest athletes of all time. 16 years on the CT, 33 regular season event wins. also won the WSL finals to claim her 8th world title, breaking the deadlock with Lane Beachley. 4 consecutive titles, and the only surfer we've ever seen claim a world title in their rookie year back in 2007. But won her first event as a wildcard in 2005, 17 years of age, was cut in classes down there at Kingscliff High on her road to getting a win over an established field of just her heroes, and she just blitzed them, blew them out of the water. But the numbers are remarkable.
8 times world champion, and you can see all the years that she got to the top. 33 career WCT event wins, and 2007 was the Rookie of the Year. So the resume is jam-packed.
It sure is. And the thing about Steph is she, in her last campaign on the championship tour, finished 6th. So it's not like she'd lost anything. It's more a psychological thing and just the need to explore life beyond competition. But we're being reminded at this event that her surfing, you know, it's still right at the top of the pile. When she's on, you know, she's near unbeatable. That last wave was impressive. You know, it's like she made the adjustment. She kept the rails super clean. It was a smooth approach on that opening ride for a 7.17 with less space to move on the second. You could see just how much more she was putting into each of her moves. Just ran out of room.
Yeah. Unfortunately, you know, she's still got 2 good scores, 2 good 7s, but she's been restricted by the waves. She surfed the ones that she's gotten perfectly. Now she'll look for something that can let her open up even more.
Well, we've seen a lot of favourites upset on their run through the contest. And we've seen another one here, Vaughan. Molly Picklum, she looked all the part, an event winner in the early rounds, but Betty Lou, you'd be mad to count her out.
Oh, big time, Ronnie. Betty Lou, congratulations into the semi-finals. We know that you and Molly bring out the absolute best in each other. That was a really strong performance against one of the event favourites.
Oh, thank you so much. Yeah, I can't remember the last time I've beaten Molly, to be honest. It's been a while, so I'm really happy just to make it over that one on her. But yeah, just really happy with my surfing and happy to be able to perform the way I've been performing.
Your wave selection was really on point out there. I mean, how hard is it when you're just on this glassy, beautiful morning, you know, with just pumping waves reeling by to pick the one that you want?
Yeah, it's really hard to pick the wave that you want, but me and Tommy did some good identification work with the sand bake. It's definitely changed a lot since yesterday, so I'm really happy just to identify the waves that I want and know when to pull the trigger.
It's hard not to get excited when the surf's this good.
So hard to not get excited. I'm trying to keep it all contained, but yeah, just really happy just to feel all the emotions and yeah, be into the semis.
Congratulations, can't wait to see you in that next round.
Thank you so much. Thanks, guys.
Betty Lou Sakura-Johnson, she is making her charge up those live rankings. Check them out, worldsurfleague.com/rankings. It's a fantastic feature now. And, you know, Stephanie Gilmore presented with the opportunity to, you know, just reinforce what we already know, that she is the greatest of all time by coming back with this wildcard opportunity on the Gold Coast, where she's been more dominant than any other competitor. 6 CT wins, including that wildcard campaign back in 2005. But, you know, a lot on the line for Erin Brooks too. She came into the event in 10th position. And Erin's someone that, after winning her first CT as a wildcard as well, that we were all sort of saying, man, if she can get in that final 5 picture, she is going to be the person to beat when they get to Cloudbreak.
Totally, especially with her performance at Cloudbreak, you know, in all conditions, you know, turns, her big power hacks and then barrels and her weight, her read on that. And, you know, obviously just being a goofy footer as well, she would be the one to watch going into the finals there. So I feel like, you know, even when I had that interview with Erin after her 9.43, she was just, you know, feeling elated that she could finally put some big scores up after a couple of rough events and, you know, find her groove and just get that confidence back, because she even said she puts a lot of expectation and pressure on herself, and it's like her dad has to remind her to chill out a bit and, you know, just not, you know, I think she just thought she was going to come on here and after winning an event as a wildcard go, I'm going to be top 5. I'm going to be like Steph, you know, win a world title in my first year.
Oh, we were just throwing so much fuel on that fire and that conversation. There was a lot of chatter about Erin's chances at breaking through for a world title in a rookie season. And she's got her hands full here because Gilmore's looking super sharp. Again, doesn't really get the room to move and lay down multiple turns. But when she does throw that board on rail, it's sensational.
Oh, it's amazing. It's one of the best and most stylish rail games that you'll ever see in professional surfing on the men's or the women's side.
But yeah, I wanted to get your thoughts, Rich, just on the expectation that Erin's had to deal with through her rookie season so far.
Yeah, you know, expectation is equal to pressure. And for such a young lady to have to manage that is a huge ask. And you can see when she does lose, it's devastating for her. I remember seeing her down at Bells. Like, she was just literally, you know, in tears, like so emotionally moved by the loss. So, you know, trying to deal with that is a massive thing.
Here we go, Steph up again, just keeping busy under priority here. Styling her way down the line, finding some space, asking questions of Erin Brooks, who maintains priority on the outside. Staunch performance so far from the 17-year-old. Just love the power that she has and the commitment to those really critical sections. You know, I think what we're celebrating at the moment with Erin Brooks' performance is their ability to get from those bottom turns up into the lip so swiftly. And here we go, beautiful looking wave. Erin drops to the bottom, straight up into it. Bit of a transition hit there. Finds the open face again, drawing off the bottom, into the pocket once again. Nice combination of turns. And she doesn't need a whole lot to get herself into the lead, just a 5.94.
No, it's a really good backup wave. Let's check the replay here. Off the bottom, off the top. Nice first hit. The second one had a little bit more impact. Almost some tail release there. Gee, she's just transitioning from one turn into the next so well with incredible speed. So that was a 3-turn combination.
Yeah, you can tell she's really identified exactly what wave is going to suit her surfing out there this morning. And, you know, she's done it again. She waited quite a long time after that first 8.83, so 8.33. So it's going to be a good backup. I reckon you'd have to say she's going to get it.
Well, not the same fire out of the lip that she had on the opening ride, but it certainly was a clean combination. As the winner of Bells gets set to hit the lineup in the next quarterfinal, we'll take a quick break. Back with the quarters in just a moment.
Love you. Have fun. Good morning to you guys, hey?
Quarterfinal number 3 unfolding in the lineup. It's a great clash between Steph Gilmore and Erin Brooks. We're going to get back to that in a moment, but right now, let's check in with Kuiper.
Well, we let him out of the caddy shot. We got the Bonsoy board caddies and the caddy leader, none other than Callum Robson. Callum, tell us what's going on today.
Yeah, we got the Burley board riders, Bonsoy, caddies. And M&M, sorry. And yeah, we got the boys down here. We got some fun waves just to the, just next to the competition site. So we're going to go out and have a surf and froth out with Bonsoy.
Yeah, we're frothing out. We released them from the caddy shack. Okay, to get ready for our session, follow after me. Give me a C.
C.
Give me an A.
A.
Give me an L.
L.
Give me an L.
L.
Give me a U.
U.
Give me an M.
M.
What does that sound?
Colors.
Yeah!
Let's go. Yeah, Kipes. Well, we had this one during the break. Erin Brooks exploding on the opening turn here, Rich.
Oh, my goodness. Just this backhand attack starting to wind up here. She is really starting to get in sync with these waves of Burley Heads. Just tightening up the backhand attack.
Whoa.
Pounding the lip down the line. And this is going to be a massive score, but Steph fights back.
Steph, digged in on that first turn. And gets a little caught behind for a moment there, Laura.
Oh, wow. No, I cannot believe it. That was, you know, Steph had priority then. There was about 5 sets that rolled through, and she let the first few go, and I think she was really hoping to just find one of those sets that was going to drain and give her a barrel section, but in doing that, she just let Erin Brooks go an absolute bomb that just
Yeah.
3 big turns, and oh wow, it's gonna be better than her first wave for sure.
Well, it's going to be huge. 7.67 for the backup prior to the break. So she'd already taken the lead, and Steph was chasing an 8.83. This number could make it a combo situation for Gilmore. The number rolling through, and it has just dropped. It's a 9.43, and Steph Gilmore now looking for a two-wave total of 17.76 with just under 9 minutes to go.
Wow, who would have thought? The youngster, the rookie, has just put the GOAT in combination.
This is absolutely wild, you know. From the first heat that Erin served to now is a different surfer. It is a completely different surfer. She is just surfing with, so it's like her legs got like 5 times stronger overnight.
Oh man, greatness recognises greatness too, and Erin Brooks would have no doubt been going, okay, I'm going to be in my rookie year on the championship tour. Who am I going to rely on to give me the knowledge that I need to overcome the world's best surfers? And for Erin, it was an easy decision.
Yeah. Look, we'll just see the replay here and we'll get back to the point. Tags that first manoeuvre here. Watch it lean on these hillside rail. Comes around beautifully. And just great extension off that second snap. Getting nice and tight in the pocket. Gets full tail release on the third. Comes around again for a fourth. But great rhythm between those turns. And, well, she's got Jake Patterson in her corner. Former coach of Stephanie Gilmore. So Snake would have known exactly what to do and passed on the message to Erin, okay, the way you're going to beat Steph is to go vertical, is to be faster, and to just really put that backhand attack on show. You know, Steph's going to surf a little bit more laterally on the forehand, may not have that ability to do those really tight turns in the pocket. And, well, Erin has just really highlighted that strength of hers so well.
Yeah, it's a contrast that works in Erin's favour when she gets that backhand going. It's such an explosive turn in the pocket, and this has been such an impressive performance. The other thing that we've seen with Gilmore throughout her career, it's hard to get the jump on her on a right-hand point break, but if you can win the opening exchange, unsettle her a little bit, you know, it really can work in your favour, because it's a rattle when those top seeds, world champs, multiple world champs, get shaken up in the opening exchange.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, Steph will go back and look at her surfing and you know, go, you know, 7 and 7.1, 7-1 and 7-1, both 7-1s. And she did basically 2 turns on each. And so, and she wasn't on a big wave. And so I feel like, you know, she's probably thinking she needs to do more, but Erin's surfing has just been so in the pocket and so vertical, you know, hard to sort of compete with that. But, you know, if anyone can do it, Steph, and just, you know, she's obviously looking at the barrel. Let's have a look at this for Erin.
Yeah, it's a Mophie power move contender for sure. It's the one down the line for me, Rick, which puts her in contention.
Oh, gee, she projects down the line a little bit more. This second one is so vertical. Love the technique from Erin Brooks, how she opens up her shoulders, guides into the turn up the top, and then watch the shoulder rotation as she gets high in the lip. And that just brings the board around perfectly underneath her.
Matching her highest score of the event already, a 9.43, her best heat score total for the year, 17.76. So impressive.
I think the interesting thing to note in this heat as well is that...
Chatting to herself at the moment.
You know, the positioning, Steph is sitting further up the point. She's obviously looking for one of those barrels. You know, she saw a few of them this morning and, you know, her eyes light up. She's thinking, I want to just get out there and get tubed. And, you know, in doing that, she's given Erin this space to sit a bit further down the line and pick off the waves that suit her surfing to a tee. So it's just been, you know, no fault of Steph in that sense, but she maybe shouldn't have given Erin so much space.
Laura, you surfed a final here on the Gold Coast with Steph Gilmore back in 2012. I know that you look back on that as just a really fond memory now. Yeah, you didn't get the win, but you got to compete in the last heat of a championship tour event with the all-time great. Like you said, going into this heat, Erin's dad Jeff, he was saying, you know, enjoy the moment. This is the biggest heat of your life in some ways, and
yeah.
She's afforded herself the opportunity to enjoy it now, because it's going to be almost impossible for Steph to reel her in from here.
Yeah, it is. And I think, you know, with Steph, it's like we just want to see her ride some waves now, and hopefully Huey just sends her an absolute slabbing pit so we can just celebrate all that she is. She's just the greatest of all time, and, you know, for Erin right now, this will be a life highlight. I'm sure Steph will be absolutely livid, but she's, you know, showing time and time again that she's the best in the world. She's so beautiful to watch. It's so exciting, and, you know, in a way it's a bit of a pass the baton, but I don't think she's going to be done yet after this.
No, she might not have time to turn this heat around, but we might see her drop a 10-point ride before the end of the clash as we dive into the GWM recap.
Oh, gee, she surfed the waves that she's gotten really, really well. That beautiful silky style that we're used to seeing from Steph. Nice smooth cut back here with the rebound. And, well, Erin set the tone with her approach here. Just the backhand, real tight, pivoting attack off the lip. And just these cupped out sections, she's really just putting herself right in the spot. Steph, some beautiful carves down the line. But again, you can just see the difference is the wave choice of Erin Brooks. She's giving herself the opportunity to really highlight what she can do well.
Oh, yeah, this 9-4-3 was just next level, you know, just 3 massive sections, and she just teed them off to near perfection. And this is by far the best backhand surfing I've seen from Erin. You know, she got the 9-4-3 in the heat before, and that was sort of based on, I think, yeah, sort of 5 turns as well. And she's found her groove here at Burleigh Point. She knows exactly what wave she wants, and the confidence, it's just, you can feel it like it's glowing.
Yeah, I think for a lot of rookies, Rich, that come onto the tour, and especially ones that are, you know, massively hyped as Erin is, you know, you do have to, in some ways, get used to losing. She's been on this magic winning run on the Challenger Series, got the CT victory last year, you know, and it's just had so many magical moments. Success in the ISA World Championships. But the tour has a way of humbling competitors, but Erin's showing today that she's got what it takes to take on and defeat the greatest of all time. So this is a really important confidence-building win for her.
You know, it was it's interesting to note, you know, obviously after we saw Erin get that 9-4-3, just the smile, the grum, you just like couldn't, you know, wipe the froth out of her. And she's realised now, hang on, it's a big day, chill out, don't get ahead of yourself.
Stay in the moment.
She's pulled herself right back in.
Yeah, and, she's trying to just maintain her cool and compose herself as a competitor, but I just kind of get the feeling she's struggling not to smile at the moment. Playing it cool, really in the zone.
Yeah, such a big moment. And, you know, the lead up to this, you can't help think about these big matchups when you're a young competitor coming on the tour and you've got someone, you're up against someone just with impeccable credentials, you know, and so much weight in terms of what they've done. And you know, you've just got to try and calm yourself. Just keep yourself in the moment, keep it simple, and that's obviously what she's done here.
Well, everyone's turned out to watch this heat unfold, including the world champ, Caitlin Simmers, as we see Erin now on a victory lap, kicks the fins, and she has gotten the job done here over the most dominant surfer ever on the Gold Coast and the most dominant surfer we've ever seen on the Women's Championship Tour.
Yeah, Steph put up a great fight, and perhaps, you know, at the end of the day was maybe just let down by a little bit of wave choice, but we cannot deny the performance of Erin Brooks in full-blown attack mode on the backhand, and puts together an incredible heat.
When you're up against someone with Steph's credentials, but also just such a remarkable forehand, Laura, wave selection is high on the list of goals, and Erin just was perfect.
Yeah, she was. I mean, she, like we mentioned before, she's got Snake in her corner. I think they would have just come up with an absolute, just, you know, the game plan was to get on those best waves, those waves that suit her surfing the best, and she did it. Also to note, I think
slippery mongrel.
That board that she's riding, that Matt Biles, I'm pretty sure he flew it over and she jumped on it only a few days ago and was like, this is the dream board.
Yeah, Matt Biolis here watching that performance go down, and he will throw an elbow in the ribs of Darren Hanley a little later on. They would have had a lot of fun looking at that matchup on paper. Some friendly rivalry there. We're going to take a break. What a performance from Erin Brooks. She powers into the semi-finals. Stay with us. Isabella Nichols and Sally Fitzgibbons will go to battle next.
The Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM is brought to you by Mophie, empowering you to live a life untethered. Power On. By Oakberry, fuel yourself with the official acai of WSL Australia. By Stone and Wood, unofficial beer of WSL Australia. And by BioGlan, official vitamin partner of WSL Australia.
Welcome back to the show. What a show it's been. Quarterfinals are underway. We're going to set up our last semi-final clash now after we get through this one. The winner of this heat will go up against Erin Brooks in semi-2. Isabella Nichols coming off the back of a victory down there at Bells Beach up against one of her good mates and the longest serving member on the championship tour for the women, Sally Fitzgibbons, who'll be out there in the blue. Should be a good clash. Just one previous head-to-head matchup between these two competitors, and it was on a left. No surprises, Sally Fitzgibbons got the victory. Such a strong backhand. Isabella Nichols will look to even things up with their head-to-head history on a right-hander where she has proven to be very strong over the years. Ronnie with Rich and Laura. How do you see this one going, Rich?
This is a really interesting matchup. You've got someone with so much momentum coming off the win at Bells, and then you've got the fighting spirit of Sally Fitzgibbons, who is in desperate need of some results here on the tour. And Sal's starting to surf her way back into form as well. And she is so tenacious, so gritty, and she's you know, she's going to really push Isabella here. You know, Bella obviously growing up on the Sunshine Coast. Now residing down here on the Goldie, so this is her home turf, and really her strength on the forehand is that big open face hack that she's really starting to lean into and perfect.
Yeah, Bella knows her way around a right-hand point break.
And here she goes, straight up into it. Quick to that first section, and then smashes that final hit into the lip. So it's a good start for Isabella. She's going to get the jump on Sal here, who had a throwaway during the break. Plenty of time on the clock for these two competitors. What a moment for Isabella down there at Bells Beach. Laura, as a CT campaigner, you must join the tour and arrive at those events and think to yourself, whoa, this is you know, such a prestigious event, and the honour roll is so incredible. And now Isabella's name's on it.
Oh, I mean, going to Bells and, you know, every year walk down those stairs and, you know, you see the names and it's just so iconic, the history. It feels bigger than yourself, you know, as we see this last replay of Bella. And that last term was really nice. This is the way to start off. I feel like she's taking a leaf out of, you know, Erin Brooks's sort of book here, and just wanting to get these, you know, two big sections into the lip. Her in-the-lip pocket surfing is one of her strengths, Bella. So just getting started here, up into the lip, and this one she got to kick the tail a bit further. Wow. And the judge is loving it, so.
Solid 6.83, and Rich, she's spoken about having a magic board under her feet recently. This is a board that has helped her collect some big heat wins, and went to work after Bells with Darren Hanley to try and replicate that board to get her through the rest of the season.
Yeah, I'm not sure whether this is the original one or is this a replica?
So basically, she had a 5.11 down at Bells. That was a bit of a step up, and it was so good. It was her best board ever, she reckons. And so as soon as she got home, she asked Darren to basically make a 5, maybe 9 of it, or a 5.10. So just a little bit shorter, but more of a short board. So this is the replica of Bells, and she said she surfed it once at D-Bar the day before her first round heat. And then she had 2 good waves on it. It was like just about to get dark. It was just finished. She reckons the glass wasn't even really set on it. She's got, you know, after one surf, pressure dings all over the deck. And
it's still green.
Yeah. And then, yeah, she got one little wave in before her heat the other day and just knew straight away, yeah, this is it. It's on ice, and it's looking really nice under her feet.
Sally Fitzgibbons, we know she's the longest serving member, so it stands to reason that she'd have the most experience competing on the Gold Coast. Incredibly consistent in those appearances. Isabella. She's had a couple of runs at CT events on the Gold Coast before. Her best result was in the last time we had a CT here on the Gold Coast. She had a 9th. But Sally, from 11 appearances, has had cracked a final, and she's had 5 semis. So just goes to show that Sally's forehand is equally as impressive, and just been really fun watching her road through this contest. You can see how much her heat wins mean to her. Even in the early round, getting a win over Lakey Peterson and Isabella Nichols in that opening round was impressive. But I think the big one for her was getting the jump on Tyler Wright in the round of 16. Her and Tyler have so much head-to-head history, and for Sally, she knew it was going to be a really difficult one, and she was emotional after the win.
Yeah, you can tell it still means so much to Sal, and this is exactly where she wants to be. And as I mentioned earlier, she's got a bit of a fight on her hand. You know, she's been way down in the ratings, and we're not used to seeing her down there. So she did drop off the tour, got back on through the Challenger Series, and potentially in danger of getting relegated again. So this is a really big heat in the whole scheme of things in her campaign, just securing her spot.
I think these two consoled each other after getting bumped off the tour in 2024. You know, it was on to the Challenger Series, and they just proved, you know, how determined they are and how much they've got left to give by just smashing their way through the Challenger Series last year. Sally won the Challenger Series, but this year results have been hard to come by. Her best was a quarterfinal finish down at Bells Beach, and that saw her make a bit of a jump up the tour ranks, but not enough to ensure her place on the CT for the back half of the year just yet. So important for her to keep progressing through these events, because she's been cut the last 2 years.
Yeah, I feel like Sally's in a really cool, you know, era of her career right now, because, you know, obviously you just said she got cut the last 2 years, and it felt like that first year that she was on the bubble, it was just, you know, it was so hard for her to sort of accept that was happening. And it's like, you know, when, as we see her.
Yeah, dropping into this one, straight up into the lip, mixing things up. Always great variation from Sal. Gets a little tangled up, trying to float over that last section. She's not going to match Isabella with this first score of substance. She'll be playing catch up here.
Yeah, so the reply from Sally, just a little undercooked, unfortunately. See what happened here. Nice snap to start things off. She comes around for this section here. Another nice slice off the top, but then mistimed that third hit. And then the wave almost doubles up. And then pretty much wet to seed after that. So back to the drawing board in terms of wave choice for Sal.
Plenty of time, just over 20 minutes. Isabella out the back with priority, looking a little bit stronger and a bit more confident on her opening ride. The 6.83, so much to see at the event site here at the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM. No one gets around the contest area better than Kaipo.
Fat Boy Bikes, there's so many advantages to the Fat Boy Scrambler. I told you before, got full suspension on this buggy, lots of gas. Hey, you got a friend? That's okay. There's room for 2 on the saddle. Pegs back here so you can pack your friend, drive all around. Parking's a breeze. You need a Fat Boy. How do you get one? Come over here, you scan the QR code and give yourself a chance to scramble with Fat Boy Bikes. Remember, whether it's the dirt, the sand, the grass, or the road, Fat Boy eats it up.
Love it. Yeah, Kipes. Well, out there in the lineup now, just over 19 minutes to go. You know, in some ways, you know, Sally has obviously a lot more runs at it than Isabella Nichols, and just an absolute swag of CT victories. 12 career wins for Sal on the championship tour. Isabella, she got the Big Bells title, but also has won Margaret River. But they're almost kind of similar competitors for me in a lot of ways. You know, they're trying to fight through the dominant field that owns the top end of the rankings. Sal's trying to get back there. She's got a good-looking wall here. Swings that tail around. Gets control for a big finish here. And that's the response she needed to Isabella's opening ride. The money turns kind of came toward the end, but it was impressive. And again, just the variation Sal puts into her rides.
Yeah, I was just about to say, this is the difference between these two is that Isabella's got this rock-solid hack, that big turn off the top, and she does so many different variations of it. But Sal's approach is a little different. She's willing to slide the tail out, maybe go for a little bit more innovation in her maneuvers. And she's been working on this for the last several years, and we've seen her just start to engage these turns in a heat situation. You can see her just jumping on the Red Bull ski here. Isabella outside.
Oh, it's a good-looking wall for Isabella, and she's got a whole lot of speed. Loads up off the bottom, goes to the rail, pushes that carve right to the point of release, gets some acceleration out of the turn, and now calls for the ski herself. So we've got a couple of numbers on the way that are going to make this heat pretty interesting. Where will they go with Sally's ride? Will she get the same kind of credit as Isabella did on her opening ride? Isabella getting the work done in the first couple of sections. Sal kind of building momentum as she hammered towards the finish on her ride.
Let's have a look at the replay here. So, good-looking wave. Sal starts to move down the line here. Nice tight snap for the second one. And then that one there with the big tail release. Slid it and held it and then pounds that final section. So the last 2 to 3 turns on her wave, fantastic. And Isabella, a strong opening snap, lots of down the line work here. That beautiful carve. Love how both these competitors, they tuck that back leg in, enabling them to get nice and low through that back half of the turn.
It'll be interesting to see these scores, actually. You know, it felt like Sally, she kind of had a few bobbles on her wave, so it'll be, you know, the judges might, you know, kind of scorch her for that, but just the way that she hit that, you know, combo those last 2 turns, she got the fin drift and slid the tail, then was able to bring it in, and the best, like most well-timed hit was that final turn. So I think the judges would love that. Isabella, you know, just when she got all that speed on her wave and was able to just lay it in and do that carve in the middle of the turn. So
yesterday we were talking when Geordie Smith was surfing against Joao Chianca, and we were sort of saying Geordie's, you know, just got a presence on the wave, and it's sort of just an observational thing. It's got nothing to do with the intricate details of the scoring, but it just looks like Isabella is in her moves and really committed to the rail at the moment. I think it's basically a demonstration of confidence. It's just like even in those transition carves down the line, you know, there is just an added commitment to the rail and getting through that turn.
Well, it actually says something to technique and confidence and really starting to lean and engage the rail on the turns, because you don't have to be the heaviest surfer to have the most power. You know, we generally think, oh, you know, a big surfer is going to be powerful, but you look at someone like a Toledo or Kelly, for instance, they're not the heaviest surfers, but they harness their power so well, and I feel like, to your point, Isabella's starting to tap into that. She's really leaning in. She's got this great sort of speed rail game that's happening. Just a quick in and out there for Sal.
Yeah, in saying that, you know, the judges really applauding the variation from Sally on her previous ride, 6.57. Isabella got a 5.17 for her wave, so Sal's well within reach of the lead now. Needs a 5.44. We have just seen one of the heats of the event go down. Steph Gilmore taking on the phenom, Erin Brooks and Vaughan. Erin Brooks again going excellent, dropping a 9.43.
Erin, before we get into this heat, you must be pinching yourself. I mean, it's your rookie year and you get to pull on a rashie and surf a beautiful Queensland point with the greatest of all time, Steph Gilmore.
Yeah, that heat was so crazy, and I'm so lucky that I was able to surf against Steph. I've looked up to her my whole life, and right when I got on tour, her and Carissa kind of took time off, which is fair because they've put in so much effort to this sport. But I was like, no, I want to surf against you guys. So I was really happy that she joined this event, and she's been crushing it. But I'm just glad to get the win off of her because she's so amazing.
What was your strategy paddling out there? Because you knew what you were up against. Steph already taking out Katie Simmers. We heard the commentary team talking about, you know, really making a point of difference by attacking the lip as vertical as possible. Was that part of the strategy with Jake?
Yeah, I guess so. And I sat kind of further down because being a goofy, this top part is really steep. So you kind of don't really have time to do turns. You kind of have to pump or either pull in. And I knew Steph wanted to get barreled, so I knew I could just sit down the line and hopefully get some waves, which I did. So I was super stoked. And I was really nervous because she got that first one, and they said on the commentary that she got barreled, and I was like, oh no, what did I do? I left her up there by herself. I mean, you can't do that. She's Steph Gilmore.
Yes, exactly. But your strategies just paid off so well, and you just looked in control of that heat the whole time, not just with your surfing, but where you were sitting, what your plan was. You were really locked in.
I was really nervous the whole heat. I was kind of shaking, but I feel like getting the 8 in the beginning definitely gave me a lot of confidence, only needing a small score to jump back into the lead. But then more good waves just kept coming my way. The Lord kept sending me beautiful waves, and I'm just so grateful for that and grateful for this beautiful day here.
And it is absolutely pumping out there too. You can tell how much you're loving your surfing.
Yes, so much fun here. I love Burley Heads.
Great. Well, congratulations. Another semi-final, and we look forward to seeing you in that.
Thank you.
Erin Brooks on her way. I just love that moment. She dropped her second 9.43 for the event. Like you said, Laura celebrated for a moment and then just went, hang on. It's Steph Gilmore. You're not safe, even if she's comboed. So she reeled it in and shut that heat down. And out there at the moment, we got Sally Fitzgibbons trying to claw her way into the lead here. Did pretty well to get herself back in it, Sal.
I loved Erin's point about the positioning as well. That's,
Yeah.
you know, Steph was sitting way further up and obviously looking for that barrel section, and Erin just stuck to her guns. And, you know, even Sally, her last score, the 6.5, was caught on the paddle back out on that wider section. So it's going to be, you know, it'll be cool to see today all of the different game plans and where everyone is going to position themselves out there.
11.5 minutes remaining. Isabella Nichols holding the lead. Sally Fitzgibbons chasing a 5.87. More big heats coming your way as we get set for the men's quarterfinals.
Belts it off Olympican.
The countdown is on for the all-new GWM Aussie treble.
Can you believe it? The crowd goes bananas.
The world's top surfers will battle it out at 3 iconic events: Bells Beach, Gold Coast, and Margaret River in a game-changing series. Who will rise to the top and drive away with a GWM Tank 300? Watch every wave, every moment live at worldsurfleague.com.
Welcome back to the show. Isabella Nichols. She is out there in the lineup at the moment. Sally Fitzgibbons is trying to chase her down. Isabella leading the GWM Aussie treble ratings at the moment. And an opportunity, if she can stay alive in this contest, to put some distance between herself, Luana Silva, Sally Fitzgibbons. Betty Lou obviously still powering through the rounds into the semi-finals as well. But Isabella, she wants that Tank 300. Meanwhile, though, out in the lineup, tucking into the tube, it was Nichols. And Sally Fitzgibbons, during the break, got herself into the lead with a 6.8. So this heat is getting interesting. And maybe, just maybe, Isabella Nichols, her reign at the top of the Aussie treble ranks is in question because Sally Fitzgibbons lit one up, Rich.
Oh, yes. Beautiful two-turn combination here. Watch this opening carve from Sal. Great extension, and watch how high she pivoted on the wave there. So that turn was done in the top third of the wave. Comes around this bottom turn here, connects with that final maneuver, blows the tail out. And wow, just great two-turn combination. And then Isabella behind her tucks in, gets some vision. What a beautiful looking barrel. But unfortunately just ran off without her. She was so deep.
Oh, she must have been very close to getting over the top of that foam ball then. Isabella locks in, can't find the exit. But Sally Fitzgibbons, Rich, you talked about that big frontside carve. Cut it short in order to get some speed into that final hit. Yeah. Well rewarded.
Yeah, great two-turn combination there from Sally. And again, that variety was there. The carve into the tail blow finisher. Just keeping the judges entertained.
Yeah, impressive stuff. Laura, you travelled with Sally on the championship tour. She was there the whole time you were campaigning. Such a competitor. She just lives for this, doesn't she?
Yeah, she absolutely does. And we've mentioned it a few times, but she's not going anywhere anytime soon. And she just absolutely loves sport. She's just such a, even from a Grom, soccer, running, she was always bound to go to the Olympics at something. It wasn't surfing, there was some other sport. And she's just a true-born athlete. And, even when you just, get to see in detail the way she approaches the heat, you can tell all these little tricks that she's, whether it's breath work and visualization, or where she goes mentally during the heat to just stay alive and stay in the moment. She's got all these tactics and all these techniques that she can pull to, and I think she just loves to learn. She's not surfing, she's not training, she's listening to podcasts. She wants to, fuel her body better. She's, just a true-born athlete.
Yeah, she loves the game, doesn't she? It's a happy place. She's got priority here with right on 6 minutes to go. So you can see Isabella hunting. Looks like she might have picked one up here down the line. She's gotten away from Sally.
Yeah, scrambles into this one. Out onto the open face. Bit of a sleepier start to her typical rides, but now she comes to life, exploding the fins out of the pocket. Goes to the rail once again. Needs a 6.54 to get herself in front. A big finish would help. Drives up into it, kicks the tail, but she doesn't have the momentum to ride through that impacting whitewater. Here's an interesting little stat for you. Sally Fitzgibbons hasn't been into the semi-finals since 2021, the year that she made the WSL finals and finished third overall. She had a win that year, but she was the master getting to the later stages of a championship tour event through the earlier stages of her career, but that just blows my mind.
Wait, has she not cracked the quarters?
She's cracked the quarters, but not the semis.
The semis. Well, yeah, cracked through the quarters. Far out. Well, this will be huge for her right here. She's not going to slow down.
No, she's up again, trying to get rid of a 6.57. It's a beautiful looking wave. It's given her a couple of good sections to work with, and she'll stay on her feet for the finish here, Rich.
You can see the smile as she finished that wave. Another three-turn combination, and I feel like she might have needed this wave, even though Isabella didn't get the finish. She did some great turns on her comeback wave as well. Only needing that 6.5 to be really close. Looks like it's just dropped in, so not quite enough. 5.77.
You'd have to say that Isabella would have been really close to getting the score if she'd been able to, turn that, time that last turn. But Sally is going to put some more pressure on because this was really well surfed. She's gone to that same carve as that last turn, staying high, then tags it away here. But this is where she was able to just finish off critically, airdrop, and that would have felt nice, to feel that weightlessness, beneath your board and make it through. All smiles there from Sally.
Yeah, real expression I've noticed in Sally's surfing over the last few years. Just with the arm movements, the body positioning, really feeling the maneuvers as she goes through them, showing a lot of flair, which I think has been really helping her just get that flow and that connection between each turn.
Well, I can see Ivory out there. Sal's got the big smile out already because she knows that she has just dropped a good number. She hasn't even heard it from the panel yet, but a 7.67 turns the heat right on. Isabella Nichols now, who's after almost an excellent ride, a 7.65 to get ahead of her. She made her move at the perfect time.
Yeah, well, the momentum of this heat, a complete pendulum swing. It was like the first half. Isabella Nichols had control, built some good scores, put the pressure on Sal, and the real champion that we know Fitzgibbons is, she just dug deep, didn't get phased, and she's put in a really good performance.
It was all pretty comparable, the numbers, until Sal came to life. But here's the Bonsoy replay of the 5.77 for Isabella. This turn was strong.
Oh, yeah, big tail slide, high risk. Nice, quick, snapping carve. But then the wave just ran out a little bit of steam as it came through the inside, and this is the moment here where it was either a 5.5 or a 6.5.
She's Just skidded on the lip a little bit, and on that transition, so hard to ride out. That this was the hammer drop for Sally here, Laura.
Yeah, that first carve was so cool. It set her up for this big combo on the inside, and yeah, she just read that wave to a T, just doing just that carve that she's kind of unlocked here. You know, that in the pocket carve with the slide up the top, you know, quarter of the wave, and you know, helps her drop down and be perfectly in the pocket for the next turn. And yeah, all like we've mentioned, guys, it's always so amazing to see Sal's surfing just evolve, and you know, she keeps growing and you know, always working on something.
CT by the numbers, average heat score since 2008. Sally Fitzgibbons just under her average at the moment, 14.47. One of the highest scorers on tour since 2008 here on the Gold Coast. So consistent. Yeah, I think it's been interesting just watching Sal's reaction to progressing through earlier rounds and the emotion that she feels. It's so much harder for her these days to break into those quarters. It used to be automatic. You know, I think for Sally back in the day, making semi-finals was kind of getting to the point where it wasn't a big deal. But this heat win, if she gets it, is going to be massive, and there'll be some emotion for sure. 45 seconds remaining. Sally Fitzgibbons out there, second priority, not too phased about Isabella, can't really control what she does anyway. And she's just hoping this clock winds down.
Yeah, in this moment when you're ahead and your competitor needs a score, you're just hoping for double time. You're just like, please, go quiet, Ocean, go flat, don't give it the opportunity.
Well, she might get it here, Isabella.
Maybe.
Might get the opportunity to chase down this score. The clock winding down, 10 seconds remaining. Isabella with priority, trying to find some space.
Oh,
she doesn't get into it, and I don't think the next one's going to stand up in time. Let's get a camera on Sally Fitzgibbons into the semi-finals for the first time since 2021.
She would know that too, Ron. Like, look, she's just going that curse of the quarterfinals. Oh, so she's just cracked it. A huge moment for her, and oh man,
yeah,
Isabella.
Great friendship here. These guys have been friends for a long time, and sportsmanship. Isabella just congratulating Sally. She knows what position Sally is in on the tour and how important that heat win is in the scheme of things.
Yeah, even just progressing through to the semis is going to see Sally start making her move in 15th. So, you know, still work to do. We'll likely have to wrestle a big result out of this event and over in Margaret River, where she's had success before. Making her way in, she's absolutely buzzing. And there is the bracket for the semi-finals. They're looking good, Law.
they are looking so good. And I was completely wrong last night at the post show. I was like, yep, Molly, Steph, final, just right-hand point breaks. They're going to get tubed. And this is setting up to be an absolute cracker, these two semis. Vahine versus Betty Lou, Erin against Sally, Goofy Foot versus Natural Footer. It's going to be fireworks.
Yeah, super exciting. You know, Erin off the form of the quarterfinals. Erin might be the one to beat, dropping those huge numbers. But yeah, those that semi-finals just looks amazing.
We're going to have a new name on the honour roll for Championship Tour events on the Gold Coast for the women. The men's quarterfinals are just around the corner. Yago Dora, Felipe Toledo going to work. We'll bring in Joe and Flick for the call.
The thing about history is that whatever happens, happens. There's no denying it. It is what it is. And no matter how hard you try, you're never entirely in control. It's the beautiful chaos. Hell and heaven cancelling each other out. Triumph and defeat. This year, history will be told in 12 chapters. 54 men and women will write it. History will be written live at worldsurfleague.com.
Big quarterfinal set for the men starting now. Yago Dora, Felipe Toledo go head-to-head for a chance to be in the semifinals, followed by Morgan Sidlick and Alejo Muniz. This part of the draw is getting oh so exciting. Dora looking for a second victory this season. Picked up a win in Portugal. Felipe Toledo is just on his comeback track to the tour, looking for his first win this season. Here we go. Joe Trapella, Flick Palmateer. This is really great. All Brazilian clash, regular versus goofy. This is going to be really exciting.
Well, I just think clear the air. Oh, that's all I'll say, because these guys are going to be ready for takeoff. You know, the whole event, we've seen them go to the air. We've seen them drop those big, excellent scores for, yeah, just some serious work above the lips. So it's cool, right, though. Today we've got this point break. We've heard all the people talking about it. We've seen a little bit of barrel action too. So everything is on offer, and I just love this matchup. I think these two are going to bring the best out of each other.
It's the story of Felipe Toledo, who's just proved to be one of the best ever. And Yago Dora just keeps rising, and he hasn't peaked yet. Now the high seed left in the draw, and they're greeted to some surf to try to set up the opening wave. It will be the Goofy Foot from Florianopolis. Getting started with some backhand sweeps. Dora calm approach, now driving and throws the shove it and rides out switch. Can he shut it down? He will get taken out. Standing regular foot, but that's what he's famous for. High-fi tight maneuvers. What a great opening wave.
Yeah, that's just fun, you know. It just demonstrates just that creativity that Yago brings, that sort of free surf energy, the way he always keeps you guessing. I mean, both these two guys do, but particularly when Yago stands up, you're just like, hang on, what's he going to do here? He always surprises you. So this one, he had that foamy sort of takeoff, sort of forced you go out in the face here, and then just gets funky with it on the inside. Just totally keeps you guessing. You know he's loading up for the air, and it's just fun to watch. And wouldn't it be cool if you finished it off regular there?
Gosh, that is hard to do, but something that you don't see too often in the jersey.
It's so cool. It's so rad. Just the awareness in the air and the body positioning to be able to pull that off. And it's so cool, right? I always like, you know, you think about the future of surfing and what that may be. And you think about people, you know, in this current day and age experimenting with things like that. I think to Kai Lenny, you know, and the things that I've seen him do, both facing the wave both ways, as we see Felipe.
Big hammer to start off this wave. Just 2 turns, but both aggressive to get on the board. Felipe Toledo, over a decade of insane surfing on the championship tour level. 2 world titles, 17 championship tour wins. That's the most currently on tour in Medina's absence, as he's still recovering from that pectoral injury. Felipe and Gabriel, rivals, but very close. A lot of support for each other that we've really seen clearly in the last few seasons on the championship tour. Felipe, runner-up to Medina's 3rd world title in the first edition of the Final 5 story that finished at lower trestles. Medina got the 3rd, and then the next 2 were about Felipe going back-to-back, and then he surprised the world last year saying he wanted to take a break. And it wasn't the first time that a world champion said, hey, I need to calm down a bit. You talk about the emotional roller coaster of dealing with pressure, even if you're one of the best. It's not just pressure on making the cut or putting on a good performance. It's like he's taking care of his family. He's got the pressure to succeed, and it was great. He's like, you know what, I'm going to take a break, and I'll come back when I'm ready.
Yeah, I think it's it puts a lot of pressure on your family too, and I think Felipe's being pretty open about that. You think even, you know, reflect to Jules yesterday and his perspective now, and, you know, what it takes to really be at the top of the game and at the top of the sport, and the sacrifice as well. And I take my hat off to Felipe. I think, you know, great decision to take that year off, reflect, spend some time with the family. I mean, he bloody deserves it. You dedicated your life to the sport, so yeah, it's cool to see him back now, and yeah, he's really on the comeback train now.
Mick Fanning would always speak to that. He'd win a world title, and for his dedication to his craft, he'd go all in. Watching Toledo, the bottom drops out, he'll pull right in. Nice deep positioning in a fun tube. You can see the variety of waves we have out there. We got to see Isabella just lock into one that bottomed out in the previous heat that she almost made in her loss to Sally Fitzgibbons. So Toledo, being the front sider out there, will have an advantage with just jamming down some funneling tubes on the sandbank. Easily the fastest surfer on the planet. I guess you would want to track Italo as well in that conversation. Rio's really fast as well, but especially being on your front side, he can really have an advantage with the awareness of the sections kind of warping in front of him.
Yeah, I mean, just look at the short space here that he has here and the moves that he manages to get in. You know, your regular punter right there is going to be struggling to get one turn, let alone two. And just showing the variety here. And it, you know, it speaks to what you're saying, Joe. There's so many ways to do it. We've seen airs already, we've seen barrels, and, you know, it all depends on where you're going to position on this bank. If you're going to sit wide, you're going to get turns. If you're going to sit, you know, closer to this rock break, it's going to be more cut out. You're going to get those thready barrel sections. And we heard Steph talk to it earlier. There will be barrels go down today. We've seen a few already.
Gosh, we've seen some great ones here on Saturday, here on finals day, setting up the semifinals for the men. For Felipe, he's just feeling his comeback happening now, saying that it's taken a little bit to find the rhythm of the tour, and what a great place to get started. His first CT win on the Gold Coast back in 2015 was just a huge announcement of high-performance surfing, and I think at the time he was really known as an aerialist, but that showcase of what he did at Snapper that year was truly overall performance.
For sure, and I think, you know, any surfer that cracks it onto the tour, and it has longevity in their career, when you bounce on, you're always going to be known for something, right? I think you're a product of your environment, and Felipe was that. He was amazing in the air, and I think it's always, you're obviously incredible all-rounded, but then it's you're trying to make a name for yourself. Like, hang on a sec, like, I'm not just a crazy aerialist. Also, even the same could be said to Iago of, you know, him coming on with this free surfer sort of mentality. In the last couple of years, he's flipped that script, right? Like, Iago's completely come on, and here he is.
Nice bold section. He's just fishing still. As you can see, the double up underneath him. Now he finds it. Starting to jam. He's moving. Dora on the launch pad. Air reverse. Getting stuck off the lip line. He's had a couple of heats before where he didn't fall on an aerial. Landed his first, that shove at 5.5 on the score line. Opening ride, the two-turn combo for Toledo, 617. Last to Iago here.
Yeah, Iago just really toying with this one, just waiting for this section to present itself. And, I mean, it just gets so bold, so cupped out, and you can just see him loading, right? I mean, his eyes this section, real tweaked out, but unfortunately couldn't find the landing on that one.
Sometimes you read Iago, too, when he launches. He lands so many. But what's changed in the aerial movement as well is knowing when to let go of an air. It seemed like, gosh, a decade ago, there's a lot more injuries happening. There's injury prevention as well with training, but these guys know when to land soft, even in a hard landing, and knowing when they're like, nope, not this time, I'm going to throw that away. Felipe and Iago both really good at that.
Yeah, 100%, you've nailed it, Joey. Definitely 10 years ago when airs started really making it, you know, coming onto the scene, you're seeing ankles, you're seeing knees, you're seeing just all these different sort of injuries happen, but it's that's a whole skill in itself, you know. We're having the awareness to be like, no way, let's just ditch this one. This is all split-second behaviour in the air, like milliseconds we're talking, and to be like, no way, this is a scary landing. I'm going to land in the flats here. My board angle doesn't feel right. But the awareness in the air to do that, I think, you know, obviously surfing's progressing, but I think in the air, I mean, obviously that is really where it's going. Just more it has got more sort of like a gymnastic sort of approach, I guess.
Yeah, totally. There's that famous punt that went wrong. Hard one for Joel Parkinson. Took him out of the world title race, and that was a crazy run for Mick Fanning to sneak past his good friend and rival and get another world title when it looked like it was Joel's year. Thankfully, Joel went on to win in 2012, but it was a surf trip in Indo. #1 in the world, hurts himself. Didn't even want to talk about the injury at the time. It was so tough to swallow. But Toledo, he's been saving himself with big airs in this event. Even in that heat against Jake Marshall, Jake was solid with his power surfing and rail work. Did that full rotation to turn that script around. And you know what? Felipe did the same thing against Crosby Colapinto earlier than that.
Yeah, he really has been using, I mean, that is his full strength, right? He's just got such a great make rate. And, you know, I think one of those, they had like kind of a check turn before, and then he just really, all the points coming from that single maneuver. And I think it was the one against Crosby, right? Was the one with, it was giant. Was that the really giant one? Or was it,
Yeah.
I mean, they were both giant.
Yeah, the really big one.
The really
against
big
Cross.
one. And it was the full rotation with the clean landing as we see Felipe.
He's coiling up. Going down the line, little off the top, driving into a big blitz of that end section. Real precise in his maneuver choice. Softer section to start, and then really late into the finishing move with the tail blow. Showing off his power and trying to build on his score line. Has a 3.0 he can get rid of. That was a score for that quick tube that he had. Lightning fast, doesn't need to go to the air all the time, does he, Flick?
No way. He's so all-rounded, and he's definitely going to drop that 3. This is going to be a pretty solid number. He went up there, got the foam climb, and he knew there was only one section left, so he went super hard. He pushed hard with the back foot. You can see that tail get released, and let's break it down. So just smooth bottom turn up into this foam climb, and then just belts that last section. Absolutely destroyed it. Nothing left on the table. You cannot push any harder than that.
God, that must have felt great for Felipe. He'll hear the sound of a 5.4 and see it come in on his Apple Watch as he's got the lead so far over Yago Dor in this first quarterfinal, as we have a famous Australian that's back in a semifinal once again. Sally Fitzgibbons on the glass with Vaughn.
Sally Fitzgibbons, Sally Fizzgibbons, you are fizzing at the moment, and rightfully so. Your first semi-final since 2021, but at a crucial stage in this year's tour as well. That feels incredible.
It's so cool. I don't know, I think it's just the fact that you keep showing up, even when there's no evidence that it could possibly work. It's just like you feel like something's possible, and I think through it all, like, I can keep working on my surfing, like the results will keep bobbling around, but I feel like my surfing's heading in the right direction, and that gives me like a lot of trust and belief, so it feels good.
Mate, there's plenty of evidence. Don't worry about that. Your surfing's on point, but your mongrel is just on show. You have got so much fight and ticker. Isabella got off to a great start, but you never doubted yourself. You just got right into it and fought your way back.
Yeah, I think, you can always have those starts that they kind of leave you wanting a little more. You're like, wonder how this next bit can pan out. And I looked in along the crowd and just got that buzz, like seeing an Aussie crowd, and early morning, it's weekend vibes, and the point's pumping, and you're out there with just one of your mates. It's a pretty surreal feeling, and looked in and I was like, I just want to get one to kick off, and once that happened, it just started rolling for me.
We can see how much you're loving every moment. I mean, Bells was spectacular. You were unlucky not to make the semis down there, but to break through, like, what does this mean for you right now?
Oh, it's just like the beauty of the process. Like, I fell in love with the process. I know the victory days are, they're just like euphoria, but sometimes there's a long time between drinks, and it's kind of like getting through those transient spaces and still bringing that hunger and the desire. And yeah, it's super cool being around this group and just being inspired by surfing, and then that sort of drives it. I wake up in the morning and I was like, I get another opportunity, and that's kind of where it all stems from. And paddling out, I just got a big smile on my face.
Well, you love the process, but this entire crowd loves you. You will always be our Sal, and we are frothing to see you into those semis.
Oh, I got the flags flying. Where are they? There they are. Aussie.
Yeah, Sal, that was so cool. What a run. What an ambassador of just happiness first and dedication.
Smiling assassin, Sally is. I mean, watch out. I mean, she looks all happy and she looks all smiles, but I mean, she's now cracked this kind of quarterfinal curse that she's kind of had. She's into those semis. She knows what it means. So watch out.
Well done for Sally Fitzgibbons, but during that interview, Felipe packed this one.
Oh, absolute drainer for Felipe. Gets coned off the takeoff, wraps it around. Beautiful rail work here as he transitions through to the inside and then just loads up and just gives that progression with a tail high air reverse. So just one more time from this angle. Perfect positioning. I mean, how dreamy does that look with the Burley headland in the background? Felipe streaking down the line and just mastery right now. He's definitely improving on this scoreline. And showing such variety. You know, judges really have been appreciating that. Every time someone's stringing together, I go back to Jules yesterday, they string together the barrel, they got the rail work, they get the, you know, explosive finish, they're loving it.
And then Iago behind him.
Wow, Iago going to town on the backhand. 2 big belts in succession. Wraps it around for a third. Whew. And he's looking, this is going to be a nice exchange here. Definitely his most solid number as well. So definitely getting a heat on our hands and giving the judges something to think about.
Nice clean read for Iago Dor on those backside snaps. Had a couple of nice place turns in the pocket. Look really clean, and it's something that Iago's been really working on the last few years, knowing he's going to be going right a lot on this championship tour. And we've seen some significant improvements in that act, and he has that wild card factor of just mixing it up. You know, it's easy to get stuck in a rhythm backhand because it feels good, it's highly scored. If you're just going vertical, that's always going to be rewarded. But he can just add that extra with variety above the lip. Now this thing's cupping out for Toledo. He's just moving down the line. His way before was the 5.4, that big blitz of the finishing section. And waiting for numbers to lock in. A semi-final berth on the line in this all-Brazilian battle. Wild card dreams continue for Morgan Siblick. He's got Alejo Muniz coming up after this Bonsoy brew break.
We're down here on the Gold Coast Burley Heads for One Way's Flora Friday. We've got the Gold Coast Pro kicking off tomorrow, and today's all about bringing colour to mental health. Super stoked to partner with the World Surf League and Hydrolite. We've been running Free the Funk programs at the local schools and a salty session at the local beach.
You've got mental health and real conversations, which is so important. You've got dressing in colour. It instantly makes you feel alive and brings that stoke factor up. You've got community, which is such an important value to a lot of people, and having those people to have conversations with. And then the last part is the saltwater therapy.
Turn into a mate when you're out the back, and just having a chat about life is something that we all hold really dear to our hearts as surfers. And the ocean for us has really been a best friend, and in many ways the most brilliant therapist.
Today's all about bringing more colour to mental health through surfing. The community's behind me, and sometimes one way's all it takes to free the funk, and that's what one way's all about.
Loving the relationship with Hydrolite, WSL, and One Wave partnering together to share that message about mental health. Toledo's been open about his journey over the last few years as we dive into this story of quite a rivalry. A lot of matchups together with these two, and it's heavily favored in the corner of the two-time world champ, 7-1 in their meetings on the championship tour. Last time they met was in 2023 at Pipeline. Felipe got that win. The one win Iago had was at Jeffreys Bay in 2022, but Flick, they've met all over the world, from Uluwatu. They had another one at J-Bay that Felipe won, Newcastle, G-Land, El Salvador, Rio, and now here at Burley Heads.
Well, it's interesting, right? I think, you know, I think back to when Iago's been on tour. I feel in the last couple of years, though, we've really seen a Flick in his sort of everything, really. Approach the tour, approach to the heats. I think, you know, he's obviously been in that conversation of being in the top 5. So he's changed gears, and, you know, all those wins have been in favour of you know, 7-1 to Felipe. But Felipe, you know, when he was winning his world titles, now I feel, you know, obviously Felipe's on his comeback. I mean, this heat right now, he's definitely out in the lead, no doubt about it. But I think Iago, you know, is in the time of his life and career to really sort of ask that question. I mean, 5 minutes on the clock, though. He needs a number. Felipe's looking like he's going to make it. He's getting closer to making it 8-1.
Yeah, very close. And I guess, like, what your point is, the difference of this matchup, Iago's the higher seed for the first time going against Toledo. Typically, it's opposite. where Iago's looking up to the high seed of Toledo. It's been a different start to the season on Toledo's comeback. Very consistent in the top 10. He's made the cut. And even when asked about the cut, you'd think maybe that would just be obvious for a guy going for a world title. But he's like, yeah, be honest, it really feels good. As we see Dora getting squished.
This is going to be tricky now because he's used his priority. Felipe is going to make him pay for this for sure. Just, you know, he's so smart too, Felipe. You don't have 2 world titles for nothing. And I think at the moment, if Iago finds space and manages to get another score, I mean, it is consistent. There's opportunity. But it isn't going to come easy right now.
Felipe 7-5, 6-1-7 has a low score. Ready for his first win of the season, but it'd be a big finals day. Starting from quarters, that's 3 big heats. These guys simplify it to, that's just 6 waves scored on their top 2. And Toledo, once he found that winning feeling on the Gold Coast in 2015, he just was steamrolling events with his combination of unbelievable punts with speed. Power carves are just standard for him on waves like this.
I think the hard thing right now, you know, for these 2 guys at this level and their performance above the lip is even if Felipe, you know, tries to block on a wave or use his priority, even if he says, oh, that wave's not very good, I'll let you go. We got to remember that Iago's the kind of surfer, and so is Felipe, that it only takes one big maneuver to drop an 8. And Iago's only chasing a 7-2-8, right? And if he just gets that one section that allows him to draw enough speed and just punt on a big closeout, he's going to drop a score. He's going to drop into the excellent range. So I think it's nervous times for both guys right now. I think they both understand the ability of each other and, you know, the high level of performance.
Yeah, with these 2, they've been making heats by doing huge airs. Iago had a crazy full road in the earlier rounds. His heats have been fun. He's had Edgar Gragia, a good friend of his, under the same management under Daniel Cortez. He also had Al Cleland Jr. That's always a tough matchup. To get to this quarterfinal, finding so much consistency following his 33rd at Pipe. Iago knew he could just move right on. That wasn't a statement to his form and how he was feeling. The big statement he made in the offseason was changing his coaching to Leandro da Silva. Said that was a tough conversation with his dad. And his dad spoke to it. They've been open to talk to us about it. His dad's like, I watch every heat. I just hold back on any coaching advice to respect the relationship with Da Silva. Quick up and out for Iago. Didn't have priority, so he's just fishing around now, Flick.
Yeah, but fishing around, and now he's created space, and he looks like he's chasing something down the line. So he looks pretty interested in this thing, Felipe.
Felipe with priority will take it, though. A lot of speed. It's starting to bowl up. 2-time world champ ramps up. Big full rotation. Not just a defensive move, turning it into a big moment once again. Bruno's loving it. Pinga enjoying it. Rafael Romano, his trainer, right there on the left, is keeping him fit, keeping him focused. He's a 4th-degree black belt that Felipe trains with every single day in the lead up to big events like this. Also works on natural type of movements, almost like a gymnastics routine. That definitely would help those full rotations feel even better.
Oh, the gymnastics are helping because that thing was absolutely epic. Look at him load up here. It was a blocking defensive move. And he goes, thanks, I'm going to take this and I'm going to improve on my situation. Full rotation. Just such a smooth landing too. He just picked the eyes out of that tail high. And the awareness for his landing is really cool to watch. We've seen a couple of those just happen so smoothly. He's going to be improving. He's going to be, you know, at least half a point better and make this a lot harder for Iago right now.
First sign of a score is excellent. An 8.0 dropping. So before this score, Iago needed a 7.28. Now he needs a 9.43. Toledo 8.33 on that giant ramp once again. And down to 15 seconds. Iago thinking about maybe a final wave. He does have some time on the clock. First one rolls underneath him. One more wave standing up behind it. Into the countdown. Can Iago get up in time? And a little bit too late. it will be Felipe Toledo moving on to the semifinals with a chance to win his first event this season.
Wow, it was just so cool too. I mean, he just really left nothing on the table. I love that blocking defensive move to improve on the scoreline. Hey, for me, this is as good as he's looked all year. He's fired up, and this is going to be a big hit win. You know, coming into this, Yago is the highest seed, so Felipe is going to be taking confidence from this.
Giant confidence for Felipe, a man who had a 17.87 total in the round of 32. That was the turning point, not just for this event, but for his season this year. And he's just been smiling ever since. Moving into the semifinals is the two-time world champion. Coming up next, Morgan Siblick takes on Alejo Muniz. We'll be right back.
The Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM is brought to you by Boost Mobile, official telecommunications partner of WSL Australia. By Bond University, your ambition belongs here. By Hydrolite, official rehydration partner of WSL Australia. And by SNS Group, official partner of the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM.
Quarterfinal number 2, just getting started. Morgan Siblick taking on Alejo Muniz. Alejo Muniz on his comeback to the tour, about 8 years to come back to the championship tour level, and he is just thrilled to be here on finals day, taking on a wild card. Once again, the story for Morgan Siblick continues to build after a semifinal finish at Bells Beach, getting the late call-up into this event, because his good friend Ryan Callanan and Ryan's wife Nina welcoming their baby girl into the world. So he started from the elimination round, started with big eliminations like Jack Robinson, who was fresh off his Bells victory. And Morgan's just taking it all in stride. He's got a different look to him, really taking advantage of the late call-up in this event.
For sure. I also, you know, reflect back to that semi down at Bells, and I feel he kind of had more left in the tank, right? I think he had that one kind of okay score, but he kind of felt a bit, you know, probably not satisfied with that performance. And I think he was definitely one of the in-form performers all event down there. You know, if I think to single, you know, maneuvers and the power that he had and just the punch in his turns, I was almost like thinking, okay, he could go all the way here. And so, you know, just by the beauty of the gift of Ryan, I guess, that which he did call it a gift in that post-head interview, the last one we watched. Yeah, he's got another crack at it, another bite of the cherry.
Here we go. Alejo Muniz has that super little Alejo blast off the lip that he loves. Look how quick he is to get to that section. Really nice control of a big finish on a big section for the Brazilian veteran. He's made a quarterfinal in the past here on the Gold Coast. That was in a rookie start. He had that classic flashback memory of his first heat on tour ever with a couple of his heroes, Adriano de Souza, who's now his coach, and Joel Parkinson. Morgan did get a wave during the break.
Yeah, so let's see what Morg's got done. A little foam climb there and just streaking down the line, but this one just stretching out in front of him. He decides to exit, and then he's backed it up with this one. So this one looking a bit cleaner. Let's see what Morgs has got. Holy, wow, he stuck that thing, even though it was so cupped out. And yeah, if he'd made that air, I mean, he was on his way to a good score. But Alejo, I mean, this is strong here. These couple of turns really belts that last section. He's on that same board, that carbon board that he's been riding all event. He was a bit conscious, we don't want this swell to pick up too much. I really want to stay on this board. I'm loving the carbon board at the moment. So he's still on that favourite board. A nice little opening exchange there.
The chase for the magic board never ends in your lifetime, and as a competitor, it could bring you so much success just on confidence. And sometimes with that magic board, it's not like it's totally perfect, but you understand it perfectly. You know how it's going to react if you take off late. You know what the rails are going to do in certain sections. It's just like your best friend. Yeah, that, and you got your foot divots in there as well. You know, they feel really good. It finds those places really nicely. Just want to keep that thing on ice. It's the Ferrari. You only take it out in the heats. The Lamborghini. Exactly. It's always so important to be on the right boards. That's why it was kind of alarming for a moment when Morgan busted the magic stick from Bells, but when his quiver's so deep, he was like, yeah, backup feels perfect. So Siblick with a great quiver from Sharp Eye, as we got to see him just drive through big names on a rookie season in 2021, beating John twice. John got him back the following year, which ended up sending him off the tour in 2022. And that's when we had two big names from the final five. It was Morgan and Connor Coffin, who finished in the top five, and then were off tour at the cut the following season.
Oh, it's just crazy, right? It just goes to show what can happen when you really get on a roll, and it can easily be taken away from you so quickly as well. And I think Morgs, I feel, you know, we had him in the booth as well when we were down at Bells, just for that moment, and he's been pretty reflective, you know, on how that felt and how he feels now, and you know, the level of ability that his surfing has gotten to, and he feels that he's got more left in the tank and more left to show. But he was also open about the fact that he thought he was like, maybe I just got a bit too big for my boots a little bit. And I think it takes courage to kind of be that vulnerable and be like, yeah, I think it was actually good for me. You know, I'm back stronger than ever, as we see Alejo.
Alejo locking in, punching out that first into the pit, still traveling, driving into the lip again, and he just gets thrown off. That whole lip line just had this reverb in it. He drifted with it and couldn't stomp what would have been just the sealer to a beautiful combination.
Yeah, I think if he rode out of that turn, judges have been loving the barrel. They really have, and for good reason, because it's a great feeling. It looks good. We're obviously on here at Burleigh, right-hand point break, you're going to get barrels. But the moment that you get the barrel and you get the combos and the progression, they are eating it up. And, you know, I think back to Jules yesterday, just absolutely going to town. I think back to Liam O'Brien, there was those moments where the full point break came into play. You know, you're utilizing all parts of the wave, you know, the awareness to pick that wave, that, you know, the wave selection, it all comes together, and yeah, they're really paying that. So I think if Alejo would have got the finish, could have been on his way to a semi-decent score.
So with the fall, Alejo still gets a 5.43. 5.17 start for the Brazilian. And he's out in front. We take another look here.
Yeah, so this one just cracks it here. And just this little wee under the lip here, parks it. Looks like he actually stalled there a little bit. He had the right idea. I think, honestly, he couldn't have done anything else. It was the wave that sort of let him down. Just gets up underneath it, fully slotted, and then comes out. It's just so much reverb in the face. You can see that warble. It's kind of like actually exactly where he hit it was in between the two sections. So hard, though, because it's a split-second decision under pressure. But, yeah, I think if he'd stuck that last turn, he probably would have got an extra point or so. But good little read there from Alejo.
Gosh, he's fast, isn't he? Really quick. Got on a roll last season, and it was an emotional comeback for what's been a really hard journey to come back to the championship tour. We saw him make brief little showings in the CT after he fell off. He had a crazy heat with John Florence the year John won and Jadson finished runner-up. And he packed like an 8-footer and really destroyed his knee. And it took a very long time to recover, but in that performance, he was surfing unbelievably well. And then he was like, up, back to the drawing board again. And with that, there was never any doubt of his intentions of coming back, and he hung in there.
And he hung in there for a while to do it. You know, I think we were speaking on the break. It's what, been 8 years since, you know, Alejo's been back on the championship tour. And I remember when he was making his comeback on the Challenger Series, and we'll get back to that and look in and out. But yeah, I had a post-heat interview with him, and he was just talking about the battle it's been and the struggle and the battling of the injuries. And as you get older, they're more niggly, and the sort of the time you have to put into your body, and obviously with his family now too. But I just think it's so cool, you know, this whole event has been sort of that narrative of that vintage CT surfer making the comeback. It's cool. We've seen Alejo. We've seen Jules, and they belong back on the tour. They are so relevant still, just in the, you know, the way they're approaching the waves. You just think about how fast Alejo's surfing. You think about the progression Jules is giving us. It's been epic to watch. I've loved seeing that story unfold here.
Let's catch up with Felipe Toledo with Laura Enever.
Yes, well, Felipe, that was a beautiful way to start your weekend off, hey? Happy Saturday. Talk us through that heat, you know, just talking about positioning, a bit of a broken lineup, but you got the job done and absolutely stomped that last air.
Yes. Iago has been on form, for the last few events. I was just able to control the heat a little bit better, start early with a better score. And then I was able to back it up. You know, like when you have second priority, you kind of have a freedom to play a little bit more with the lineup, go up and down, and get waves. And I was able to capitalize on my backup score. Got a little barrel, a few turns, air at the end. Got the 7.5, and then I was just like, no, now it's just play priority strategy and control the lineup. Got close to Iago. Iago is one of those guys, if you give him a little section, he's going to get the score. So, I was just paying attention to every movement that he was making and every wave that he was looking. And I was able to get that last wave from him and still in the air and get the score. So, in my eyes, a really good heat, perfect heat, control the lineup and just super focused, yes.
Yeah, and obviously talking about, looking at what Iago might be able to do on a wave, and obviously you took that ramp off him and you were just like, let's go for it. Was that the plan?
The wave itself was not the best, but he had a good section and he was right at he was right in a really good position to take the wave. I was a little bit behind, but I was like, oh, I gotta make around the section and get there before the closeout. And thank God for amazing boards that Sharpai gave me, and I was able to get on that section and still in the air and get an 8. So happy.
And this is your first time cracking into the semi-finals this year. Time to turn it up.
Been turning it up for the last few rounds already. I feel like it's, as I said on my last first round, second round. I feel like I'm finding my rhythm again, and it feels great. I feel great about that, and just got to do me and go out there and surf and have fun.
Amazing. Well, good luck today. A lot of support on the beach, and have fun.
Thank you, Laura. Great to hear from Felipe, giving us a lot there. The story just building at this event. He's been bringing it. He's been bringing full rotations, and he'll be trying to bring it against the winner of this heat. Could be an all-Brazilian matchup once again. Sometimes those are the toughest when you surf against your fellow countrymen. You want the best for each other. Medina spoke to that. Sometimes those are his hardest heats of a round, no matter what seed they are in the event. Alejo doing a good job to kind of quiet down Morgan Ciblick, because what we've seen in the last 2 consecutive events, Ciblick's come out blazing. In most of his heats, he takes an early lead, which tends to rattle the full-timers on tour.
Yeah, I thought the same, Joe. I think he's always come out of the gates blazing. So we're going to see Morgan kind of, he's on the back foot here, and he's going to have to rise to this occasion, right? I mean, Alejo's asking the question. Alejo hasn't run away with it. He's got a couple of nice scores on the board. He's got the 5.43, 5.17. But I think even Alejo knows that he's not going to be feeling safe. You just, you think back to Morg's performances, even back to the last heat, he's dropping 9s. So he's more than capable here. It looks like he might have just got a bit caught there. But we're going to see Morgs rise to the challenge here, I think. I think he's found himself in a different position. And we're going to see what kind of performance and it's going to test his character right now.
Morgan Ciblick worked with a local legend, J. Bottle Thompson, who's from Burley Heads, for several years. Now we've been seeing him standing next to Nathan Hedge in the last few events. Looks like Morgan just sparked up, showing some interest, but not in position to catch that wave. He holds his priority. Came out with that amazing movie, Postcards from Morgs, when the world was trying to get to know this guy. It's a classic film done by Vaughn Blakey and Nick Paulette, where he calls up Mick Fanning for a surf, and Mick answers the phone. He's like, who? And that was just kind of the premise of the whole video. Here's Alejo Moniz flying through the whitewater. Big section, just crushes it. Holds the bottom turn, lays it out on the open face. Alejo locking in some magic and rhythm here at Burley Heads. A guy that had a breakthrough rookie season and finished in the top 10, still his best ever on tour, which included a couple of quarterfinals, even a semifinal in that one event we had in New York. And looks like he's found the magic pace with some just big maneuvers down the stretch.
Great wave selection too. You could see Morgs was just gunning for it, but he was that bit too deep up the point. Let's have a look here. So Morgs looks interested, too deep. Alejo says thank you very much. Bit of a foamy takeoff, but he gets around it, no problems. Good wave selection here. You can just see this thing bowling up. The variety on this wave I loved. I mean, there was a lot of it, right? You got the snap, you got the float, you got the jam like that in the pocket, and then finishes so strong. He's going to be locking in a good score, and he's going to be putting a lot more distance between himself and Morgs right now. I just love it. The moment a wave started strong and finished strong, it just has such a positive sort of idea in the judges' minds. And you can see Alejo's absolutely frothing for good reason.
Is he playing rock, paper, scissors there? That was epic. What a great controlled type of wave under Morgan's priority. Talked about Santiago Muniz, his brother, that absolutely rips, who's preparing to become a police officer, but he just had a big result in a local event, so he might get back into more competition as well. Representing Bombiñas, a place where Alejo bought a little hotel in the early stages of his career. Sister's been working there ever since, providing a great occupation for his family, and now providing a big number. He goes excellent. An 8-point ride for Alejo Muniz. Now Morgan Ciblick needs a 9.93.
Wow, okay, he's got this wild card on the ropes right now, and I think Alejo's going to love hearing this score. Excellent ride right now. I think he'll jump off the ski and he'll probably ask to hear those numbers again because, I mean, he's got a stranglehold on this heat. And, I mean, we spoke to it before, but Morgs has not found himself in this position yet, so Alejo is asking questions of Morgan.
Well, if today couldn't get any better, it is finals day at Burleigh. The waves are pumping, and we have a huge heat to look forward to celebrate surfing. Yep, Mick Fanning is taking on Joel Parkinson right after quarterfinal number 4. Can't wait. We'll be right back. We are enjoying our Saturday here on the Gold Coast, enjoying our time out here. Sand bottom right point breaks. What more could you ask for? Great locals, great board riders club, a lot of history here. Going back to 1965 when they had their first competition on this venue, a nice club event from back in the day. Look what we're enjoying in 2025. During the break, you could tell Morgan Ciblick made a bad decision with priority.
Yeah, body language not looking great. It's a bit concerning, you know, when you see, you know, we've still got time on the clock, Morgs, and he's having another look here, but you don't want that sort of body language going on. It's just a little bit disinterested. I know he's frustrated, but he's got to keep his head in the game here if he wants to fight back.
Morgan Ciblick just looked so strong from that elimination round heat. He was in it with Julian. That's when Jack Robinson got the 33rd. Then he took out Ethan Ewing. Ethan, a Queenslander from up the road in Stradbrook, world number 2, always headlining matchups, and Morgan breezed through that, then took out Seth Muniz, and Seth has been tearing up this lineup. And this one, he tried to get that quick start, was a little off pace, and the opposite is Alejo's taken advantage of those mistakes. 5.43, then right into an 8.0. The 8, Alejo's best score this season.
Yeah, and I did wonder that if that was his best score, and this is going to do big things for his confidence. You know, you hear the 8 read out, you're like, yes, I've cracked the code. This is what it takes to be excellent. He's been surfing so fast all week. That board looks amazing under his feet, the carbon board. And, I mean, now he's got priority too, so let's see what's happening here. Looks like Morg's having a look.
Morgan Ciblick trying to get back in this heat. There's that first turn in the pocket. Nice section bowling up, and he'll find his flow there. Commitment to the critical part of the wave. 2 maneuvers, nice and clean. His best stuff so far. And Morgan heading back out. He knows this is a great opportunity to try to win a big event at the CT level. He's made a CT final in the past. That was over at Wajamup or Rottnest Island in the west. Runner up to Medina. We see what he did here.
Yeah, I see 2 quick turns. I mean, first one so fiery, second one aggression. I mean, I'd say this is probably going to go into his top 2. He might do a bit of a decent job at, you know, sort of breaking down that 9.76. But I think the thing for Morgs right now is, look, that last wave looked good, looked like great body language, but he's just got to get his head back in the game here. He can still do this.
Let's check in with Kaipo.
Hey, Joe, you might be wondering what I've been doing today so far. Got out in the water, but I was riding my Fat Boy bike earlier. Had some Bonsoy overnight oats. That recipe's going to be coming out. But I want to know what Alejo Muniz had for breakfast, because whatever he had is working. And maybe he had an Oakberry acai bowl. And speaking of that, let's get into the Oakberry conditions update. About 5 to 7 foot out here, 23-mile-per-hour wind, fluttering a little bit. And just a beautiful finals day. Keep you updated. Thanks to Oakberry for the purple power.
Gosh, I love that purple power as well, Kaipo, and I love those numbers on our Oakberry surf conditions. 5 to 7 foot. I mean, what more could you ask for? Kaipo, this is a really fun heat. We've got Alejo versus Morgan. Morgan trying to keep this wild card run alive. It's been fun to watch.
Yeah, this has been a great clash, right? And I love that Alejo Muniz is getting a spark right now. When he needs a spark, this is when he needs to spark it up, and he's looking electric. Here goes Morgs trying to answer back.
Good man, Kaipo. Enjoy the vision from the water. And oh no, Siblick gets stuck trying to overturn that section. And that is tough for the 25-year-old. He is so ready to sink his teeth into a good wave. And just getting hung up there. The big mark, though, that 2-turn combo that we enjoyed was a 5.3. So not looking for a high 9 anymore. He's chasing an 8.13. That feels a bit better.
Oh, it feels definitely better, and especially you reflect on his performance yesterday. He knows what these excellent scored waves, he knows what they feel like. He knows what they're made up of. It's going to be hard here. I mean, obviously, Alejo is not going to want to let this one slip through the cracks, and this result is going to be big for him, right? This is a really consequential heat. He needs this win to keep the dream alive, and I think. Is there the call that if he was to make the final, that he would save his spot on the tour, or is it if he wins? I think it is.
Gosh,
if he wins.
that's a good scenario that we need to really focus on, Flick, because stop 7 is the mid-season cut, which is coming up next.
If Alejo wins this event, he will
make the cut.
Make the cut.
Look at that, right there, plain and simple. 10,000 points. He would be safe going into Margaret River. That is huge for Alejo Muniz. All those 8 years of trying to requalify. Ooh. Another awkward little up and out for Siblick. He's just searching. He's looking for anything that's going to work for him in this heat, because it's been an uphill battle. And it's been just an experience type of show. We kind of noticed that yesterday with a lot of surfers in that 30-plus club getting wins in their heats. The tour average for the men this year is 28 as far as age. The average coming into the quarters today is 31. So it just shows that there's some veterans that are making a statement. Julian adding to that at 36. Alejo's 35. You know, got Jordy in the mix at 37. You know, Toledo now 30, beating Yago Dora, who's 28. So experienced surfers really owning this event here at Burleigh Heads on the men's side.
Yeah, I think Burleigh's a tricky wave to surf. We've heard everyone say it, right? And I don't think... When you see those big drone shots, right, and you see those rights just roping down the rock point break, you're like, oh my God, it's a perfect right-hander. Get me out there. But in reality, it's actually very hard to get a read on.
Morgan looks interested in that and forces Alejo to really consider this wave. So that was a bold move from the wild card to get a switch in priority.
Yeah, that was smart. Morgs forced the issue there. He's got priority now, so he'll move back down into position where he wants to be. You can see him just shifting ever so slightly. And now he's got a shot. He's got a shot at picking whatever wave he wants right now. searching for the 8-1-3. And really, it's in the hands of the ocean. I mean, he's had a lot of swings and a lot of misses, a couple little baubles. And right now, I think, you know, I'm seeing a little bit of frustration from him within body language, and rightfully so. But I think right now it's back to centre. It's a few deep breaths, and let's see if the ocean provides.
Exactly. That's what you got to trust in this sport of surfing, which makes these moments so incredible. When you have buzzer beaters, it's different than any other sport in the world. You're relying on your connection to the ocean, to be in the right spot at the right time, to trust your instincts. Jordy talked about it the other day when he was in the heat with Joao. He said he just sat on a different part of the bank. He just had a feeling. He kind of broke his game plan and trusted his natural surfer instincts, and it paid off. There's something mystical about that, isn't there, Flick?
There really is, and I also think it speaks to the experience of Jordy and his experience on point breaks as well. And looks like Alejo.
Alejo now under priority, but the heat leader is just going to dance around underneath Morgan. Morgan putting his head down. It's sloping out underneath him. He's down to 1:25 to keep this wild card journey alive. He had a semifinal at Bells. Went down to Kanoe Igarashi. And he's been just unstoppable through the early stages of this event. Got himself back in with a two-turn combo at a 5-3, but both of Alejo's scores are better than Morgan's heading into the final minute.
Yeah, Alejo's had a real stranglehold on this head. He's looked super solid too. I mean, I loved his 8-point ride. There was so much variety there. That board looks incredible. Just carrying so much speed through his turns. He really is up there for me as one of the fastest. Just the speed he's moving through his turns with, the transitions. Looks like we've got a set on the outside. Will it make it there in time? It's on that's that Cyclone Alfred bank that Rabs keeps talking about. Obviously, all that sand moved out the back there. And as that tide starts to get lower, it's a really good indicator of what's on the horizon.
26 seconds to go. Morgan Siblick chasing an 8.13. He's throwing down a fading turn. It's starting to bowl. He's got a wall. Siblick punches out the fins. And he's got to step out of that wave with 10 seconds to go. Alejo is going to take this wave as a victory lap. Yep, it ends up rolling underneath him. Looking for Morgs. Doesn't look like he's got any more opportunities there. And Alejo Muniz is in a semifinal here at Burley Heads. If he wins the event, he will make the cut. And the long journeyman on tour is getting a lot of big applause from world champ Adriano de Souza, Sammy Pupo, and everyone back in Bombiñas celebrating that great performance.
Yeah, this is really, it's really cool. I'm so stoked for him because I just love watching these stories unfold where guys, you know, they're on the ropes, and this is what the cut does. It forces great performances, and we get these crazy stories unfolding, you know, where he has the potential to save his career with a win right now. So hats off to Alejo.
Well done to Alejo Muniz. The quarterfinals are really exciting in the back end of the draw as well. Alejo will have Felipe Toledo in the first semifinal. Pupo versus Wilson coming up next. We'll bring in Ronnie, Rich, and Callum Robson for the call.
My name is Stephanie Gilmore. I live here on the Gold Coast. There's so much to do. Get up early and enjoy the beautiful ocean, heading to a cafe for a really yummy coffee and a breakfast, and then take a drive into the hinterland. It's such a luscious rainforest, so close to the beach. I've traveled a lot in my time, and every time I come home, I'm always so grateful to have grown up here in this wonderful place of the world.
Welcome back to the show. Quarterfinal time and quarterfinal 3 hitting the lineup now with the amazing story of Julian Wilson on a magic run in his return to the championship tour with this wildcard opportunity up against Miguel Pupo, who has solidified his place above the cut line. He'll be competing through the back end of the year. It's going to be a lot of fun for him, this battle. Two guys with plenty of head-to-head history. We'll talk about that in a moment, but we want to introduce couple of legends. Richie Lovett, great to see you, Rich.
Thanks, Ron. Great to be here, mate.
And also joining us is a wild card, courtesy of Bonsoy, getting in on the call with us, Callum Robson. Cal, how are you, mate?
Yeah, going good, going good. Thanks for having me.
Absolute pleasure. This clash is an interesting one. Julian's story's been incredible. His road through the contest so far has won plenty of fans. He's been emotional.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, like you guys, I think you touched on it, Rich, about just his courage to come back. I think that's super cool and important as we see him up here now.
Yeah, let's see what kind of start he can get here against Miguel Pupo.
I think as well, just noticing how busy he's been through the whole event, I feel like that's something that's interesting to note. He hasn't been sitting around, like he's been rolling the dice pretty consistently.
Oh, Miggy's in good touch though, isn't he, Rick?
Yeah, he is. Just a big hook to start off. Just comes a little unstuck. Jules further down the line, racing, streaking down this one. And basically just a repositioning manoeuvre there. These guys were way up the point, but let's have a look at what happens with Miguel Pupo here. Just slams that final turn. And, well, somewhat debatable whether that final manoeuvre was complete. Geez, he's looking good on the backhand. He's just got this vertical weapon underpinned by a really silky smooth style. A lot of fans, almost Jerry Lopez-esque in terms of that silky smooth style. What do you think of this one, Cal?
Yeah, obviously with that lower tide, it's making it really cupped out and actually pretty hard to surf, really, and especially riding out of those last manoeuvres. I think when the tide was higher, you've seen the contour of the wave was a lot slopier, so it actually made it easier for the crew to surf. But with that tide dropping out, you're going to see more of that more steeper, suckier, kind of like gurgling almost waves that are just bending on themselves. So, yeah, Miggy obviously had trouble trying to finish that last manoeuvre, which is going to be important in the rest of these heats coming up over the lower tide, is to make sure you actually get good projection and get out in front of that heavier end section.
Absolutely.
Mentioned that these guys have a lot of head-to-head history. Actually qualified the same year, and this is actually their 12th CT head-to-head heat.
Yeah.
But in that time, Julian has racked up 9 victories to Miguel's 2. And they've had a heat in the Championship Tour up on the Gold Coast too, which is worth mentioning. That was in 2015, the year Felipe got his first CT win, but it was a high-scoring semi-final clash that Julian won.
Both Hurley team riders as well back in the day.
Yeah, they were.
It's like, when I seen this heat, it's like old school heat. It's pretty sick. It's like, feels you back in the day when I was a Grom watching these guys compete, Miggy and Jules both in their prime. So it's cool to see Jules come back. Obviously really hungry. I think his like whole attitude and the way he's come back, I think, super inspiring. Just coming back hungry, he's chasing those big matchups. He's not trying to like just dance around the field. He's like pretty vocal about him wanting to take on the biggest names, and I think that reflects especially in his performance yesterday. Like, I think that next gear that he found was just like vintage Jules, and it was like, I don't know, for me watching at home just was so inspiring, watching him go ham. Like that pun he did was out of nowhere.
It was mental, and I think you hit the nail on the head. He's really surfed his way into form through the entire event, starting with the trials, getting the win there, and then with each heat, with each wave, we've seen him just grow in confidence. And but finals day is a different story, isn't it? There is this element of pressure once you get to finals day.
I think we just saw it and felt it from Morgan Siblick. You know, there seems to be a lot of fire and, you know, driven by your aspirations through the earlier rounds as a wild card, Cal. You can speak to that yourself. And in those earlier heats, you're just so hungry for it. And the closer you get to potentially turning in an incredible result, sometimes it seems that focus is a little gone, or the nerves start to creep in when early on in the comp, it seems you've got nothing to lose.
Yeah, and for me, I think the nerves are always there. I think, like even Julian touched on it, is that like when you're competing at this level, there's nerves, like you want to do well. So I think that's kind of something that's pretty present in probably a lot of these surfers. But I think you're right. When you are in those earlier rounds, I think it's more you're just excited at the opportunity. Like Jules mentioned that, and I know for me when I came into this event, just excited to be rubbing shoulders with the best again. Excited to be in this arena, in this atmosphere. I think it is definitely, clearly just the top level of this sport. And for me, especially when you're just around the locker room, you see your name, it's just got that feel to it. You just want to really go out there and give it a good crack.
One word that Julian's been using a lot in his post-heat interviews is uncomfortable, which you know, it's kind of interesting because you're relishing the opportunity, but you are sort of putting yourself out there. Do you get that same experience?
Yeah, absolutely. Like, you put yourself out there, you put yourself in front of all the people on the beach and obviously everything like that. And I think it was Vaughan was asking Patchy about who's Jules's sports psych, and we actually share the same as we see Miggy on one that just flattens out a little bit.
This one. But yeah, chatting to the sports psychologists. And
yeah, just around just like obviously that uncomfortable feeling and maybe not sleeping at night. I think it's like that's the biggest thing that I took from when I was a young kid looking at these pro surfers. From what I thought it was, what I thought the World Tour was going to be about versus when I got there was a completely different thing. You thought these people were bulletproof and they didn't have nerves, they didn't feel anything. You just felt like they were just these pure, confident athletes that just went out there and smashed it. And I just think that's probably just not quite the truth. Is that we're all humans, right? We all bleed red. We all have that those different nerves and those different feelings. And to Julian to speak to that uncomfortable feeling, I think is pretty powerful, especially for all the juniors out there looking up to these pro surfers and thinking that, just because they get nerves, it's there's something wrong with them. But I think that's completely fine, completely normal, part of being an athlete trying to do hard things.
100%.
Rich actually bleeds rosé.
Maybe tonight if we get the finish here. But just another quick point is that I think the other thing that he's really emphasising is that he's opening himself up to criticism, and that's always a very hard thing to do, you know, because people could easily just go, Jules is not the surfer he was and he's lost his edge. And mate, the critics come out of the woodwork. But, you know, with each heat, with each manoeuvre, he's just silenced everyone, you know, and just showing how good he really is.
Yeah, and I think, like, from me just being on social media and seeing all those things, I think just the overwhelming support for Julian to come back, like, it's been pretty big. Like, there is the critics, but for me, I've been pleasantly surprised by how many people are behind him and backing him, which I think is super cool.
He's competing just with the biggest grin on his face. Obviously, you smile a lot when you're winning. But Julian, as a full-time campaigner, I think he put a lot of pressure on himself, and he often looked frustrated. And I think it's been a really easy campaign for people to get behind. And globally, I think people are on board for what he's trying to achieve here. But he is part of a really primo class of athletes that all came onto the scene at the same time. Miguel Pupo's one of them. Julian Wilson, John Florence, Gabriel Medina, they all graduated the championship tour ranks around the same time. And Miggy, even at that point, was considered one of the most progressive surfers on the QS. These guys got onto the tour and they sharpened up other elements of their surfing. They got into that kind of high percentage play, power work, big explosive turns to win heats. Julian's been showing that he's got that variety in his act. He turned in the area of the event for me. We've seen some rotations, but we always see so many rotations. For someone to throw just a big lofty slob is very much appreciated by the aerialists that are out there watching on. Yeah, they love it. It's a good mix-up.
100%. Just a good, honest slob. Like,
honest. That's a way to break it down.
Honest is probably the word that comes to mind. Like, that was super big, lofty, and as well as it's actually sometimes harder to not rotate. Like, obviously, you'll see the predominant air of the World Tour is that air reverse or that full rotation. To be actually be able to go that high without rotating is actually quite hard. So I think
what is it?
Impressive.
Does it take the edge off the landing when you're rotating? Is it like it helps you find the transition? Because I'd like to see a few more straight airs. Thanks, Cal.
Yeah, I just think it's just a natural way that you drive your hips when you go up into the lip, and you kind of it's easy and it's I feel like you're in more control when you kind of throw in the tail towards that air reverse motion. But for Julian to be able to just do that slob, it's obviously an air that I feel like people go to when the wind's a little bit up, like it was the last couple of days. There's that little bit of a southerly, so you'll actually be able to grab that board and try and lock it into your feet, which is sometimes a lot of the crew won't be able to stick it.
We got some movement here. It's been a bit of a slow start, but this heat could come to life at any time. Julian, he opts out of that one. Just trying to get down the line a little bit here at the moment. Just over 17 minutes to go. Kaipo's out the field. He's got a question for you, Cal.
Yeah, Callum, I've been checking out your social, and I've seen you giving all kinds of tips on boards, you know, surfing technique. I really appreciate that. So I want to hear from you a tip on what waves would you be looking for right now here on a broken up right-hand point.
Yeah, cheers, Kaipo. Yeah, obviously at the moment I think that tide's dropping out as we see Jules having a little look.
Yeah,
we'll get back to that question.
Lining up the bowl. He's quick to get out of the pocket. You can see how tricky these waves are to read at the moment. He's loading up, but can't find the ramp there. Just over 16 and a half minutes to go. He's still looking for that first big score of note.
As you've seen, like, for Kaipo's question, I think the wave that Alejo got, it kind of broke off the bank a little bit more, and it didn't come right in on the bank, so it wasn't as sucky. It actually allowed him to do some more top-to-bottom surfing and really engage his rail rather than those cupped-out waves that you just seen Julian on. I think those bigger sets that can break off the bank a little bit more, offering up that bit of a slopier face for you to actually be able to get some better kind of manoeuvres off. Obviously, the barreling waves out there are going to be the ones that hug the bank, but yeah, I just think trying to find your space to find something that you can get at least two good turns on. I think as the tide drops, it'll be a lot less manoeuvres and more quality manoeuvres. So I'd just be trying to lower that expectation of kind of wave quality as this tide drops, and be looking for just major manoeuvres rather than kind of more manoeuvres as the morning goes on.
Julian up again, has a lot of speed, has so many different airs. On the front side he can go to. He's going to stick a rotation and throw the figure up to the crowd in celebration. He likes the feel of that. He's been searching for that moment in the opening stages here.
Yeah, really clean air rev. And Jules has got this one down on lock. You could see the intent as soon as he took off, just hunting down the line, building that speed. You saw that stance just shimmy open a little bit more, just got the stance a bit wider.
He's been really solid with his strike rate and his attempts at airs. He's pulled a lot of moves that haven't factored into his heat score totals, Cal, but this was a beauty.
Yeah, and I think just like it's super cool that obviously he's had a few years out of the big leagues, and he's coming back just throwing punts that's his, like he's gone straight back into what was his strength, which I think is super cool. And obviously his completion rate, especially with the way the conditions have been the last couple of days, that actually haven't been that conducive for airs, for him to be able to actually obviously have the technical awareness to be able to make sure that he's obviously positioning his body and doing the air in the right part of the wave. Super sick, and just got a 6.83, so for one manoeuvre, so that's put him right in a good place.
When you think about Julian, I mean, I want to get your thoughts on this. Just how complete a surfer is he? Going forehand, going backhand, big waves, small waves.
Yeah, he's my favourite surfer, one of my favourite surfers. So he's obviously got it all. He's a pipe master. He grew up on the sunny coast, so he knows how to surf small waves. He knows how to do punts. So for me, he's one of the ultimate surfers, especially when, for me, growing up, watching him at places like J-Bay, seeing the way he draws off the bottom, I feel like he really loads up. He touches that bottom when he touches his hand on the wave face as he bottom turns. And for me, growing up, watching that was just super sick. It's something that I appreciate, just that good bottom turn where you can actually load up, and obviously he has the ability just to tack off the lip.
Yeah, there hasn't been too many as complete as Julian Wilson, Rich. You think about his backhand, it's remarkable. He's finaled in Fiji. He's an animal in waves of consequence. Cal mentioned the Pipe Masters title, but also a victory in Tahiti.
Yeah, in the big wave locations, he's ticked both those boxes, and that's a real credit to the well-roundedness of his whole repertoire. But, you know, I just want to go back to the comment about the airs that you guys mentioned, because the last iteration of Julian's career, towards the end, I don't felt like he tapped into that enough. I felt like he stuck to the face a little bit more, and everyone was going, come on, Jules, we know you've got this in the bag. Like, you're one of the best aerialists in the world. So I loved seeing him back and really tapping into that. But, yeah, I mean, one of the most complete surfers we've ever had on the tour. As we see Miggy up and riding.
Well, Miggy's trying to stay on pace here. Julian dropped to 6.83. He's got a cupped out little wall. You can tell it's getting pretty difficult to surf this transition now. But the Brazilian, he is really looking clicked in. He was able to send a message to his family back home, who are always tuned in and watching, obviously his folks, but his wife Bruna, their 3 daughters, they'd be watching on. Luna, Serena and Flora. This is a guy that has battled to make the cut the last couple of seasons, so to ensure his place before we get to Margaret River is massive, as Julian goes looking for a score to increase his heat score total here. Loading up. The surf fans are loving the aerial performance of Julian so far. Again, stays on his feet. Rock solid. Slams the board. There's been a lot of celebrating. You know, seen similar things from Sally Fitzgibbons on her road through the contest, just what these heat wins and even the numbers that they're dropping in these clashes, what it means to them. But I think he's going to get himself a decent score here too.
Yeah, nice tight surfing on the backhand. So steep, these little sections, and Miggy does just really well to get right up there, pivoting that board right in the top part of the wave, getting back onto that hillside rail. And Jules just really working this one down the line, building speed, waiting for that little air section to loom up in front of him. Now he eyes it, gets the tail kick. And compared to what we have seen, a little bit more conservative in the height. The rotation as well wasn't there, so I feel like this one will stay fairly low in the scoreline, but he will back up. He will back up that 6.8.
11 minutes to go. Alejo Munez is into the semi-finals. He's with Laura.
Yes, guys. Alejo, this is your first semi-final you've cracked on the World Tour since your rookie year in 2011. What can you take us through the journey that is the last 14 years, and how proud are you that you are standing here today and you know you've done it, you're into the semis?
Thank you so much. It's been a long way, you know. My first year on tour was my best year on tour. I finished 10th. I was rookie with Julian, and now Julian is against Miguel in this quarter. And after that, I had 2 different surgeries, one on each knee. I battled so much. I was on the QS for 8 years, but I never stopped believing. I never stopped working. I never stopped trusting in God. And then my son came, my wife, and I just had like all these emotions together, and I really wanted to try it again. So yeah, last year I qualified. This year I had really high expectations, and it didn't really went my way at the beginning, but I'm so stoked to be in these semis.
So cool. And obviously talk us through that heat, you know, that 8-point right under priority. You know, it was kind of anyone's game there for a while, but must have felt good.
Yeah, it felt really good. The waves were really hard to find and really hard to tell which one was going to be a good wave. So I set a little bit wider than Morgan, and I pretty much bodyboard the first half of that wave. And yeah, I'm glad that it stood up for me. My board it's feeling amazing. It's a really good surfboard. So yeah, I stoked to get that score, and I kept priority for a bit of time after that. Maybe a little mistake in the end, but yeah, I end up going on my way.
Well, Alejo, an absolute inspiration into the semi-finals with good friend Felipe. Good luck, enjoy it, and yeah, can't wait to see you drop some more hammers.
Yeah, thank you so much. Obrigado, galera do Brasil, minha esposa, meu filho, galera de Patrulhas, tamo junto.
Obrigada.
Alejo's into the semis for the first time since his rookie campaign. And he's absolutely buzzing for good reason. A massive result for him. He is going to go skyrocketing up the rankings. As we see Miguel now getting in on the exchange. He's falling a little behind, but this one's potentially going to help him make up some ground. He's after an 8.16 to get to first. He'd love to just chip away at that requirement. Julian putting a 5.83 on the board for his air a little earlier on. Let's see some replays of that last exchange. Julian locking in deep.
Yeah, he was really working this one down the line. You see this one just troughing out in front of him. Have a look at this barrel, so deep. And at this point here, he's behind the foam ball, and it just swallows him up. And this was Miguel Pupo outside, clean snap to start things off, getting really tricky as these waves hit this inside bank. Miguel does well to get out in front of it and get a couple of clean snaps off. That final turn just cut a little short, but a few good snaps to start off.
Just under 8 minutes to go. Julian's got the lead. The big dog, Jordy Smith, takes on Kanoa Igarashi in quarterfinal 4.
The Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM is brought to you by Yeti, built for the wild. By IC Polarized, anchored in style under $50. By Apple Watch, official wearable technology of the WSL. And by Coastal Property Agents, official partner of the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM.
Great to have your company as we go on the lookout for semi-finalists. Quarterfinal number 3 features Julian Wilson leading this one over Miguel Pupo at the moment. We've got a Bonsoy replay here of Julian's last ride.
It comes from behind, a couple of foam climbs, and then finds a bit of open face. Let's see what Jules gets done here. Nice snap off the top, comes round the bottom, goes for the big blowtail, and is he going to ride out of this one? No, just gets caught standing right on the front of the board.
It's a move that Julian kind of made his own, really, where we saw Wright Craig, a talented goofy footer from Western Australia, exploding out of the lip with those big frontside finners like nobody. But Julian, in his movie Scratching the Surface back in 2010, kind of captured the imaginations of grommets all over the world, including our guest on the panel for the call right now, Bonsoy team rider Callum Robson. So fun just watching someone who's stepped away from the tour, put the jersey on and just tap back into the form that has seen them win events. It's kind of rare for someone to maintain that level, but Julian was always a very disciplined individual.
Yeah, and like you said, he's obviously been vocal about his return to this arena. He wanted that Challenger Series wildcard. He's pushed for that, and he got his chance here, and he didn't. He's really capitalised. Obviously, having to work his way through the trials as well. I thought that was a stacked field. You had Reggie, you had people like Thomas Carvalho that were in that field that were really hungry as well, trying to get that spot. And for Jules to be able to just work his way through that and, like you said, build momentum. And as we seen yesterday, like really put on one of the best performances of the whole event with that air in the barrel and just the combination of manoeuvres. And I think as well, I feel like he's just really embodying that, like that hungry, just Aussie competitive spirit with, like you said, his emotional, his claims and just the way it means. You can see how much it actually means to him, especially when he's finishing the wave, the way he's run around the competitive area, like you said, with an ear-to-ear smile. It's pretty cool to see.
Yeah, his family on the beach too. His wife Ash, their 3 children. His mum Nola was down here, I'm sure. The old man Mick is in his garage right now. He's happy place watching this all unfold, and his older brothers Seb and Bart are always tuned in to watch him compete. He's inspired to really show his kids how he created the life that they have, and doing a fantastic job of it.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And you can see there Jules just looking down the point, because these two competitors, they are a huge distance apart. Jules way up on the very point of Burleigh, and Miguel Pupo, he is right down on the edge of the point, almost at the beach break, trying to find something that'll give him some more open face, and getting a little stuck on these cuppy waves, surfing really well, but just, you know, we know that Miguel is capable of so much more, where he gets a bit more room to move. Just cut some deeper lines, have some more emphasis off the top with a bit more power.
Still got some ground to make up to power up the rankings, Miguel, but surviving this heat will help his chances as Julian finds a bit of clean wall to get stuck into. He's already thrown some airs our way. Now shows us how solid his rail work is too, before loading up for a huge finish on the inside here. Just floats his way down the line, giving us something different, showing the panel just what variation he has on the forehand. And he pumps the fist. He feels good about it. There's his sight. How much has he helped you turn things around just mentally, Cal?
Yeah, Jason, as you see on the screen, he works with Julian. He worked with him through his whole campaign on tour, and especially through those world title years. And as we see Jules, especially on this, for me, this is what I love. Just that full composure to hold your bottom turn the whole way, no pumping in between manoeuvres. I think, for me, that's what I think of when I think of Julian Wilson surfing. I think of those seamless, long bottom turns where he maintains his whole speed up into that top part of the wave. And yeah, you can see what it means to Julian. He's pretty stoked.
Makes him really dangerous, Rich, when conditions get broken and tricky like this, where Miguel's looking for a, you know, he's certainly got airs that he can call on, but maybe doesn't go to him as frequently or hasn't gone to him as frequently in recent years. But Julian, he's been throwing them in every heat. So if the waves are broken or he has just one section, he can throw the air. If he gets the space, he's got the rail turns, and if he finds a barrel, he's a pretty good chance of getting pitted too.
Yeah, it comes back to just this guy has such a good read on the conditions, and he knows exactly when to tap into the innovation. He knows exactly when to just keep things engaged on the rail, keep those that surfing nice and clean. But, you know, like you, Cal, I was just appreciating just the length of time he sat on that bottom turn and that transition. Beautiful carve to into that bottom turn. He just held it. It's really hard to do. It can't be understated. Just to sit on the bottom turn for that long, harness all that speed and power, then let it go again.
Boys, this one is done. He has done it again. 7.27. The requirement for Miguel Pupo, a 9.2. The wildcard story is going to continue here. Miguel, a great result for him. He's shored up his place on the CT for this year and next. But Julian Wilson, he has a shot at converting this wildcard opportunity potentially into a Championship Tour win. Championship Tour win number 6.
Yeah, the dream run continues. Pretty cool.
Impressive the way he built and adapted throughout that heat, Rich.
Yeah.
He didn't have that rhythm early on.
No, he really worked his way into it and just sort of identified that he didn't really need to drop 9 and 8 point rides. Just did enough. Really smart wave choice. Really smart selection of manoeuvres on the wave. And Jules, man, he's into the semi-finals. This is really cool.
Pretty fun to watch, Cal.
Yeah, absolutely. And like you said, just his adaptability through that whole heat and this whole event to do whatever the wave offers. I think that's really cool to see. Obviously, yesterday, seeing him convert that 9.5 or something along those lines was pretty cool.
His first semi-final since Margaret River 2019. So
wow.
It's been a long time for Julian, but he is looking like he's ready to go. Callan Robson, absolute pleasure to see you, mate.
Cheers. Thanks, boys. Thanks for having me.
Love it. Anytime. We're going to take a quick break. We'll bring Bugs in after this because we've got a big quarterfinal clash coming up with Geordie Smith and Kanoa Igarashi.
The mid-season cut is here.
Big straight aerial from Robbo.
Seth Moniz, he's going to drop a bomb. He goes into low. That explosive backhand.
Deep into the tube. George Pintar.
To the right, straight into a nice hook.
Clean read from Sawyer. Gabby Bryant with the Dolphins.
Well, that next stop is going to be a really interesting one. Obviously, the cut will take place after stop number 7, but we are right in the thick of stop number 6. The Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM. Quarterfinal number 4 will help us establish that last semi-final spot. Geordie Smith, the veteran campaigner, up against Kanoa Igarashi, who's had a few laps as well on the championship tour. Kanoa with that pinpoint accurate timing. Geordie Smith with the big club that he just swings around with so much authority. Going to be a fantastic heat. Ronnie with Richie and Bugs. Welcome back to the call, Bugs. Can Geordie get it done? The conditions have kind of worked maybe into Kanoa's favour.
Well, I think this is the most anticipated quarterfinal of the day. Both these guys are in amazing form. And, you know, Kanoa is looking like yesterday he was unbelievable in the heat with Liam O'Brien.
He was really sharp and had the whole crowd against him. But he won some fans over and collected and attracted a pretty big group of fans himself. He's off to a typical start, Rich. Pinpoint timing, that release in the tail. Geordie Smith also getting in on the first exchange.
Yeah, this is a real precision versus power matchup. Geordie just working his way down the line. He's got that big thud, that big explosive power turn that he's used so well through this event, just finishing off these manoeuvres. But I feel like Kanoa on that first exchange just really flaring the tail, and that's what he does. You know, it's innovation, it's silky smooth, it's super fast, and that's really what he's being renowned for.
Also leaning into obviously the equipment crafted by a local in these parts, JS.
Yeah, you know, he's been working with JS closely. I believe he's on his favourite Golden Child, and we'll pull up those dimensions in a sec and give you the full rundown. But the board's looking so spicy under his feet, looking fantastic. And Geordie Smith also leaning into the equipment of JS on the Gold Coast here. And we know that Geordie does tend to get different boards off different shapers depending on where he is in the world.
Such a cool clash. We mentioned the approach of these two, Bugs, and you touched on Kanoa's performance yesterday. He's immaculate when he's in great form. Very little blemishes in his approach, but has that extra little spice out of the lip, always drifts the tail beautifully, and never has a whole lot of recovery time in those turns.
Well, look, he started the year a little bit sleepy, but the spark was absolutely there yesterday. The intensity even on his face when he was, on that wave that he clinched his spot in the quarterfinals against Liam. That was phenomenal surfing, even sharper than he was at Bells.
Yeah, I caught up with Jake Patterson yesterday afternoon. We were talking about Kanoa. I was like, it was nice to see Kanoa showing a little bit of fire after finishing his rides yesterday. He looked pretty excited. And I actually asked Jake, I said, it seemed like Kanoa kind of conceded the loss quite easily, or took it on the chin really well. You could call it being graceful and sportsmanlike, but he didn't seem too upset about getting the second place finish at Bells. It's an amazing achievement. But even Jake said, I know, I want to see him a bit salty. I want to see him feeling those results. And he said the same thing about his performance in El Salvador, where he had the interference with Crosby Colapinto in the event. And it was, right there on the line. And Snake kind of felt like he should go fight it. And he just said, what are the chances? And he said that he was really happy yesterday to see him competing with a bit of fire in his performance.
Well, you think about the round before, how Liam O'Brien completely dominated Rick,
yeah.
and then Kanoa, he wanted to take it to the local. There was that extra feeling.
Yeah, he diffused it. This is live action.
Yeah, nice turn to get started. Curls up in a ball, finds the cover, and there's the release again. It's perfection. Start to finish. It's not going to be a 10-point ride, but that is great surfing. Just no catches, no glitches. Everything pieced together beautifully.
It's really interesting the way this guy surfs. It's light-footed, but there is power when he needs it, and then he's got this tail flare. It's almost reminiscent of Taj Burrow. The way he used to pop the fins out and really blow that tail out, and it's a real precision style of surfing.
Yeah, that's so true. And like Taj, especially Taj on the Gold Coast at Snapper Rocks in particular, Bugs, don't think anyone sort of exploded out of the pocket with those fin throws with more power than TB.
TB owns Snapper.
Here's the Bonsoy replay of that wave. Smaller wave, but just the flare and the ability to recover on the landing and get himself into the pit there.
Yeah, and then you can see that final manoeuvre there. You actually saw the fins blow out. This will be a good angle here. So you'll watch Kanoa do the first snap, quickly transitions, resets the toe side rail, tucks in clean, makes himself small to fit inside that barrel, and then full exposure of the fins.
His speed, Kaipo, is really helping him surf these cupped out faces at the moment.
Yeah. So many cups, the pantry's full right now, Ron, but he's pretty quick. I mean, that's my takeaway from Kanoa Igarashi, is the quickness in which he's surfing, which is pretty incredible. Still waiting for the score to come in on my Apple Watch. Another note, Kanoa on the paddle back out, because we got the big village and we got everything going on over here. He was watching his replay on the big screen on the paddle back out, taking notes to himself.
Yeah, he's probably liking what he sees. But still, it was a smaller wave, so the score is held back a little bit, 5.37. But in front already and staying busy while Geordie's waiting for a bigger wave, which he might need out there to find the space to let his biggest turns go.
Yeah, you get the feeling there's a particular type of wave that Geordie's trying to hunt down, perhaps something just off the bank that'll allow him to really open up and engage with that power. But geez, this angle is just amazing as we look up the point and just watch these little funneling waves come down the bank. It just shows you how shallow it is at the moment as we inch towards low tide.
Yeah, I thought it was interesting in the post-match interview when Geordie Smith said that he alluded to he broke away from his game plan. He let the game plan go and followed his instinct, went wide, and that's when he got the winning wave.
Yeah, yesterday too, it was, you know, as close to sort of slightly onshore J-Bay as I've ever seen Burley look. It had that sort of tumbling lip. It really worked into Geordie's favour. He made good use of it. He was able to really load up speed from deep on the point here, and when he laid his board over, he made it count. Here goes Kanoa. He goes a big straight air of his own, and he sticks it. Well, Kanoa's feeling confident. He's built the foundation, and now he's looking to drop the big number. Brings it through to the inside. A rare fall, but it won't matter. The score was already collected on that first air. It was a very lofty effort.
You can't help but think that he was inspired by what Julian did yesterday. You can almost be guilty of leaning into the air reverse too much. Now we see some of the straight airs coming back into fashion, particularly at this event, as we see Kanoa jumping on the Red Bull jet ski. And they will make their way out back into the lineup. This is going to be great to break down the slow-mo.
Good event for JS too. I was just thinking he's going to have someone in the final competing for the title here.
Yeah, bottom half of the draw, completely owned by JS Industries at the moment.
Love to see it. You know, thread together some combos, Rich, but only have one thing in mind here.
Yeah, it takes to the air, big lofty slob grab. And this will show the true height. Oh my goodness, 6 foot above the lip. And just a pillow landing. As you can see, just shifts all that weight onto the front foot. Now he shimmies back and gets the little foam rebound, but all the points just tallied up with that air.
Always jealous of your angle, looking at those airs, Kibes, from the water.
Yeah, that coastal water cam coming into effect right now with Kanoa Igarashi. Tapped the rail for that slob air, really lofty. Kept the board underneath him, was almost going sideways. That was beautiful to see.
And on that wave, Kibes, you know, we mentioned before, it's so hollow on the sandbar at the moment. He just found the perfect transition.
Yeah, finding that ramp, right? And again, we were talking about the speed, so able to generate speed quickly, get to that ramp, and then the pop was incredible.
Oh, we're seeing it now from your angle. So much height.
Yeah, just gunning down the line here. Out of view, and then bang, pops up above the lip, gets the grab, and just such a pillowy landing. That little bit of foam just taking some of that impact off. If you land on the flats, the unbroken water, it's more of a slap, and that water can be really hard sometimes. But if it's turbulent or have some foam on it, it always just softens that landing a little bit more and helps you out.
The other thing, guys, if we hark back to yesterday's heat with Geordie Smith, it was around this point. Geordie had around about 20 minutes of heat. It was a 35-minute heat at the time, and he'd had a mid 5-point ride. He wasn't in it at all, and then he turned it, and it was about right now. So let's just see if he can pull it out of the fire once again, because Kanoa has put a couple of numbers on him.
Yeah, and these two are actually the highest rated surfers left in the event now. Geordie Smith on the live rankings up into 3rd spot, already jumped 2 places, but an opportunity with Yago and Italo obviously out of the mix to maybe climb again. Kanoa Igarashi, he's already moved from 6th into 5th place, and if he can get the edge on Geordie here, he could climb a couple more spots too. So, you know, these are 2 of the informed surfers coming into this event, looking to challenge for the WSL finals at the end of the season.
Yeah, I don't think at this point Geordie's going to be too phased by what's happening here.
He's not thrilled about it.
He's probably a little annoyed, but I think he knows just in his current form that he's going to be able to fight his way out of this situation and get straight back into the heat.
He has adjusted, though. He's moved down the point.
Yeah, the last thing you want to see when you're looking back towards the Burleigh Pavilion is your opponent flying through the sky. We're going to take a quick break here. 15 minutes remaining. Kanoa Igarashi with the lead. Welcome back to the show. Just over 13 minutes remaining here, and Geordie Smith is looking for answers. He needs an 8.67. Igarashi, a couple of decent numbers for him at the moment. Looking the goods. Right now, though, let's hear from the man who continues his wildcard run. It's been amazing, Laura.
It has been amazing, Jules. What a run. Quick question. Do you remember when your last CT semi was? Well, I do. It was 2019 at Mugg River.
Okay,
and so, yeah, how good does it feel to be back up in the final series at a CT event?
It feels really special, Laura. Couldn't be happier. That matchup was a little bit different. You know, I've been really good friends with Miggy for a long time. We got on tour at the same time. He's now just had his 4th child. And there was just a little bit different energy to that heat. I got so much respect for him, and I know what it's like for him to be away from his family, and I'm lucky enough to have mine on the sand. All things aside, it was funny. I had so many matchups with him, and I know I've got his number kind of the whole time. There's a lot of heats there, and he changed it up before that heat. He just completely barred me. Like, normally we'd have a hug and a good luck and, mutual, really respectful battle. But that time, he wanted to change it up. I think he's obviously in really good form. I knew that. I feel like he's been surfing better since he came back on tour. So I was excited to measure my level against him, and I could tell his energy was different. I knew he was a lot more confident in that heat. He had me, just kind of not rattled, but the energy was different to what I normally feel like I've got a bit of an edge on him. So it was a great battle. All the respect for Miggy. Really happy to see him get another good result. It's going on. He's having a really good year. And like he said, I just got to absorb a bunch more points for him.
Oh, Battle of the Super Dads, so much respect there between you guys. But, that heat was a bit different for you. You kind of had to surf your way into rhythm.
Yeah, I've been doing that a bit. I haven't really started a heat with the best wave. Just sort of, adapting to the conditions. That one was tricky, rolled the dice a bunch of times. I was just out of position for the set at the start of the heat, and I took off in the whitewash, a little bit flustered, kind of didn't get to the first section in time to make it a proper turn. Sort of chased a bit of an air, and I just got caught in between two mines, and I felt like I wasted an opportunity. But I did well. I wasn't too hard on myself. I identified that, and then I tried 4 or 5 more waves. It was quite tricky. I saw Miggy chasing the inside. He didn't finish his first 5 or 4, and I knew they were scoring those smaller waves. So I adapted to the conditions. Relied on my point of difference with the airs. It was going to be hard for me backside airs out there with this wind. I made the 2 airs that I went for, and then I was lucky at the end. I didn't even know where Miggy was. I couldn't spot him anywhere in the lineup when he had priority, and there was 4 minutes to go. And a really nice wave came to me at the top, and I just felt like I just had to surf it, better a 5.8, and really try and box him out, which I was able to do that. And then I didn't see him until I was on the ski going back out. I was asking the ski driver, where's Blue? Is he in the lineup? He's got priority, but I can't even find him. So, I guess he went searching. I thought maybe he was looking for a left, a big air. I don't know. Something sent him down there. I was just happy to adapt and make it happen.
Amazing, Jules. Into the semis. We'll see you soon.
Thanks, Laura. Cheers. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, Julian Wilson on a roll. He'll come up against the winner of this last quarterfinal heat. And we had a ride for Geordie Smith there that's going to get him right back in it. Kanoa Igarashi has just been on a run, a magic run through the opening stages. He's had 6 rides so far, and the best of them are 7.67. Couple of airs for Geordie on that last one, Rich.
Yeah, it was a great comeback wave from Geordie Smith. And we saw his version of a straight air. So really in vogue through this event. Geordie pumping down the line here, starts to work up for something, takes to the air, gets the little slob grab. So it's really getting into fashion, these slob grab airs, and Geordie goes for the spin right at the end as well. Geez, he did so well to even maintain enough speed to ride out of that cleanly.
Incredible. The old boys testing the bone density on the ankles and legs at the moment. They're taking flight bugs.
That was amazing, and this was exactly the point yesterday. 20 minutes into the heat yesterday, Geordie had a mid 5 point, a 5.6, Today, exactly the same moment, he hit the button and gets an excellent score.
8.17, Geordie Smith. He's not in the lead, but the requirement now just a 6.17. He struts around this comp site like a judge, so much authority. He just looks so comfortable in this this situation at the moment. Fought back yesterday to get himself this spot in the quarterfinals. Still needs a number to turn this heat.
Wow. Well, that puts a little air in your tyres, little fuel in the tank. The best wave of the heat so far, 8.17. Geordie, still 7.5 minutes on the clock, plenty of time. And he will just inch his way down the point and join Kanoa Igarashi and then begin the wrestling match to try and take away priority, give himself the chance to get that 6.17. This is setting up for a grandstand finish to this quarterfinal.
Oh, just to the event as a whole, because we've got something special to look forward to next. 7 minutes to go here. What's coming up next, Vaughn?
Oh, get ready, Gold Coast. The Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM. A battle royale, blood on the rocks, just as Drew predicted. Mick Fanning, Joel Parkinson, Greasy and Lemmy, they're going to do battle out there. How you feeling, boys?
Fired up, actually. Pretty excited. I'll be honest, I had a lot of anxiety this morning and nervousness, but now just getting ready. I'm pretty excited just to go surf with my good mate.
Saw you on the medicine ball, Mick. Headphones on, just snapped straight back into absolute beast mode.
Did you have a drone coming in my house?
Yep, we saw you. We saw you. Parko, 2 wins apiece on the Gold Coast. Bragging rights up for grabs here.
Yeah, this morning I was just like, oh, this will be fun, but now I see him, I'm kind of like, got a bit of a blood bubbling, so excited to get out there and just catch a few waves and see what happens.
Mate, you're a 3-time winner here at Burleigh, granted, in the single fin comp, but the win's a win, brother. You're going to flex that muscle on Mick?
I think we're a bit more flexing from our junior days out here, where we surfed Brothers Nielsen's and all the funny little junior events we had in the junior series, so it's been a minute since we've surfed a heat out here together.
Mixed memories from those junior comps, Mick. You got a little scar on your forehead from a trip over the rocks.
I did. I fell off the rocks. Still got the scar, hairline fracture to the skull. I was actually meant to surf a heat with Joel, and I slipped off. I was trying to beat him out, and I slipped over and just whacked my head and came down the point crying with just blood all over my face. And he went on and went absolutely ham. I think had a final with Rasta, which was pretty cool.
Mate, you guys surfed one of the all-time heats in Gold Coast Pro history. It was out of Kira, trading 9s, trading 10s. Are we going to see more of that today?
Oh, it depends what the judging level's like, mate. Can we lower it down a bit?
I think it'll be generous for you guys.
I hope so.
Hey, best of luck out there, fellas. It's such a pleasure to have you here at the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM. 2 absolute beast legends about to go at it. Let's go, boys!
It is going to be so good, Bugs. Head-to-head, Joel and Mick. 16 previous heats, 8 wins apiece. This is going to break the deadlock.
This is the tiebreaker.
This is going to break the deadlock. Geordie Smith, though, during the interview with Mick and Joel, took flight once again. He's a trickster. He's getting back to his progressive best here. Watch him throw this 6-3 frame around.
Oh, yeah, beautiful little hop off the lip there. The tail slide. Keeps control of it. This is a little cylinder just reeling off down the line. He does the Superman air.
My mind's going back to his second win at J-Bay, 2011 against Adam Melling. The waves were really small over the bricks, and Geordie was doing similar stuff. Kanoa Igarashi.
Oh, no.
Wow. We mentioned at the start, his performances have been so refined. Very little glitches. Very few mistakes, but he's just tripped up as that wave was just guttering out on the sandbar, and that's going to cost him. It looked like a good wave too.
That looked like a great wave, and that's the first mistake we've seen him make.
Wow. Okay, this heat is getting very interesting. Not a lot of time left on the clock, just over 3.5 minutes to go. Kanoa wants to continue this amazing form that's seen him go rocketing up the rankings.
So Kanoa fades. Beautiful snap to start off. Does the little layback hack. And right there you can just see the toe side edge, the front of the board just caught. And that thing was setting up for a beautiful tube ride if he had just engaged that rail, set his line, that could have been anything.
Well, the Geordie Smith score now, is it going to be the size of the wave? I mean, it is.
It was a small little wave, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it ran down the line. He got some good work done on it. Certainly gave us a lot of variety to buy into.
He juiced everything out of it. Such a tricky one to surf. 6 previous heats between these two head-to-head. Geordie 4 wins, Kanoa 2.
Judges super deliberating. I got a feeling they're deliberating over whether he surfed out of that last manoeuvre.
It's so hard to get back out in front of that white water. The wave is almost stationary at that point because there's so much water drawing off that sandbar. Let's have a look.
Yeah, you just have to keep everything moving down the line, but that's a trademark Superman that Geordie really used as a weapon through his earlier years. It's great to see him tapping back into that form.
I mean, I'd give it to him. I reckon he surfed out of it, but you know what? They're pretty...
Yeah, they're critical.
They're pretty finicky on that.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to get credit for it. Didn't really carry momentum to get back out in front of that white water. So he may still need a score as we see Kanoa just looking a little more shaken on his last couple of rides, but he's got a clean section here to deal with, and he's going to absolutely mash it with a huge tail slide. The IC 2-minute warning coming up. And Geordie's going to have work to do, still looking for a 6.17. Will Kanoa improve on his heat score total with that last ride?
Borderline. Let's get another look at it again, but just a little slip up.
So the number came through for Geordie, that wave with the couple of airs and the little kick on the tail. Mid-face came through at a 4, wasn't enough. The last turn deemed him complete.
Yeah, well, Geordie still only needs that 6.17, and I'm not sure that this is going to go into Kanoa's top 2. Let's have another look. What do you reckon, Bugs?
Yeah, I'm with you on this. This first manoeuvre there, he got caught up a little bit there. You got to love this this layback. You know, he's looking just so frisky right there. Now, the thing is, I also think that he was waiting for that Geordie score because he had priority. And I think he might have thought, hey, I've got to go.
Well, Geordie's deep here at the moment. Under a minute. This might be Geordie's last shot at it. This wave super cupped out. Very hard to surf, but Geordie's got the moves. Throws the alley-oop. Can't land on his feet. That was a really tricky one to surf. Yeah, 5.8 for Kanoa, so the requirement's the same. 25 seconds to go. Geordie looking for last moment heroics here. Checks his watch.
No priority.
The clock might just beat him here. Looks like he's paddling into something.
Surfed out here on the low tide the other day. It was almost impossible to get turns done on those insiders. And he is going to run out of time here. Geordie Smith will have to settle on a quarter-final result. Kanoa Igarashi into the semi-finals for the second event in a row, but this time with dreams of getting the victory.
Wow, Geordie, some amazing surfing through this event and holding that position up in the top 5. But Kanoa Igarashi, he is in some kind of form right now. You know, the second at Bells, he's into the semi-finals here at the Gold Coast Pro.
Yeah, well, with Geordie, his last 3 results, a 1st, a 5th and a 5th. I mean, that's solid.
Consistent.
But he'll be hurting on that one.
Yeah, fighting hard. Maybe just, you know, a couple of feet away from riding out of that white water enough to potentially turn the heat. It was always going to be difficult with such a small ride. But Igarashi, he got the work done early. 7.67, 6.67. Another healthy heat score total for him as he moves on to take on Julian Wilson in the second semi-final. What a clash that is.
That is going to be awesome. Jules versus Kanoa in the second semi. That'll be amazing to watch. We got something special now, though.
We sure do. We're going to take a quick break. The crowd right on the edge of the point here, tuned in, because Mick Fanning is about to take on Joel Parkinson.
My name is Stephanie Gilmore. I am a professional surfer. I live here on the Gold Coast. The Gold Coast represents a lifestyle that is very laid back. There's world-class surf. It's home. This is the place I was talking about. There's so much to do with a lot of like-minded people. Get up early and enjoy the beautiful ocean, heading to a cafe for a really yummy coffee and a breakfast, setting out for the rest of the day in the hills or doing some shopping, and then take a drive into the hinterland. Right here on the Gold Coast is definitely much more tropical than people think. It's such a luscious rainforest, so close to the beach. Wow, this looks so cool. So stunning. Beautiful view, my goodness. Look at the cliffs over there too. I've travelled a lot in my time, and every time I come home, I'm always so grateful to have grown up here in this wonderful place of the world. Cheers, girls. Amazing day. What a day. To the Gold Coast and to good friends.
Welcome back to the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, and we are very proud, WSL, to present the Gold Coast Heritage Heat here. And what a heat it is. Mick Fanning and Joel Parkinson grew up surfing together, sparring in junior events right here at Burleigh Heads. They both had illustrious careers on the championship tour, world titles, and now here they are looking to break their head-to-head deadlock. Mick Fanning getting things started early here. Mick surfing so brilliantly still, looking really sharp anytime he paddles out on these Gold Coast points as he looks to make a statement on this opening ride against his good mate.
Oh, he's looking good, isn't he? He's looking so good. And, well, it looks like we are actually going to judge this with proper points. So this will be a good one. And any predictions?
Oh, it took the words out of my mouth. I saw the scoreboard come up and I was like, hang on a second. We haven't been scoring these heritage heats, but these two are fired up and we're going to have a winner.
I love that. Like I said before, head-to-head history between these two. There's plenty of it and huge stakes in those clashes as well. Battling for event wins, battling for world titles, obviously. 16 previous head-to-head matchups, 8 wins each. So this will break the deadlock. Bring it on. 4.17 for Fanning to kick things off. Parko with a .43. You know, and Parko, the 2012 world title win was remarkable. He was so consistent that season. Hadn't had an event win all year. And he got the double, the ultimate double. Won the Pipe Masters and the world title in the same year. But 12 CT victories in total. It was awesome. And his good mate was there to cheer him up the beach too.
That's a pretty special moment when, you know, an event win, but let alone a world title. And your closest sparring partner, of course, Dingo Morrison was the third part of the Cooley trio. But these two, just so much success on the world tour. Obviously, Mick, 3 times world champion, 07, 09, and then 2013.
The 09 one is the one that really stung for Parko because he got off to almost a unheard of start. He was so consistent through the season and then injured his ankle free surfing and kind of persevered, kept competing. And Mick shaved his head, went into full competitive cyborg mode through the back end of the season and snatched the title away from him. But to Joel's credit, he washed it off after punching the side of the Billabong house on the North Shore and went down and carried his mate up the beach. They hadn't spoken for a while. They caught up the next day, reconnected, broke it all down, and obviously went on to celebrate more big wins for each other as we see Joel now. Over the step and into the pit, tucking in. What's interesting about these two is when they finished up their championship tour careers, you know, Joel just sort of fell out of the spotlight in a big way by choice. He said, oh, I'll never compete again. He got invited to compete in the Burleigh single fin event, which he was victorious in multiple times. And Mick kind of kept popping up at different stages, and obviously with his profile was always spoken about in the media. But lately, Joel's sort of been putting the jersey on a little bit more for the Snapper Rocks Board Riders Club, and he has lost nothing. He's been getting unbelievable numbers at those Board Riders meets, and they're heavily stacked draws too. A lot of Championship Tour talent competing in the National Board Riders events here.
Yeah, I just think a competitor at that level, it's hard to squash those feelings and push them down to the point where they're totally gone. And obviously, Joel, you know, you can't help but look at what Mick does and go, yeah, I'm gonna give that a crack as well. I want to stay in contention, and it's just that you know, that thirst of wanting to stay on your game as well and surf well.
Yeah, I think Mick just remains so sharp. We were talking about it earlier with Julian Wilson. Kind of similar characters, very disciplined, always keeping their body in check. As we see Fanning up again, blasting through the lip. You can see how shallow it is. You know, we even saw the great Kanoa Igarashi, who's so often just completely mistake-free when he switched on, stumbled a couple of times on that sandbar.
Yeah, it's definitely tripping a couple of people up at the moment. It just, that wave was so cupped out. There was hardly any water left on that sandbank.
Look at the turbulence. Look at the just plumes of sandy whitewash just coming up after these waves go through.
Let's have a look at the first wave from Mick here, Rich. 4.17 here.
Yeah, Mick looking down the line here, connects with that first turn, projects down the line, staying busy, staying energetic. The wave cups out. Thought he was going to go for the little barrel there. Just a lip glide floater. Good form, though. And then Joel behind him just tucks straight in. And so many grommets around the world have just tried to emulate the smooth, silky style of this man.
Yeah, it's so classic, right? That fade that he does coming out of the turn just to reposition and get back in the pocket. It's just vintage Joel. It's epic to watch.
He turns it a 4.33. Parko out in front at the moment, but these two have much bigger numbers in them. This is the WSL Heritage Heat. Gold Coast legends are out there competing, probably taking it pretty lightly, but the competitor within is hard to push away, Rich.
There is no way Mick's taking this lightly.
Well, he's put the knot in the rashi, so you know he means business.
He was texting me before about fins and what are we going to do and can you make sure this is down there. He's on, mate. He's ready to go.
We love it. One of the big ones, big heats that I remember calling and witnessing was their Tahiti final. That Mick got the edge on Joel. That was in Joel's world title year. Here we go. Joel loading up. Silky smooth carve off the top. That little cut down snap. Just waiting for this thing to stand up on the inside. Gets the floating re-entry. Taking the early edge here. Looking fit, Parko.
Yeah. I don't know where to go with that, but here we go outside, Mick Fanning.
He stacked on some Christmas pudding, but he's looking sharp. No, he has definitely sharpened up. Fanning holding on for the finish there.
Well, you know, you talk about one of the fittest surfers on the planet. I'm going to just leave that there about Parko, but yeah, he is looking good.
You're cruel. I was being genuine.
No, he's looking good, and he taps into the training of Johnny Gannon on occasion.
Yep. That's going to help him just up the requirement here for Mick, that second score. But I wanted to touch on the after party, and I can do it while this replay unfolds. There was an after party after Mick had claimed the event. Joel was there, obviously. It's sort of this hard thing that these two had to do as ultimate rivals, is turn up and be good sports when their buddy won. And it was a crushing loss for Joel. He really wanted that Tahiti title. And they engaged in a bit of a wrestle. I think at one point, Joel just sort of lost it, just couldn't help it. He was like, Mick Fanning! It just like, they locked horns, and Johnny Gannon actually had to pull the two of them apart. But, you know, they've had plenty of wrestles over the years. And I think it's helped them both get to, you know, these incredible heights.
Yeah, Spider-Man versus Batman, I guess.
Oh, mate.
Battle of the superheroes, but one of my fondest memories of Joel was, and we haven't mentioned it yet today, so I will, after the year I won lowers the following year.
Great segue. The year I won Trestles, the following year.
The following year, Parko won the event, and the year before that, Luke Egan had won the event, and we had this after party up at Bruce Beach's house, who was the owner of Electric at the time, and it became sort of a custom to pass on the trophy, and Luke passed it on to me, and then I passed it on to Joel, and it was just a really memorable night. Just it was, I guess, signalling the end of my career and really the start of Joel's.
A really sneaky segue there, Rick. But congratulations on the Trestles title. Love and life here on the Burleigh Heads headland. This natural amphitheatre has really delivered quality waves for us. We've seen magic performances from the world's best. I think the crowd's been eating it up. Big props to the WSL team. Their amazing pivot after Cyclone Alfred to get what has been called one of the great event sites established here, and it's been like a festival. There's been live music in the afternoons. I mean, Steph Gilmore performing with Spiderbait is a highlight for me.
Yeah, it's been incredible, right? I mean, as you said, the hill's amazing. A natural amphitheatre, it's absolutely packed today. The sun's come out. We're a bit iffy on the rain, but the spectators have come, and the event site's incredible. That Stone and Wood Bar has been popping off in the afternoons. I mean, look at the people. That Stone and Wood Bar, perfect place to go and watch the surf, drink a couple of tins, and watch surfboard riding go down. Two of the all-time greats, that spanned across generations. And there is Vorney in the corner.
He's loving it. He is loving his time down here. It's also been really fun to just wind back the clock and talk about the origins of head-to-head surfing at this location, and the icons, both surfing and fashion icons that competed here back in the day. Michael Peterson, Wayne Bartholomew, our very own, Mark Richards, of course, and local boy Peter Harris, who broke through, surfing his way through the event trials and getting a victory here. Seen Shane Harana around the traps.
Yeah, PT's been hanging around as well. There's been so many legends just been attracted to this event, not to mention all the shapers that we've had here through the week. It's become a real melting pot, a real meeting place of so many people that have different positions within the sport.
And that celebration has been the same, looking back on the history of the women's event as well, because this is an honour roll, like a lot of those longest running contests that features some of the real trailblazers. Margot Oberg, Wendy Botha, Frida Zamba, Jodie Cooper. It's awesome to see. Lisa Anderson, of course. And we are going to see a new Gold Coast Pro champ this year. Erin Brooks, she got the Challenger Series win last season with an amazing performance. She's still in the running for the big one, the Championship Tour win that could help her solidify her place on the CT for the rest of the year and 2026. So that's going to be a lot of fun. But this is a special treat. Mick Fanning, Joel Parkinson out there at the moment. Mick with some work to do. Joel has found his spot on the bank. Dropped a 6.17 on his last ride. That one's not going to factor in. Been lucky to see Mick in the past two events, surfing in the Icons Heat down at Bells Beach. And he's lost nothing, Flick.
He really hasn't. I mean, it was incredible to watch. Just the speed. We don't even have to wind back the clock. He's still white lightning.
Sure is. Joel loading up down the line. And this wave not really doing a whole lot at the moment, but you can just watch Joel stand there. He tucks into the barrel, finds the cover.
So smooth. Positioning just perfect. Just real casual approach from Joel.
Well, Joel's the ultimate style master. Always has been. As soon as he stood up on a surfboard, it was clear that he had something special. It's been spoken about. His uncle Darryl, a famous point break surfer from this region as well. But yeah, Joel just attracted, obviously, the big contracts at a young age. Have a look how he sets this up. One thing Joel's always had, Flick, is time.
Oh, yeah, completely. It's a time to play with. Just look at him toying with it. Yep, fade back, kick stall here, and thank you. Just parks it in there. Just not a drop of water out of place. Perfect positioning with the body.
Such a good read. And that's... oh, mate. having a real close look at what his buddy's doing there.
Just enjoying being out there with one of his good friends.
Yeah, but both these guys, you know, have grown up on this style of point wave, and they just have such an impeccable read. And they can find a barrel where others would just be racing through the section.
Yeah.
They'll be slotted back in there. And then, yeah, but Joel will be loving this. He's out in front at the moment.
I'll tell you who's loving it. 18 minutes to go here. Joel out in front. It's Kuiper.
Yeah, we got lots to froth about over here at Burleigh. It's finals day. Talk about blood on the rocks. It's not blood on the rocks. It's froth on the rocks. Take a look at this. Can you get a picture of all the people over here on the rocks? Fanning out, frothing out, froth on the rocks. That's how much froth we have. That's
Mate,
it.
It is awesome. That's the ultimate mic drop. Kipes off the back of the sled there, but it is a huge crowd turned out. They got a lot to cheer for here on finals day. A big Saturday afternoon coming their way, coming your way. And still 17 minutes to enjoy watching these two battle it out. Mixed deep. He's identified some scoring opportunity up that end, and he's hanging in tight, and he's got that amazing ability to get compact and get slotted as well as he takes off now. Look how just hollow that section is.
No water left on that bank. There's a special little type of wave that he won. You can tell he's just hunting a pit.
Yeah. I saw Mick's coach Phil McNamara this morning in the dark. I think Mick might have had Phil down here watching the conditions, but he needs to move down the line, I think, if he's going to challenge Joel. Really hard to find the space to let go of a big turn down there. I will say this, in this event window, I did see a free surfing clip of Mick on the DHD over at Duranbah. I think it's one of the most powerful turns that I've seen on the Gold Coast in the last 2 weeks.
Oh, and he said they're working on a new model.
They're working on a new model.
Yeah, that thing was just a hammer of a turn.
So he's in great form. He just can't connect with a decent wave out here at the moment, Forno.
No, he's not connecting just at the moment, but I'll tell you who is connecting. That's every single person who's down here on Burleigh Headland. There is so many people. I'd love to get a head count from this compared to the 77 stubbies. It's absolutely amazing scenes. And because it's like, what, 11:30? Well, that's unofficially beer o'clock here. So we're in the Stone and Wood Bar, the unofficial beer of the WSL. And, of course, the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM. And just so you guys know, while the boys were running out to surf this heat, they didn't know what their head-to-head was. And I heard Ronnie say it, so I said, oi, boys, it's 16 heats, 8 apiece. This is going to be the decider. And you should have seen the skin glaze over their eyes. They were just, like, instantly into it. They just wanted to dead set have a go at each other. And hopefully they get the platform in the last few minutes of this heat to, rip into each other.
I'd love that, Vaughan. Hey, we've seen some icons of the sport around the event side over the last few days. Who are some of the names down here watching this Heritage Heat unfold?
Well, the big one for me was Peter Townend. He was down here this morning with Rabs, and it was just such a buzz to see those two in the same space. But over the course of the weekend, Ron, I've seen lots of the competitors who are in this event, you know, rubbing shoulders with a lot of heroes, shapers, just Gold Coast identities. Yeah, it's just been amazing. But PT's the big one, you know, the original Cooley kids, Rabs and PT sharing a moment and a laugh, and then coming down to watch this heat was pretty special.
Oh, it is awesome. The 76 World Champ PT on site. Thank you, Vaughan. Enjoy the Stone and Woods, but not too much, mate. It's finals day. We've still got a few heats to get through as we see Fanning now making his way back into position. Joel Parkinson loading up. He's got a good-looking wall here. Tucks into the pit. Deep behind the section. Can't re-emerge. But Mick is trying to get the lead back, 5.34. Kind of perfect timing to send these guys out, Rich. It's getting towards the bottom of the tide now, and it's really tricky out there.
Yeah, it is. It's, you know, at the bottom of the tide, strange things happen. We always identify that. But just by the sheer nature of this sandbar, which has been so good to us, it's been an incredible setup at Burleigh here. We see Joel again, just looking at this one, setting up the barrel, sits in it, travel time, looks for the doggy door.
Gets completely viced, just compressed in the lip there. But how cool was that pit? Amazing vision. And probably a couple of iconic stills of Parko just in that classic tube mode.
He's just like a big, tall flamingo that just gets into a little squat position when he finds that barrel line. Quick fade. Watch how compact he gets. Just beautiful travel time. The hands pointing towards the exit, getting the vision, and then right there, tries to exit and find the doggy door, but found the Malachi Crunch instead.
Oh, yeah. He got his nose out of the tube. But that's usually always the case, no matter how far back in the barrel he is.
Fair few rinsings going on here, Rondo.
I love it.
No one's safe.
Mick is in the barrel now. He is trying to find some cover, gets a little bit, busts through the curtain, trying to maintain pace with his old mate Joel. Gets out onto the open face, lets go of one of his trademark slashes. 12 minutes and 20 seconds to enjoy this Heritage Heat unfold. As Fanning rides that one right through to the inside. Let's throw it down to Laura Anabar. She has tracked down our last semi-finalist, Kanoa Igarashi.
I just didn't know what was going on at the end. Jordy's like such a dangerous competitor, and I feel like he's made every air he's gone for. So I was just like, you know, I was trying to watch like the big screen actually that was on the beach, and I just saw that he was in the air like twice on both of his waves. So it was super nerve-wracking, and I was just trying to better my scores, but I got lost in the lineup a little bit. I didn't really know which waves to go on. It was starting to get really sucky, and all the waves that I wanted to go on were kind of just going below sea level, and I didn't think I was even going to make the drop. So, I mean, I was a little bit lost, but it kind of ended up working out.
And, you know, must have got the heart rate up when you saw Geordie go to the air and eating a 6 at the end.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, he's beat me like twice, you know, buzzer beaters with airs. So I had that kind of like scar tissue. I remember that pretty well. And I was like, here's another one. But yeah, luckily that one went my way. I had one of my scores. I did a slob air, and I was watching Julian's heat yesterday, and I saw him do the big slob, and it got me so fired up. It was like full vintage Julian, and it got me so excited. I was thinking about it all night last night. Just got like, I was so sick. I was, you know, no one really does them, and I was just like, okay, I want to do one in my heat, and yeah, it ended up being one of my scores. So yeah, thanks for the inspiration, Julian.
Oh, well, maybe you and Jules coming up in the semi-final together. You have a bit of a slob off.
Yeah, he'll probably beat me if we both go to the slob air. He's the best to ever do it. But yeah, I'll stick to my game, and hopefully we get some good waves. And you know, I mean, Burley is giving us a bit of everything. It's giving us barrels and air sections and turns. So yeah, however way the heat pans out, I'm sure it'll be a fun one. So I'm looking forward to it.
Amazing. We'll see you soon, Kanoa. Rest up into the semi-finals.
Thank you.
Thank you, Laura. He's looking the goods, isn't he? And like he said, Burley's given us everything. It's been a fantastic stage for the surfers to give us complete performances. Kanoa and Julian have been two of the best. So that is set to be a fantastic clash for the final.
These guys are tied. These guys are actually tied on 10.5 points apiece.
Wow.
Joel's got the edge because he's got the highest scoring ride, but we need to see this tie broken.
Two of the all-time event winners out there at the moment. Mick, 4th on the all-time list, behind Kelly Slater, who's got 56, Karen 33, Carol 25, Mick with 22, and Joel equal 12th in esteemed company. Shane Horan, Mark Ocalupo, Sean Thompson, Joel Parkinson. Those 12 victories, really impressive. And you know, both these guys got it done at events all over the schedule, showing how well-rounded they were. As we see Joel now trying to get rid of that 4.33 and really turn the heat up on Mick. Been some great surfing in tricky conditions here.
Yeah, the boys are getting good read on the point waves. You can see there just how shallow it is. And Joel getting that one almost right up at the cove section. Now the boys will sit together. Mick with priority.
Yeah, Mick kind of figured out the winning formula a little later than Joel. Joel and Mick both won their first championship tour events as wildcards.
Yeah, that's right.
Joel getting the victory over in J-Bay as an 18-year-old, Mick down at Bells at 19. But as juniors, the Cooley trio of Mick, Fanning, Dean Morrison and Joel Parkinson, you know, the winning order was generally Joel or Dingo winning, and Mick, the sort of the constant second place getter, the ultimate runner-up. He sort of found the winning formula in his late teens, and then he went on a magic run. He qualified with ease. He won some big major contests as a QS campaigner. And then he got on the tour and quickly moved to the top 5.
It's just so funny how close they're sitting next to each other right now.
Mick using his priority here. Little foam climb to get started. Cuts that turn short so he can get down the line and hammer this pocket a couple of times. Loading up for something big down the line. This wave's actually starting to grow in size, and Fanning links a nice combination there.
Yeah, there it is.
Chasing a 6.41. Didn't get the wrist flick, the famous Fanning claim there, but it would have felt good. It's his best wave for sure.
Yeah, it's his best wave. I think he's going to get the score. Feels like the number to me.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's a score, but it looks like there's a set out the back right now. Joel's going to get another opportunity here.
Well, this is moving nicely off that sandbar. Might give him some space for those big, beautiful rail turns that we all know so well. Here he goes, Parko. Gets that first hit in, driving out onto that open face. Nice little tail slide there. Again, just kicking on those fins. Joel already has a 6.17 in his account, so this could really help his chances if he needs a score.
Beautiful.
That's it.
And slots in for a bit of a shampoo on the inside.
Ew.
Finishes that one off nicely. We're getting the finish we deserve here. 6 minutes to go. Numbers on the way for both competitors.
So easy on the eye. Joel Parkinson just rhythmic between these turns, and he kind of turned up the volume on a few of those turns there, really starting to lay into that rail game. Might put Mick on the ropes here.
What about that photo, that iconic shot of Joel behind the rocket snapper? It was why Julian Wilson was going about his business, winning down at Kira. It's just a huge billboard as you enter the Coolangatta zone. It is next level, but here's the replay of Mick's ride.
Yeah, it's just so funny, right? Just how hard they're pushing each other. Basically shoulder to shoulder when Mick took off on this one. And I love this. I mean, this one grew in size as it went down the line. He's surfing so fast, so quick, so whippy to get up there for that last turn. I mean, he's just as fast as ever. And then behind him, Joel, I mean, this was beautiful. This one had a bit more size to it, really picked the eyes out of it. Just great wave selection. And just such a beautiful demonstration of how to surf a point break. For me, it's the big wrapping carve that's coming up. I mean, this is what we want to see Joel do. That moment there. Hello.
Vintage Joel Parkinson style. And a series of amazing manoeuvres on that wave. This is awesome.
I mean, Mick's got the event wins. He's got the extra world titles. But Joel is kind of got that classic point break flow, much like Steph Gilmore. It's elegant the way he surfs a wave, and still just has that added commitment to those turns when he needs it. 4.5 minutes to go, waiting on the numbers to come through. Kind of feels like Parko should get the edge. Just had a bit more space to move than Mick. Mick was kind of crammed into a box, if you will.
Yeah, taking nothing away from how Mick's surfing, in particular on that last wave, did so well to just rattle off some beautiful manoeuvres here. He's up again.
Look out. The monster might be awoken here, the competitive animal that is Fanning. He's a busy man. Mick's had an amazing couple of years. He was last year, or earlier this year, I should say, inducted into the Australian Sporting Hall of Fame, a massive presentation, joining his sporting icons from across many different codes. But in June next month, he's got his Mick Fanning Charity Golf Day, which is into its 4th year now. He's raised close to $2 million already for charity, helping people who were devastated by the floods back in 2022. And he just refuses to turn his back on those people who are still trying to get back on their feet, the communities that were absolutely devastated. So I know that hard work has been super appreciated by everyone in the community. He was part of the rescue efforts along with Joel, who actually was the catalyst for the surfers to get involved. Joel got on his jet ski and went and visited some of the communities upriver around Moorlambar and stuff, and they were just horrified by what they saw. And you know, there wasn't a massive response from the rescue services prior to them getting involved, and then they really sparked action from the government, which was fantastic, and they just continued venturing down the coast to heavy hit areas. So that's a big working effort for Mick and his team to get that event on every year, and Joel generally takes part as well when he's around. So he's a busy man. 2 minutes to go here. Parko's just dropped an 8.33.
Whoa.
So Mick's after a huge score, an 8.73. And Parko's wasted no time, connecting with another set. Silky smooth off the top. That board just hovers over the water, it appears, as he comes through to the inside, drops the layback snap and finishes in style. He's found the rhythm, and the 617 is going to be dropped here, and the heat score total is going to be almost impossible for Fanning to turn around.
She might even put him into combination. Wouldn't that be a thing?
It feels like it might be trending that way, I'd say.
I wouldn't be surprised if there's a bit of heckling going on now. Joel's going to love the feel of that.
Mick won't look at him. Mick's not looking at him at all. Mick wants to ski. He's going, we've still got a minute 20. I want another one. Beautiful slice off the top there for Joel. Tags that little section there, comes around this big foamy stretched out section, and then just throws the hammer down, the big layback hack for the final manoeuvre, and that just might be
that's
the
going to
last
be it.
nail in the coffin.
1 minute to go. And the consensus here in the commentary booth is that Mick's going to be chasing 2 scores.
It feels that way, doesn't it? It feels excellent.
Just found the room to let that beautiful style really do its thing. Numbers rolling through from the panel. They're looking excellent. But Fanning, he's going to get a shot to show us what he can do. No, he gets caught behind there. It's an 8.5 for Parkinson. Fanning combo looking for a 2-wave total of 16.83. That's not going to happen with just 20 seconds on the clock. And Parko got a big smile on his face.
Oh, that is some serious bragging rights.
Oh,
for Joel, you know that this one is going to live on until the next heritage heat that these guys have.
Yeah.
Mick might be on the blower actually to Starkey, trying to organise one
the next
in
one.
the next couple of weeks.
I can see how the conversation goes. They're going to hug it out. Really good mates, and as I said, pushed each other to the greatest heights, 2 world titles, and were there to cheer each other up the beach when they did it. It's a remarkable friendship. Joel will be saying, well, I broke the deadlock, mate, 9 and 8. Mick will be saying, how many world titles you got? Joel will be saying, you're only as good as your last meet. And Rich will be saying, remember that time I won trestles. But really special for their families too, who are here on site watching this all go down. They'll enjoy the afternoon, no doubt. 2 of the icons, Rich.
So good, love this, and you can see just how stoked they both are. You know, while there is a serious sort of undercurrent to this, it is about these guys having fun and getting out and just showing that they've still got it.
We love it. What a special treat for this crowd. We got the Stone and Wood update show coming at you right after the break. Loving having your company here at the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM.
For 50 years, the world's best have battled for greatness. Now, a new era begins.
It's so exciting that it does come down to this event, this wave, to decide who's going to be the champion.
Beginning in 2026, the Championship Tour finale returns to Pipeline. And once again, it will be the Pipe Masters. The 12-stop CT schedule will run from April to December, starting in Australia and concluding in Hawaii. There will be 9 regular season events. The best 24 men and 16 women advance to the postseason. And then there are 2 more events to establish seeding and 1 shot at surfing's ultimate proving ground, with world titles on the line and 15,000 points. The full 2026 CT field will rejoin at Pipeline, the most consequential event on tour. And the stakes have been raised with the removal of the non-elimination rounds for all CT events. From Bells to Brazil, Jeffreys Bay to Fiji to Portugal, it all leads to Pipeline. Every turn matters. Every heat counts. This is surfing's biggest stage. History will be written. The 2026 Championship Tour. A new era begins.
What a huge announcement that was just the other day about next season on the Championship Tour. Everything changing. Stop number 1 at Bells Beach and all roads leading to Pipeline. And a lot to talk about there. No more elimination round. The cut is gone as we see it. It'll be a 2-event postseason to work out the entire field back at Pipeline, worth 15,000 points for a win. Joe Turpel alongside a world champ, but also a leader of the tour for many years that made so many great changes. And I'm really lucky to be sitting next to you, Bugs, for an announcement like that to happen the other day. How did that make you feel?
Look, it made me feel good, but I mean, what I really saw was an instantaneous, global, universal stamp of approval.
And also, just thinking about how it starts at Bells, such an iconic event, the longest running event on the calendar, and you can see the second longest running event on the calendar at Pipe, bookending an incredible tour next year.
Yeah, amazing bookends, and you know, the whole tour, it just looks fantastic. Slotted at the right place at the right time of year. And it just comes back to the, you know, best surfers, best waves. I mean, there it is.
As we look at a lot of the most incredible spots on the calendar. So rookies on tour and everyone guaranteed to get through that regular season. You've got to qualify to be a part of the postseason. That's Abu Dhabi and Peniche. But then everyone comes back together for Pipe. And we talk about having majors in sport, and Pipe being the proving grounds, being the most sacred wave in our sport. You can have a thrilling event at Pipe and really do some damage with, you know, 1.5 times the points. You know, 15,000 points compared to 10,000. How are you digesting that, Bugs?
Yeah, I think it's correctly weighted. I mean, certainly the math would have come into effect, and you know, the weighting of Pipeline to be, you know, 1.5 times more. It's not a matter of guaranteeing that the world champion is crowned there as much as Pipeline is the wave of waves. It is the ultimate challenge in the world of surfing, and to weight the extra points there is so justified. I mean, the other thing, you look at that CT 6, 7 and 8, Jeffreys Bay, Chopu, Cloudbreak, right there, that little block there. Wow, there's a couple of majors in there too.
Bugs, when was the time you called it the Dream Tour? I mean, was it because of those waves you just mentioned?
Oh, you got to remember, like at the end of 1998, the greatest surfer, 6-time world champion Kelly Slater, walked away from the tour. It was kind of like a Michael Jordan retirement first time round. But he actually said, I'm sick of going to these beach breaks in the middle of summer. And that's what the tour was. It was like getting people in bleachers in the middle of summer. And we all know that it's not the endless summer, it's the endless autumn, the endless fall. That's when the best waves are, fall going into winter. And it was really a matter of, you know, knocking the whole thing down and rebuilding it. And, you know, and then obviously when the Dream Tour was ready to go, the Kelly Andy show came on, and We built it. They took it to the world.
Gosh, well done. So much to be grateful for, especially for you, Bugs, busting down the door to create this one lifestyle that didn't exist before back in the day. And now to see a schedule like that. One other key note is it's going back to the Pipe Masters. And that is so meaningful for our heritage, for our culture. You know, went to the Pipe Pro for a few years. Now it's back to the Pipe Masters. But what every kid's dream would be is to be a part of that incredible list.
That's right, and just to be in that event is amazing, and to to get through and to be in a pipe final. I mean, it's just the ultimate place. I mean, every time you get through a heat, especially in this day and age, like you know, pipeline's just so. The pecking order is unbelievable. It's pretty fierce out there. So to be out there with just a couple of surfers, or just like in the overlapping heats. Wow, what a special, treat to be able to surf pipeline. But I tell you, you got to, when you take off on pipeline, like you are going over the ledge with everything you got. You're putting everything on the line.
Wow, and now world titles on the line for the women. It could be a first time ever to have a world champion crowned at Pipe as well. The other big topic, though, and this has been experimented with in the past, is no elimination round. I mean, that is wild. We are going to see someone giant, maybe even world champs, get eliminated in that first round next year. There's going to be some drama as soon as that first horn sounds. Instead of this warm-up to making eliminations, it's going to be happening in the first heat.
Well, yeah, look, you've got to remember, Joe, perhaps you don't, but no one does, but our generation, I mean, I never surfed one heat. I never actually had one loser's heat in my life, not one elimination round. It was man-on-man, it was elimination. You turn up, you put it on the line, you win or you go home. I mean, that's how it was for my entire generation and the next generation. You know, like not just, Mark Richardson, Sean Thompson, Dane Keeler, Michael Ho, Shane Rand, Simon. The next generation, Tommy Curran, Tommy Carroll, Potts, Damien Hardman, Derek Ho, Barton Lynch, none of them had a loser's round.
Here we go.
Yeah.
And we're getting it done next year in 2026. There's so much to look forward to. It is finals day here at Burley Heads. Women's semifinal number 1 is about to get started. Vahine Fierro taking on Betty Lou Sakura Johnson. We'll be right back. What a beautiful view. Thank you, Gold Coast. Thank you, Queensland, for hosting this big event. And wow, they shifted so well when the sand disappeared at Snapper because of ex-cyclone Alfred. It just set up a beautiful stage for competition here at Burley Heads as we are about to get ready for semifinal number 1. 35 minutes on the clock for Vahine and for Betty Lou to look for a spot in the final, welcoming Flick Palmatier to join us here for the Collin Finals Day. It's a special matchup with two surfers that are still getting used to the pointy end of a contest. Vahine surfing her best on Finals Day, and Betty Lou getting her first win ever off of Molly Picklum. They're both coming in hot.
They are coming in hot, and you know what? It's sort of consequential for both of them. You know, Vahine's already had that semi-final finish in Abu Dhabi earlier on in the year, but she hasn't had anything stick since then. Betty Lou, you know, she's still sort of fighting for her life too. So, and you know what the interesting thing is? I mean, they've actually both been in World Tour finals before. Vahine's actually had a win, but as a wild card, so she understands that feeling. And then Betty Lou, I mean, she made the final with Molly, what was it, 2 years ago at Sunset. So they know that feeling, and there's one more heat that stands in the way, and that is this one right here.
And one thing we know is we'll have a new winner at event number 6 after Isabella Nichols went down in the quarterfinals. Erin Brooks, the rookie, taking on Sally Fitzgibbons in semifinal number 2. And we just see them getting situated in the lineup now. Just a little warm-up wave for Betty Lou. They're going to count them in a moment and get things started. It'll be scored on their top 2 waves. Plenty of time here on Saturday to crown our champions. But a really classic when you think about it is a 17-year-old Erin Brooks who got to surf against Steph Gilmore and comboed her in the last round. Now she'll get to compete against Sally Fitzgibbons, who's from the same generation as Steph Gilmore.
Yeah, it's cool, right? And Erin spoke to that in the post-heat interview, and she said, you know, when I qualified, Steph and Carissa, you know, announced that they were taking time off, and she was like, oh no, like I want to have heats against these women. And it's cool because Erin obviously is like a product of that Rising Tides. You know, we've seen that iconic imagery of her at Honolulu Bay with Tatiana Weston-Webb, and you know, she would have looked up to Sally for many years, so that's also going to be a cracker of a matchup for the semi-final.
It makes it the Hydrolite heat to watch. Erin Brooks is getting used to being part of the Hydrolite heat to watch. She got a few of them over at Bell's, but now she has a chance to potentially win her first event as a full-timer on tour. She had the win at Cloudbreak last year as a wild card. But finding her feet, Bugs, not just making heats, but getting nines like a couple of times in this event.
Well, not only that, but I mean, I've actually been wondering why she's had such a slow start to the tour, but she's just feeling her feet in the wax. But when you see her out here, I mean, we saw her last year at Snapper in the Challenger Series, you know, that classic barrel. I mean, she can get 9s and 10s. Absolutely amazing surfer.
She's also one of those young athletes that just improves. The better the waves gets, the bigger it gets. If there's barrel opportunities, she's going to actually show how much better she is than most on tour, front side or backside in hollow waves. Erin Brooks up next against Sally Fitzgibbons. Then we'll flow right into the men's semifinals, which are looking incredible. Julian Wilson trying to do one of those old school trials to titles type stories here in 2025. I mean, that whole story has been around for a long time, Bugs.
Oh, yeah, it's a wonderful story.
Used to be able to enter the trials at major events. And if you're a guy like Tom Curran, sometimes you could go from trials to world titles. As we look at the Hydrolite heat to watch semi-final number 2, Kanoa Igarashi showing so much strength in the Aussie leg. How's he going to handle this wild card named Julian Wilson?
I think it's going to be tough. I think this heat is just going to be blow for blow. Jules has been on a heater. Kanoa's really stepped up this event too, obviously continuing that momentum on from Bells. But you know what I saw that was interesting from Kanoa, just that big straight air that he went for that slob. And, you know, he even mentioned it in his post-heat interview. He's like, yeah, I was inspired by Jules, you know. Jules was throwing him down. He's the best to ever do it. So it's just cool. These guys are pushing each other. And, I mean, look, yeah, you can't get past the Jules story of the, you know, the wild card all the way to the eventual final. But, yeah, he's got to get past this man first, Kanoa, who is looking at those rankings.
You always ask them, they're like, are you looking at the rankings? They're like, well, maybe, maybe not. We caught you, Kanoa. Yeah, and you should look at that. You should look at that. You're moving up so quickly on that leaderboard. I love the point, though, about the slob. When was the last time we saw a slob straight air? It took Julian Wilson to come into the competition. Since then, we've seen Kanoa, and then we saw Jordy do one in that same heat.
He's making a lot of things cool again. Julian is.
That is so cool. As we hear the horn sound, we are kicking off semifinal number 1, Vahine Fierro versus Betty Lou Sakura Johnson for a chance to make it in the final here at the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM. Also checking out the rankings as we go for the GWM Aussie Treble, which will be decided at the end of Margaret River. First paddle and first wave goes to our surfer from French Polynesia. It's up and out, so she didn't want to even worry about the hassle for priority, Bugs.
No, she just wants to get this semi-final going, and it's been extended to 35 minutes, so there's no shortage of time out there. The tide has turned, Flick, and you know, we're about an hour and a half into the incoming tide, coming into the magic zone.
Yeah, and what happened when we went on that little break was there was a bit of a rain squall that came through, and you know, you can see a little bit of texture on the face of the ocean at the moment. But if yesterday afternoon was anything to go by, when that tide filled in and that wind sort of backed off a bit, it got really amazing. The push of the tide, that swell, it just looked incredible. And I think, you know, we probably can expect some similar sort of things happening this afternoon.
Yeah, well, the thing is that the first hour or so after the low tide on our point breaks, either side of that low tide, there's just not much movement. You don't think it's even moving in, and then suddenly, half an hour later, you go, okay, there's more water on the bank.
Love that we have that time in the waiting period, even a few days early, but also in the day to take a break on the low tide. We had a beautiful Heritage Series heat. Probably even more beautiful for Joel Parkinson as he got the win over his longtime rival of Mick Fanning. The crowd were losing it over that celebration of surfing. But it wasn't just riding waves. They put numbers out there. And they're still scored highly on the CT scale, as they should. Now back to business to work out who's going to win stop number 6 of the season. For Betty Lou, it would be her first win of her career. For Vahine, it'd be her first win full-time as a rookie on tour this year. And getting semifinal points, it's been a while for Vahine since that second stop in the pool in the Middle East.
Yeah, what it will do for her, even just, you know, let's say bare minimum, she's semi-final here, it's really going to rocket her, as we see, you know, just having a little look. But yeah, it'll really rocket because, you know, other than that semi, hadn't really got much. So just this extra semi-final alone, I mean, even if she makes the final, it's a whole nother story. If she wins, again, a whole nother story. But it's really going to help her cause for, you know, staying on tour and getting to compete. I was speaking to her actually during the break, and she was like, oh, this is so good. She just couldn't wipe the smile off her face because she knows what it means. She said that her other 3 favourite events of the year, she's got J-Bay. Well, she wants to go to J-Bay, South Africa. Obviously, she wants to compete at home at Chopes. And so she's just and Trestles. She's like, come on, I've got to make this cut. So she couldn't wipe the smile off her face.
31 minutes, 52 seconds. Things just beginning in semifinal number 1. Let's get an Oakberry surf conditions report in a moment as we've got a rider up, Vahine Fierro, delaying our surf report because she's got some surfing to do, and she will just kind of feel out her equipment, just a little settler once again as she's moving away from Betty Lou down the point. Vahine trying to, I think, just create some space at the moment. Things were getting a little bit scrappy at the top for position, and Vahine just was like, all right, let's just start the rotation. I want to start surfing as we look at her first wave bugs.
Yeah, nice backhand attack here, just slashing off the top. She only gets a second move in here, Flick, but pretty powerful.
Yeah, she's got good timing, and this is such early days in this heat. You know, we've got the extra 5 minutes on the clock for the semis, and I just think, you know, you got jet ski assist, you got this big lineup. There's so much opportunity. It's probably going to be an inconsequential score at this point.
Now let's get that Oakberry surf conditions report from Kaipo Guerrero.
Oh yeah, just coming off low tide, just coming off lunchtime. Had my Oakberry with all the fixins, purple powered up out here. Let's get into the conditions. 5 to 7 foot, 21 miles per hour cross shore breeze. Like I said, we just got past the low tide mark, got the filling in tide. Sun just came out. The wind is actually starting to lay down, and I am hoping for an epic afternoon out here.
How about that headland, Kaipo?
Yeah, the headland's just beautiful, and I talked about the cross shore out to sea, much windier, and the headland's actually doing us a favor where the rocks are and the sandbar and the bank is right there, tucked in there, smoothing, protecting us a little bit from that cross shore breeze.
Gosh, we love it, Kaipo. Thank you so much for that glorious Oakberry surf conditions report. That headland is not just beautiful, it's not just a national park, it actually helps calm things down in this lineup to make it even more rippable. Just a gorgeous scene. It's got to be giving you flashback bugs, seeing the pandanus trees, all the fans there enjoying professional surfing.
Yeah, it's a natural amphitheatre, Burleigh Heads, kind of been the forgotten sister for the last 25 years, but wow, it's certainly making a statement. But you know where Kaipo is positioned with the jet skis here, that is actually normally where the bank is at Burleigh. And Flick, you've been here many times. Yeah. The southeaster, we saw the white caps on the outside, because the bank is so tucked in, it's actually quite protected.
Yeah, for sure. I got to echo everything you just said there. But yeah, the bank traditionally does sit out a bit further, but obviously you had that Cyclone Alfred and ripped out a lot of sand, and Burleigh's been able to rebuild a little bit in time, but yeah, it's doing wonders right now for the clean face of the waves that we're seeing. And I think it's only going to keep cleaning up this afternoon.
Big shout out to Michael Channy, the pilot on the Red Bull ski there, and Sammy Smith getting those water angle visions that we've been enjoying, and not just at this event, but for CT events for decades. And Kaipo Guerrero joining them for so many events on the back of the sled. They always have the best seat in the house, but yeah, they earn it. They take some beatings, they wear sets on the head, but that's their favorite part about the job.
Well, it's a couple of beatings that definitely come with being on that ski. A couple of funny moments too, but honestly, it's the best place. If you're going to watch a contest go down, to be in the channel, to watch it from the water, it's the best place to be.
Magic. Still slow for scores in this one, but the energy is very serious for these two. For Betty Lou, Sakura Johnson, she's gone through the emotional roller coaster of the cut in the past, and she's enjoyed a lot of semifinals. We mentioned the final at Sunset where she came close to her first win, and you know, when everything happens so fast, you think you're gonna, you know, you're supposed to win a world title in your first year. You know, it's kind of a similar type of hype backing Betty Lou when she first started, and then she settled down, and she's grateful to join forces with Ross Williams. You know, Ross's eldest daughter is the same age as Betty Lou, so having like an uncle, you know, travel with you on the road when you're a teenager and just learning how to carry yourself at big events, she was so grateful for that. When Ross made the decision to stay home this year, Tommy Witz was just the perfect switch for her coaching. He's a great family man as well and understands the system. So she's got a lot from Ross's playbook from the beginning, and now jumping into the great Aussie competitive mind of Tommy Whitaker.
Well, you know, Betty Lou had a very slow start to this season. I mean, those first three events, she got knocked out in that the round of 16 for a 17th place finish in 3 in a row. So she was sitting right at the bottom. Then El Salvador a 5th. Bell's 5th, and now at least 3rd or better here. So she's on the move.
Yeah, what a great move. 3 9ths, 2 5ths. Now at least a semifinal for Betty Lou. As they duck dive this wave, Betty Lou still has priority. Vahine is going to let it go through. Let's see where Vaughn Blakey's hanging out.
Well, one of the real crowd pleasers down here at the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM, is the Boost Mobile activation. This is non-stop action for all the punters who are coming down and enjoying the action. Check it out. Upstairs DJs, downstairs basketball. Over here, we've got the Boost Mobile mini ramp where there's been so much action. And then my personal favourite, the golf simulator. Now, Kelly Slater had a crack at this on his way down to a heat. Last time he was in the event, outdrove everybody. Well, guess what? I'm about to outdo him with a 9-iron. Cop this. Thank you very much. Oh, Molly grubber. Molly grubber. Awful. Anyway, get down here. You'll have an absolute blast with Boost Mobile. So stoked they're here at the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM.
We are so stoked that Vaughn Blakey's on hand for the call for all these great events, man. What a classic. There is some sort of relationship that we know that's been with golf and surfing for many years. Kelly loves it. Julian's incredible at golf. A lot of them are. Griffin, I think, shot an 88 the other day at the Glades. And Vaughn Blakey one time when I came to Australia, he was like, golf's amazing. You got to check it out. We went to this little course, and by hole 2, his club was in the tree next to us. Just had a little moment when the shot didn't go right way, and then he looked at me and he's like, golf's amazing. What a game.
Well, we have to give him a mulligan this afternoon as well, I think.
Oh, he's great. What great value. Yeah, Vaughn, have fun. Finals day, we'll check in with him in just a moment. Vahine 3.67, just 0.5 before that. And Betty Lou and Vahine both taking advantage of the extra time on the clock to just look for 2 waves and try to simplify it all. We talked about Betty Lou's run, growing in her results all the way up to this, at least a 3rd place finish, but she wants some more. When you think about Vahine, she had the advantage of a series of wild cards to compete on the tour. Small inside wave, but Vahine just wants to get started up and down. But she had a few 3rds, even at her home break, before she had that monumental win last year. She had the 3rd in 2022, lost to Brisa Hennessy. Following year, she lost to Katie Simmers in the semifinals, then built to that win. What you have to say, as far as affecting surfing history as a moment you'll never forget, was even before the final win last year's, that semifinal with Tatiana Weston Webb, where Tati got the 10. And then Vahine needed an 8 and then packed one, got the 8 to turn it. I mean, I don't know. We'll be talking about that heat forever.
That's been my favourite heat ever to watch in women's surfing. It was incredible. I think before that, it was the Molly Picklum, the Betty Lou, you know, and before that, there's been heat after heat after heat. But when you talk about just women's surfing being pushed, it has to be one of my favourites.
Little wrap to start, opening ride for Betty Lou. Quick jam there, punching that section out. So a couple of little turns. I think she just felt she wanted to get going. You don't want to sit and wait for a wave that never comes. So it's always that fine line with wave selection. Certain type of wave she's waiting for, and she just decides to get started. Probably a similar number to what Vahine's kind of been working with so far, Bugs.
Yeah, I would say it's thereabouts. You know, it wasn't an outstanding ride, but she got a little bit going here, Flick.
Yeah, she's got a couple of wraps, a couple of little jabs in the pocket. Really difficult wave to surf, just with how cupped out it is. There's still, you know, that tide's going to be moving in very quickly, and I think we're going to see conditions improve drastically, you know, over the next, you know, half an hour, 40 minutes to an hour. And it's still, you know, wave selection right now is going to be everything.
As we see Vahine holding back there and paddling back out. But yeah, the wins or the reps in Tahiti were big. All the lead up and the prep work was also involved with being in the Olympic Games, where she got incredible coaching from one of the all-time greats at heavy venues on tour, and even a world title threat in Jeremy Flores. And Jeremy is kind of like that Adriano shift in careers, where Jeremy looks great as a coach. He brings so much passion and fire. And at some points in interviews, Jeremy's saying, I think he loves being a coach sometimes more than even being on tour, in the ways where he loves celebrating the surfer success, and especially someone who's like family with Vahine Fierro. Jeremy, famous for a lot of things. Obviously, he said what was on his mind, which we loved. Absolute charger, and one of those childhood prodigies that has given so much to the sport of surfing. Multiple pipe trophies, winning in Tahiti, but I think one that's really special is when he was able to win at home in the southwest of France.
Yeah, Jeremy's pretty cool. I think, as we see, Sal just getting ready for that matchup, the all-time matchup with Erin. But yeah, back to Jeremy. I just love that he wears his heart on. He's not afraid to say it how it is. And, you know, those kind of people and personalities we absolutely love in the sport.
Erin Brooks grabbing the number 17. She is just a teenage phenom. You can see Kara there, the beach marshal. You could ask any questions you might have forgotten as you're preparing, as far as time, when she could paddle out, all those little things. Sometimes surfers just like to hear a little rundown to kind of keep it in one ear. Erin's just so well prepared for this heat with Sally coming up next. Here's Vahine. Nice, easy paced single maneuver option, so things still a bit tricky coming off the low tide. Betty Lou trying to create a moment for herself. Good section to use that speed into a carve. Off the lip this time, and she rides away. So she was trying to be ultra selective. Now she's adjusting her game plan, surfing what's in front of her. Smart move from Betty Lou, Bugs.
It was, and you know, she most definitely not only got the better of that exchange, but that was the high point of the heat so far, Flick.
Yeah, definitely. They were the two strongest turns. I mean, it was quick, it was powerful. I think she's definitely going to fetch the highest score of the heat so far, and sort of set the tone right now. We're going to see, you know, well, let's watch Vahine's first. So just one big crack on the back end, and that's all she wrote for Vahine. But behind her, it was this two-turn combo from Betty Lou that we're looking at. Just the wrap here in the pocket, and then she really lines up this last section, gets there nice and early and whips through. So I think that's going to be a great score.
A lot of great history in the event here at Burleigh Heads. Rochelle Ballard, one of the all-time greats, really pushed the sport in a lot of different ways, especially in big barrels, as she had a great win out here in '97. Going back then, we were still in the top 3 wave system, and she had 2 10s in the semifinal against Lane Beachley. Waves were unbelievable. Ended up beating Lisa Anderson in the final. Lisa had the turn of the event that year, and Rochelle went on to say it was one of the first times she had realized all the guys on tour waited to watch that finals day with Kelly and the whole crew just cheering them on. Waves were unbelievable.
Look, I was a contest director for that event, and I think it was a round of 16, and I I declared it Women's Day, Ladies' Day, and Rochelle and Lisa and Lane went out there, and I was getting a lot of blowback from the guys, I'll tell you. And I put them out there on about a 6-foot day, and it was spitting burley barrels, and Rochelle got Lisa, they all did incredibly well, got barreled to the max, and I think it turned things.
And it was like the theme of what we've been talking about for a couple of years. You provide the stage, you're going to take it and run with it. And Bugs, we're all grateful that you made that decision that day.
Well, there's a couple of coaches here that were, now that are coaches, that were grumbling at me that day.
not to mention any names, right? Moving forward. But yeah, what a classic. Great to remember all the greats that came before, especially in that late 90s crew. All those great surf movies were coming out by Bill Ballard, Blue Crush, Peaches. My sister and I watching those all day long. They were so well put together and documented a great part of surfing history. 17:23 on the clock here in semifinal number 1. Betty Lou just dropped a 6.5. We'll take a Bonsoy brew break. Last year, an incredible year for Teahupo and the Princess of the Wave. The local hero just took down the world's best in pumping conditions. How good is this?
This was as good as it gets. And, you know, we referenced that semi-final she had before, with Tatiana. And this one right now, I mean, this was historic in women's surfing. It really was Blue Crush playing out in real life, you know. It was epic to see Vahine get that win that she's dreamed of for so long, you know. Ever since she started dedicating her life to this wave and getting barreled, it was definitely a dream. So to see that come to fruition was so cool. And to see Tatiana as well really push the limits and really have that Blue Crush moment, the Anne Marie moment. It was it was epic.
That's so cool. Vahine Fierro winning that heat with Tati. Tati had the 10. And for Tatiana, that was like a career-defining wave as well, because she was always supposed to get a wave like that. It finally came true. And even with the loss, she was able to be so proud of herself, for women's surfing. I mean, and Vahine scores an 8, 9.63. I mean, they had to be big to get past Tati that day. Great looking back at what happened last season. That was a busy year for Tahiti with the Olympics there, and also for Vahine, you know, really being the face of it all, being part of the hosting country of France, but knowing that everything was going to come to that little small town at the end of the road. That's why she is so inspired to make the cut, to be able to surf at her home break. It's one of those specialty type waves where Vahine is the favorite all day long.
Wow, specialty. It's the most amazing wave in the world, really.
And yeah, requires a special skill set of bravery, courage, holding your line, and it just shows the depth of being a pro surfer on tour. You can't just be solid in small waves. You can't just be great in points. You've got to be able to really mix it up with consistency as well.
You know, when you compare, like, you know, Pipeline to Chopu, the one thing about Chopu is, of all the places in the world, all the reef breaks in the world, there's not one where you're actually paddling on the wave and you are watching the water drain off the reef. And the colours of the reef, they're mesmerising, and you don't want to go there.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like it's beautiful paradise that's frightening all at the same time. Vahine talks about that road of courage, building up the confidence to paddle out first, watch it, then set the benchmark of what's possible out there. Her friends have just come off at just a crazy swell over there back home. She's been rooting them on from the Gold Coast, staying focused. Vahine got busy to start off this semifinal. Just didn't even want to worry about the battle for the first wave. Just took off on some bad waves and just swung herself into a couple of threes. Betty Lou started off really patient, then really opened up with a 6.5 flick.
Yeah, the 6.5 is well rewarded, right? You got to surf to the conditions and what's being offered in front of you. Kind of looks like Vahine might be having a look here, but just a bit too far out for that one. But yeah, Betty Lou, I think still you know, we're waiting for that tide to fill in more. It is definitely going to start improving. Yesterday afternoon was a good benchmark for that. Just absolutely pumped. But right now, you still just it's very shallow out there. It's very fast, and I think Betty Lou's doing a good job at just identifying that.
Here comes Betty Lou, jumping on surfboards from Mayhem this year with priority. Vahine will get the rest of it. Quick snap, bottom drops out. The Tishin's got a lot of speed and belts it. What a great read for Vahine. Had so much speed as that bottom just went square. It's easy to poke your nose on that situation, and she was able to keep her rails clean, and all she had to do is swing for that lip line. Great approach as we dive into the CT by the numbers. Waves per heat this year on average in 2025. Vahine second on the list, as staying very busy, and just reflecting that. She's outdone her average right there. That was her 6th ride so far as we take a look, Flick.
Oh, she had to give, Betty Lou had to give way for Vahine, but she sets this up beautifully, just winds it up, upside down, perfect timing. Let's have a look from this angle. So that's the setup turn, and then she weaves down the line. She eyes off this section. It really is perfect timing, right? And look how upside down vertical she gets. Releases those spins. It's going to be a great number. You know, if Betty Lou's dropping a 6.5 for the 2 turns she did, okay, you've got to be thinking that this is going to be a great score.
Yeah, well, the drone angle showed that wave. You could see that it had a draw on it. It had a bit of a real body to the wave, and it was always going to be a go. And both girls, both of them looked at it and wanted it, but priority came into play.
She's on the 5.6.5 CI Pro model. Britt Merrick said it's not brand new, but it's not old. So he feels like this board's been around for a little bit, but hasn't overused it, saving it for big heats like this. Huge opportunity for Vahine to try to win on the road for the first time, as she is all the way out the back there on the Red Bull ski. They have certain tracks they take so they don't affect the wake of oncoming sets. And this Water Patrol, obviously really good at driving those skis, and great surfers themselves. Betty Lou, though, will take advantage of nobody out. First snap to get down the line, and just a nice flowy type finish. She kind of had a little bit of a bidding war last year when people realized that they could maybe make boards for Betty Lou. What an opportunity for world-class shapers to try to say, hey, Betty Lou, I've got something you want to ride. So she actually went to Indo with the sole purpose of trying multiple shapers boards. And when it came down to making a decision, she went with Matt Biolas.
Well, what a wise choice. And have we had a smorgasbord of the world's best shapers here at Burleigh this week?
Looks like the leash got caught on the back of the seat of Vahine. She's still smiling.
Oh, that's good. That's good. That could...
Hey, happened to me just the other day. Jumped off the back of the ski in Fiji. Donk. Whoopsies.
Oh, yeah. Vahine's... Yep, that's classic. Good thing she didn't get tangled up in a bad way, but if anyone's really used to jumping off skis or boats...
Hey, she's the best.
With the most experience.
Exactly. Happens to anyone.
Yeah. You got to be careful, right? I mean, we've seen people damage equipment on the ride back out. You pop fins out, buckle boards if you're laying on top of it. I always think it's best, and if you're not in a super hurry, climb up back on that seat, make sure your equipment's really solid and safe. But wow, we've got some numbers to talk about. How about that score for Vahine? A 7.0. We've got a new best number of the heat so far.
Yeah, that was a well-deserved flick call. That was the best wave of the heat so far on that last big slashing turn. Went upside down vertical. But now Betty Lou, now she's waiting for a score. She needs a 4.44. That last wave of hers could be thereabouts.
Betty Lou waiting on her 7th wave to be scored. So they're almost matching each other with wave count now after Betty Lou's slower start. She's really picked up the pace.
You'd have to be thinking, Flick, that, you know, we're 7.5 minutes and it's been, you know, selectivity has narrowed in this heat, that, you know, they are looking for that backup score now.
Yeah, they definitely are. Let's have a look what Betty Lou got. Just a little snap here to set up. I mean, but that was a really well-timed turn. I'm going, you know, I think it could be right there.
Right there is right on.
Great call, you guys. Last score coming through, and it's right there. A 4.53 just gets the lead off Vahine. It is so close out there. Vahine in a great position because of the 7.5 better than Sakura's best. And now she's chasing a 4.03, an absolute battle coming down to the end for these two fighting for a spot in the final.
Oh, this is going to get super exciting. You know that both these women want, I mean, they both want it equally just as bad. So right now, you know, 6:30 on the clock, you got to be thinking, both are going to want to improve. Exactly to your point, Bugs. I don't think they're going to be feeling safe with those backups there, knowing that, you know, this is a point break. Traditionally, we're getting 2 to 3 wave sets here. If someone takes off in the first one, most likely that, you know, your opponent is on that second one. And I just think it's going to come down to, obviously, this backup and what happens when this next set rolls through. Betty Lou, obviously, with the priority and in the driver's seat. But if she takes off, she's going to want to improve as well. You know, you're not surfing to just defend a wave. You want to surf to take off and improve on her situation too.
And, of course, without priority, a 4.03 is not that difficult to get.
And here she goes, swinging for it. Well, up and out. See, some of these waves just have different profiles on the bank, obviously with size, but also how it reacts to it. Still 2 swells in the water. And sometimes you'll just see that up and out. Vahine wants that real clean, bowled out section like she got in her 7.0. For surfers of this caliber, a wave like that actually makes things so much easier. The better the wave is, all they have to do is attack their targets. It gets tricky when it's uphill feeling on a wave or it's going gutless on you and you got to really scrap for your big points.
And Flick, it's hard to stay calm in a situation like this because what's looming is I could be in the final. And
so true.
And they don't have a real strong backup score.
No, there's definitely nerves for sure. I mean, both these women, you know, that here we go. Maybe got some hand signals occurring here.
Yeah, it's not just stressful in the water.
Kind of reading patience.
Well, out the back, I'm saying out the back, wait, don't take off, out the back, go. Coach's corner firing up right now. Looks like we've got some sets on the horizon.
And her crew has identified it really early. Vahine doesn't have priority, but they're asking her to settle down because even if you have second choice, you don't want to scrap for a small wave and miss the set. First wave, Vahine's showing she wants it. Betty Lou is pleading for the blocking call. Paddled right behind Vahine Fierro right at the end there. Tommy's turning around, waiting for a decision.
But, I mean, I guess the question to me, though, from a judiciary point of view, was she going to catch the wave?
That's big. You know, for Betty Lou having priority, she's trying to sell that she wanted that wave. She did turn around late, so there's definitely something to look at there, Flick.
It could go either way. I could see it going either way. I could see it going in the fact that Betty Lou wasn't very interested, but then made a later paddle. Let's have a look here. So I guess she kind of was. She was sort of having a dig, and then Vahine, I guess, oh, that was such an interesting one, you know. You're kind of wondering...
Is the onus on the surfer without priority not to get in the way?
Like, I don't know if intentionally Vahine was asking that, but we'll get back to that. She's surfing now.
Still a clean screen as far as calls at the moment. Vahine just tries to get back to surfing as she steps off her 8th wave ridden. Now Betty Lou's out the back. And now taking this wave. There's a first turn in the pocket. Punches out the second one. Into a third off the top. Wave split. She takes the higher road and finds a nice knifey finish. Tommy Whitaker. Next to him with the glasses, Blair Marlin, one of the great managers of pro surfing for a very long time. Had a great career coming from Carlsbad, California. Invested in this heat big time. As we look at this last one from Betty Lou.
This wave here, I mean, just beautiful wrapping turns. Kind of like it's fired her up, right? I mean, Nice tap there, wraps it around again. She even negotiates this last turn here very well. It's difficult to read, and I'm going to be saying she's improving. So
as we're waiting on a decision from upstairs, we're passing the IC 2-minute warning, and we're hearing some crazy announcements, giving some updates. We'll let you know what's happening in just a moment. And now it's officially on paper. Interference on Vahine Fierro, losing an entire wave on that block on Betty Lou. Let's check in with Kaipo.
Yeah, so what happened there, I saw it from out here, is Betty Lou was paddling for the wave, kind of in a wheelie position, but Vahine was directly underneath her. And so I think that's what the priority judge saw, is that you have that blocking aspect. Now, I'll open up the conversation to you guys. You guys probably have a replay of it. But that's what I saw out here is, you know, in a free surf, it's kind of like a snake, right? So I don't know if it was intentional, but that's what the tangle up was.
Thank you, Kaipo.
Yeah, I mean, my read on the situation was that it wasn't malicious, but what it was an entanglement where she just failed to get out of the road of the surfer with priority. And I think that the onus is on the surfer without priority not to get too close.
Yeah, look, it's touch and go. They were really close to each other. It just, you got to be looking over your shoulder. This is gonna really sting for Vahine now, and with Betty Lou already clocking up over that 10-point range, it's when you're doing it off the back of one score, it's impossible.
Wow, what a wild moment in the back end of that semifinal. Things got so close, and unfortunately for Vahine, getting called on the block. And when that happens, you lose an entire wave on that interference call. So you only count one score. And with Betty Lou having a 12.33 total, it's over. Betty Lou will make it into the final here at Burleigh Heads, and Vahine will be leaving with a semifinal result.
You know, to me, in the end of the day, it didn't actually turn the heat. I think Betty Lou had the heat well in hand.
Well, I mean, even if you look at this last score that just came through for Vahine for that one single backhand belt, right? I mean, it's crazy without that paddling interference. I mean,
oh, okay.
Yeah,
wow.
With that final one, that actually might have turned it if it was a clean sheet without that interference. That was the last wave, and that probably would have got Vahine in the final.
Hey, that was one singular turn. You're thinking 6-5 for that thing. I mean, and she's already dropped the 7. I mean, she's going to be pretty pissed off.
Okay, here we go. That was a turn of the heat.
Wow, and that's a new rivalry in the making there. And Betty Lou just understanding the rules and playing them in the way that she was able to get the blocking call. Just kind of paddling right behind Vahine, made that late decision. She knows she has undisputed right-of-way, so...
Yeah, she was going to get 13 plus points.
Yeah.
And just like that, Betty Lou understands the rule book well, uses it to her advantage, and moves on to the final at the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM. She'll be competing with either Erin Brooks or Sally Fitzgibbons. We'll be right back.
The Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM, is brought to you by Bonsoy, the official milk of the World Surf League, by GWM, official automotive partner of WSL Australia, and by Experience Gold Coast and the Queensland Government through Tourism and Events Queensland.
You're watching Finals Day here on the Gold Coast. What a great crowd here on Saturday. The sun's back out. We've been dealing with some rain and weather, but we don't care. The waves are firing, but now the sun's out too. Representing Canada in a rookie year on tour, the 17-year-old phenom, Erin Brooks, who's been just punching the numbers up into the 9s throughout this event, taking down heroes that are twice their age. Well, that's the story for this heat as well. Sally Fitzgibbons, 34. Erin Brooks, 17. Two different generations going head-to-head on this classic right-hand point break, and a chance to join Betty Lou into the final flick.
Wow, this is such a matchup. You've nailed it, Joey. Sally is literally double Erin's age. It's actually incredible to think, one, how amazing the longevity of Sally Fitzgibbons' career is and how quickly the rise of Erin Brooks has been. It's really cool to see those two contrasts here, and I know that Erin would have been dreaming to have a matchup with Sal, and here we go, Sal's opening wave here. So getting started pretty early Nice little carve, and just working this one through. Probably not going to be a giant score, but just getting things started.
Always has a nice flow, nice attention to detail. Has switched up her boards multiple times in her career. Even started doing training with style and technique, lifting weights, but thinking about surf style over the years. I don't think there's anything she hasn't looked at as far as building her campaign to be a world champion. Finishing runner-up in the world 3 times. She's been in yellow at the season finale in the past and been upset, but she never loses her strength and courage to come back and fight another day. Even if she's been sent to the Challenger Series, she's like, nope, it's a new challenge, and I'm coming back. And I think everybody's celebrating this performance into the semifinals. Last time we saw Sally in a championship tour semifinal, we go back to 2021 on the championship tour.
Wow, I mean, last year Sally crushed the Challenger Series.
Yeah, she did. She looks amazing. And I just love the way she reframes it every time, you know. I mean, it's been a couple of years now that she's had to do that, but she's so fired up. And what she gives in the post-heat interviews, she's so vulnerable. And just like the way she talks about the sport, what she's given, and that she's not done, you know. And I think it was cool to see her get really emotional the other day when she cracked this quarterfinal. You know, obviously she's needing a big result here, and she'll need another big one in Margie's if she wants to keep this dream alive. But yeah, it's epic to see Sal getting so vulnerable.
She's represented Australia in the first edition of surfing in the Olympic Games at Tokyo 2020. It always made sense for her to be an Olympian in her career. Participated in the Junior Olympics. She was a great runner. Played a bit of footy, soccer. Just loved it all. Still loves watching major sports. Sometimes stays up past her bedtime during contests because she's invested in the NBA and everything else. She just is so passionate about how other athletes train and sees what she can take and bring it into her act.
Well, Flick, I mean, my understanding was that Sally was a champion middle distance runner around, you know, the 1,500 meters, which is a gnarly race.
Oh, yeah.
And she had to, you know, she reached that point on, it was like, as kids do, Saturday morning, do I go on a surf comp or am I going to the athletics track?
Yeah, 100%. As we see Erin getting things started.
Driving into a big section. How's the coil up that she has? Lightning fast as she strikes. She can wait, build speed, and then she turns it on a dime. Another surfer on the Mayhems. Erin Brooks getting her first score in the semifinal. She's had some tough losses this year that, I mean, have been toughest for her. She's been taking more time than most, kind of dealing with those emotions of having such high goals as a rookie on tour this year.
Yeah, I think everyone's been talking about it. You know, even the buzz about, hey, she's coming on, can she do it? Can she get a world title even? And I think it's like, whoa, okay, let's just settle down. She's so young still, right? And I think at the same time, she probably puts a lot of expectation on herself, you know, and has been really cool to see her sort of come into her own at this event here in Burleigh. You know, I think when she dropped her first 9 a few days ago, it was a couple of points better than her highest score she'd ever got on tour, you know, as a full-time competitor. So this is going to be feeling good. It feels like she's sort of slipped into like a level of comfortability here, and her boards look amazing. Her read on the wave looks really good, and it'll be interesting to see where she takes this confidence from this event, because I just feel she's someone who's going to run with that momentum, and you know, she'll, you know, need another good result in Margie's, and you know, then it maybe potentially opens up the back half of the year. But think about Erin when it comes to that back half of the year and the damage she could do at waves like Chopes, you know, just where she's really going to be comfortable to push the limit.
Erin Brooks hearing the sound of a 4.0. Sally start 3.5. Hasn't been too many Goofy Foot World Champs in the last few years. More recently, Caroline Marks. So then you go back to Chelsea Georgeson, who won right before Lane got her 7th. Chelsea Georgeson, one of the greats coming from Australia. Goofy footer that absolutely would charge big waves, one of the best styles in the game. Was always really dangerous competing here on the Gold Coast as well.
Yeah, Chelsea, just such an awesome surfer. Just even seeing her in free surfing to this day, she's still got it.
I saw her in Fiji last year. She was taking some local grounded surfing, and they were just so thrilled to hang out with a world champ like Chelsea. Here comes Sally Fitzgibbons. Big, healthy top turn with the tail release. She recovers it off the bottom, but she put so much into that big turn. But you could see that transition bottomed out. To her credit, she stayed over her surfboard.
She will, and will she get pinged for that, Fleek? Because what it did is that it kind of crueled her for the next section.
Yeah, definitely. And I think you could see on her face too, just the body language a bit. She was like, oh, you're kidding me, because that turn felt so good. If she got one more tap, she could have been on her way. Let's think for Hine, 7 for 2 turns. Let's have a look. So just, oh my goodness, just so beautiful. The wave just cups out that little bit more and sort of unexpectedly sort of catches her by surprise there. She does get back up in the power source, but it's kind of too late. She knows. But one single manoeuvre. I mean, she's looking fired up. To me, it looks like Sally's leaving nothing on the table. She's coming out all guns blazing.
Well, she's going to get a score for that one move, and I think she would have been more forgiven if the next section had just allowed her to keep surfing, then all would have been forgiving.
Yeah.
And she was probably heading for an excellent score.
Sally Fitzgibbons, one move, and it turns it into a 5. So she knows that'll give her confidence. A combination to follow would have thrown down a keeper. As we look at Erin Brooks on the wind-up. Wow, she pushes hard through that first section and steps off. She had that trip early to the island of Oahu and saw a bunch of boards with flames on it. She decided that would be her paint job this year. This is a paddle battle now.
Yeah, do you think that perhaps Erin, pulled out of that wave early just to maintain priority position?
Yeah, it feels that way for sure. It'll be interesting here. I mean, Sally doesn't look like she's really putting on the gas. She was before. It'll be an interesting one to see where this goes.
These two paddling back out as they try to get priority and reset the scale with numbers. Let's see this wave for Erin Brooks. She's going to paddle right over it. Sally's starting to check it out now and will glide in. Fitz just up and out. Last score for Brooks in at another 4. So 2 of those. But Sally's still out in front. A lot of fun things happening. Von Blakey finds himself once again in the Vizsla Shaping Bay with Donald Brink and Ryder Biolis.
Well, here we are in the Vizsla Shaping Space with a couple of very special guests. Donnie Brink, how are you, mate?
Oh, so good. Another day.
Nice to see you. And Ryder Biolis, welcome.
Hi, how are you?
Are you having a nice time?
Yeah, I'm having a great time.
Okay, well, you guys have been hard at work. So explain to us what we're looking at here, Donnie.
So the whole activation has just been showcasing building boards by hand on the beach. So this board, I was so honored to spend time with Avalon Stark in the bay, and we just grabbed a blank, designed something, and shared the tools. And it was so much fun, and we're going to bring this home, getting Ryder to paint on this. So it's been this is 3 up already on the collaboration.
That's sick, yeah. The more the merrier. It takes teamwork to make the dream work, my brother. Ryder, your art is absolutely world famous. We've seen it on all the Mayhem boards forever and ever. My personal favourites, Mason's boards. They're so special. Tell us what you're painting today.
I'm painting this design I've done a couple times before. It's just like some solid streaks, like going all over the place. I kind of just go with the flow, and whatever I'm feeling, just go with that kind of.
And when you're doing team boards, do you sort of consider the personalities of the guys that you're painting for and the women?
Yeah, I consider the personalities. Like Sawyer Lindblad, she's one of my best friends, so I kind of just like go with what I think she would like the most and what colors I think like we're gonna just like she's gonna feel like work the most for her. And like Mason, he's like crazy fun guy, so I just go crazy and spend as much time as I possibly can on his boards to make him as crazy as possible.
Yeah, getting into Mason's headspace must be quite the trip. Well, that's it. So this is going on down here all day long. If you're going to come down to the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM, come to the Vizsla Shaping Space and watch a couple of masters at work.
Thank you so much, Vaughn. Oh, 2 great creatives in that space together. Donald Brink makes so many really cool alternative type crafts. He's so passionate about being a craftsman. And Matt Biolis, his daughter, art by Ryder, getting the paint job done for Erin Brooks in this one. As we see the replay from Sally Fitzgibbons, Bugs.
Yeah, this is Sally's best ride. She netted a 6.17 and she's certainly looking pretty, pretty loose actually.
Really loose, really comfortable. She now has the 2 best waves of the matchup with Erin with her 4s. So the Aussie vet is just pulling away ever so slightly, Flick.
Yeah, she's applying the pressure right now, and she's keeping busy. I'm kind of liking this approach. I think, you know, we even saw it in the last heat. Betty Lou, Vahine, they were both pretty active and just like sort of swinging and having a go. They were still waiting for that tide pushing in. We can see it. You know, it is getting higher out there, but I think with so much opportunity, it kind of looks like we've got a bit of a set on the way. You can always start to see it stand up on that outer bank there where there's that little bit of sand. But I just think there's so much opportunity, and you kind of take off out here today, and sometimes they're going to work out and they're going to hit the bank perfectly. Other ones, like that little drainer on the inside, or sometimes you stand up and it's a dud. So I think Sal's approach right now, obviously it's working out for her.
Loving our time on the Gold Coast. We've had some locals win the event in the past, like Serena Brooke from the Gold Coast, who was traveling on tour for a while, was in Blue Crush as well, and won this event back in 1999. Waves on the way. Paddling hard is Sal, and she doesn't catch that one. But always so active is, well, Erin Brooks up and down, so she'll end up getting a throwaway again. A lot to take in on the stage as big as this one in a semifinal at just 17. And she accomplished so much so quickly. Sometimes you have to pause for a moment and realize how phenomenal Erin Brooks has been since she decided to become a surfer. And I think we were recently discussing this. It wasn't just, oh, I'm going to go ride waves. It was like, I'm going to be a world champion. And that was on day 1. It wasn't like, oh, surfing feels good. I might have something going with it. You know, for some of us, it's just, hey, you have fun first, and then you see what goes from there. For Erin, it was instantly world champion plans, and she's worked with some incredible people like Shane Beshin. She called Shane, actually, because she wanted to learn how to do airs. And he's like, well, if we're going to do airs, we got to learn everything else first. So he worked on fundamentals, bottom turning, taking off, barrel riding, positioning, and then they got on the trampolines and foam pits and body mechanics. And since then, we've seen quite a few monumental airs landed by Erin Brooks. Her Instagram is like a surf movie every time she makes a post. Sal's going to use priority on this one, and it's just a short ride again.
Wow, there's been a few uses of priority that haven't worked out, but the ball has ended back in Erin's court again, and let's see if she can make something of it. She's had a lot of in and outs, Flick.
Yeah, she'll a couple of swings, couple of misses, but there's still plenty of time on the clock. You know, you got over 18 minutes, and I think she's just got this one here looks like it could be a bit cleaner. Looks like she might be having a look.
Wow, this thing really pulled up quickly right on top of Sal. Erin's got to step off. So that one just a little bit too deep and couldn't come around the corner. As we know, the winner of this heat will be taking on Betty Lou Sakura Johnson. Betty Lou coming off a crazy one with Vahine Fierro. And we're looking forward to see how this one continues on as we check out this last decision from Erin Brooks.
Yeah, well, this one looked promising. Whether she had to just slightly go around Sal then, but the wave did collapse down the line.
And now Sally in motion. She'll fade that first turn. Now starting to step on the gas. Nice attack mode on the oncoming section. A little down carve sweep. Nice flow down the line from Sal, tapping the lip. Bottom drops out and takes her down like a clothesline. Sal trying to create some space there, and gosh, that bank can surprise you, can it?
Yeah, it comes up quick. I mean, she literally just got karate chopped in the face. I mean, that thing is going to slap hard. It's super shallow in there. Let's replay this. So she just slashes around here, gets this turn. I mean, she was on her way potentially to improving on this 5, and wave just has a nice scoop, a nice bowl to it here. Just nice reach, tries to throw it up, but just a bit late there.
So much in trying to get a part of the final. Betty Lou has a little bit of time to catch her breath as she prepares to try to win this event.
I'll take it.
What do you mean? You played the game perfectly.
Yeah.
It was perfect.
Okay.
You found the ways, you put the pressure on, put her under pressure, and she crumbled with a mistake. It was a clear mistake. I don't feel she went under you on a
I
serve,
know,
and it was
right
so
under me.
clear.
Yeah.
She'll be kicking herself. Like even her coach was like, that was so like, yeah, you nailed it. That's the game. That's
the game.
unreal.
Okay.
You dropped a 6-5 on like, it was how tough was it?
So hard.
Low high, just
It's-
grind,
yeah, it's
and that's
really
what I said.
hard.
You're gonna have to adapt and grind and get it done. And now the tide's coming in.
It's gonna be good.
That was huge. Last thing Tommy wants is Betty Lou to feel bad for that priority interference. He needs her to focus on this final. Live action with Aaron Brooks attacking. First snap there, it's bottoming out, and she whips that backhand snap hard. She's been rewarded for just lightning fast finishes like that throughout this event. And right there, her goal is break out of that 4.
And she's going to get herself into this match now, I think, Flick, because she's got a couple of 4s. She might be keeping, she'll keep one of them, but Sal's only got the 5 and the 617, so, you know, it didn't take much to actually get in the zone of perhaps advancing.
Yeah, let's see it. So just has a little bit of room to move around here. Jabs this first one, but all the points are coming from this last turn. Just, you know, shades of what we're seeing. That's just that dynamic backhand of hers, really being able to throw it up into the lip.
So, well,
now 15 on the clock. If you guys ever want to check out the rule book, it's online, worldsurfleague.com. You can actually download the whole thing. Priority rules under 11.09, right-of-way using the priority system. And that one was applied in that last heat where Vahine loses an entire wave. As we have 14:42 left in this semifinal clash, Aussie veteran, the 34-year-old, still with the lead over the 17-year-old rookie, Aaron Brooks. We'll be right back. Check out this view and that VIP deck that we have for this event. You can see it all because of the Gold Coast Queensland flight cam. These people have been there since the sun came up, enjoying this view of the world's best surfing. It's one of the best venues to watch. It feels like a coliseum as you have a really cool section of that wave that you see the finishing move. You can see the takeoff from that deck, and you can also see the top of Von Blakey's head. At the moment, he's standing by with Betty Lou.
Betty Lou, you are the first finalist of the 2025 Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM. Congratulations. It's been a wonderful run through this event, but that was a really tricky heat.
Yeah, tricky indeed. The conditions, low tide still kind of filling in, but yeah, happy just to get my surfing done a little bit, and unfortunately she made a mistake and paddled in front of me. But yeah, really happy to just be in the finals.
That heat was quite tense right up until that moment. How did you read that situation?
Yeah, I was just trying to play my best game and really just identify the waves and try to like surf my best and find the best waves for myself. But yeah, since that happened, I still knew I needed to get another wave because she got another wave, and I was like, if they don't give it to me or her, I still need another wave. So yeah, just happy to yeah, I can't even talk. I'm sorry.
No, fair enough, fair enough. I mean, you've had a wonderful run through, you know, this GWM Aussie treble so far. But this is a huge moment for you to make this final. We saw you talking to your coach, Tommy Whitaker, before. What's the energy moving into this last heat?
Yeah, just really resetting and kind of just go back, look at my other heats and lean on that confidence that I had previous. And yeah, really just, this is a big moment for me. I haven't really found my foot on this tour yet this year, and I feel like I finally clicked into myself and my gears, and yeah, I'm just really happy to be here.
We're so excited for you. Anyone you want to give a shout out to at home before you surf the final?
Yes, of course. All my friends and family at home, thank you so much for watching. Your guys' support mean everything to me, and you guys, this is why I'm doing this. I'm doing it for you guys, and yeah, let's take it home.
Congratulations. Have a great final.
Thank you so much. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Vaughn. Betty Lou Sakura Johnson now into her second appearance on a championship tour final. Her first, we mentioned before, Sunset Beach. Runner-up to Molly Picklum. That crazy rivalry where Betty Lou had to get past Molly. She did it for the first time in now 7 meetings. That was just letting her break away. Probably felt like she could beat everybody on tour after finally getting that win off her rival there. And she'll be taking on the winner of this one. At the moment, Sally Fitzgibbons with the lead over Aaron Brooks. Erin's got priority. Built to a 5.4 on that last finishing move. That looked really strong, Bugs.
Yeah, well, she split the difference here because Sally's got the 5 and the 6.17, a 5.4 right in the middle. Put her in the mix, Flick.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you know what? Basically, in my opinion, yes, she got the check turn before that, where some points are going to come from, but it's really just off the strength of that one turn, right? So if she can just find a wave to give her space to bank off 2 of those, 3 of those, I mean, she's looking deadly. Her backhand is fire. It's so dynamic right now. The way she winds up off the bottom, just so deep, controlled, and just like really pivots tight in the pocket. The judges are loving it. So I think, yeah, it's up to her. She's got the priority. She just needs to find that open face to allow her to get a couple of turns banked off like that.
Well, the theme of having a new winner at every stop will continue. Betty Lou in the final. Erin Brooks wants to be there with her, chasing a 5.78, but she's got one of the most experienced competitors in the world right next to her, and who's competed on the Gold Coast for a very long time. Sally's actually in her 7th semifinal on the Gold Coast in her career. She's only converted one of them into a final in the past. Still hasn't won. Came close that year in 2013. She was runner-up to Tyler Wright 12 years ago. And she loves where she comes from, the South Coast in Jiroa, New South Wales. Where Erin Brooks, it's sometimes hard to remember where she's from. She's moved around so much. Sal, a proud Aussie, loves where she comes from. Erin Brooks, citizen of the world, born in Texas, representing Canada, learning how to surf on Maui, then moved to Oahu, then to Southern California, and really just lives out of a suitcase these days. But you can't really lock in really one home break to Erin Brooks. It kind of feels like everywhere in the world is her home break.
Well, she's a citizen of the world. And, you know, Flick, one thing about this heat is that they've both taken speculators with priority, and they haven't worked out. This is the time where you've got to kind of nail the priority with the right selection.
Yeah, for sure. It's coming. The time's ticking, and basically this next exchange is going to be pretty important. Looks like Sal's pretty interested here.
Fitzgibbons looks, Erin Brooks takes it. It's bowling out. Wow, goes upside down very quickly on a very steep section beyond vertical as it hollowed out.
Sal did a good job at selling that.
Oh, that was a sell job big time.
Very good.
It was just too wall.
Thing was just already going inside out. Erin did a great job, almost pull off a crazy effort there, but Sal wanted her to take it. Now Fitzgibbons has the lead and priority.
Yeah, it was a better move, right? She looked super interested. The thing obviously had such a good draw bowl to it, but it was way too stretched out. And then Erin here, I mean, hats off to Erin though, because that is not easy to do. She turned on a dime. It could not be any more acute than what that was. But yeah, it was just the master stroke from Sal, just veteran status there, and just forced a hand. So still plenty of time though for Erin to sort of get another wave. If the set comes through, we're thinking it's 2 to 3 waves, so there will be more opportunity. It's a big lineup. You can find space.
Yeah, and it's not like she had to get the jet ski and go all the way around on that, you know, 2-3 minute rotation. She was right on the bank, and look at that. She's just gone past Sally right now. And Sally, oh, she'll hang in tight.
Well, see Erin Brooks paddling up the sandbank. She loves sand bottom right-handers. She just ruled the world last year when she locked into one last year at Snapper at the Challenger Series to the 10. This is what Erin had to say about that moment.
Yeah, that heat was really fun. I was competing against probably my best friend, Isabella Nichols, and we were watching the heat before, and everyone was just getting barreled, and we were so excited to get out there. But then the heat kind of went flat for like the first couple minutes, and both of us were like, oh no, we just want to put on a show and it's not providing. But then I saw this one wave come in, and I kind of started to move, and then Isabella didn't, and I was like, oh, what? And it was definitely the best wave I had ever seen at Snapper or had been in position for. And I was like, no matter what, no matter how deep I was, I definitely had to go. And right when I took off, it like bottomed out and I grabbed my rail. And once I got in there, I thought I was a little too deep. And then the spit kind of just pushed me over the foam ball. And when I came out, I like even surprised myself, and I heard everyone cheering on the beach, and I kind of just looked back at the beach because I was just so surprised. And then I had to finish the wave. I'm in the contest and I'm competing.
So cool hearing from Erin herself. This is the moment, Bugs.
Yeah, this is the best backhand barrel nearly I've ever seen a snapper, though. I mean, Nick Vacicek would be happy with that, you know?
So true. This thing was epic. It was so...
Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
It just kept drawing off the bank. Erin probably thought, maybe I'm too deep. She's going no matter what.
Oh, it was. I remember this, right? She mentioned that before. That wave came in and Bella was deeper. Priority hadn't been established yet. And she said, had a look at it and pulled back. And then Erin, to her credit, was like, okay, are you kidding me? I'll go this. And so I think it was one of those things where Isabella was like, oh, one of those moments that you always think back to, like, oh my goodness. But Erin just capitalized on it, and it was incredible to watch.
Sometimes there's a wave that just marks your career. Not everyone has like a wave attached to them necessarily, and Erin already does. Remember, if you do that this year on tour, once again, our good friends at Yeti will give you a 110 Tundra filled with Yeti signature products. And that's what Erin and Sally want to do. Sally's had 10s in the past throughout a storied career. Still leading over Erin Brooks at the moment, using some experience in this matchup.
What we're seeing, one of the, I guess, the feature of the heat has been this flip-flop of priority from one to the other, from red to blue, blue to red. And no one has really capitalized on that, on utilizing the priority properly, you know, in at least the second half of the semi-final.
Now it's going to come down to maybe on one more decision with 3 minutes on the clock. You can see even the spicy young energy of Erin. She was trying to push Sally to go right back, and Sally held her guns until she finally went for a big closeout section turn she ended up falling on as we were watching that last year's highlight.
Yeah, it's interesting, right? Because Erin right now, I understand the frantic behavior because she's like, far out. I've literally just dropped 9s the last few heats and I'm feeling so on. I could literally, I wouldn't put it past her to drop a 5, 7, 8 in one turn. You know, they're just so dynamic. She's just thinking right now, can you just give me an opportunity? I just need it. I mean, she's forced the hand here. She forced Sally into that last wave as well. So she sold Sally one. And she's put herself back in position. She's got the priority. She just needs that one opportunity. And I think, yeah, important for her to remember is that this is so doable for her on the strength of one turn.
Yeah, well, I mean, the thing is that, you know, people would go, well, why would you paddle on the inside of someone when you only got second priority? Well, you do that to sell them on a wave.
Now watching the tail end of semi-final number 2. Erin Brooks has been fired up ever since the round of 16, where she had the second best combined heat total, almost matching Molly Picklam's 16.27. Those were the biggest totals we had of that round. Then the quarter, she comboed Steph Gilmore with 17.76 total.
Did she paddle for that wave? Yes, she did.
Wow. Just like that. We've got 90 seconds. Priorities with Sally Fitzgibbons. Erin's coach, Snake, has just taken a couple of steps back there on that paddle and lost some priority.
And Sal's onto it. She's had a look on the priority board and realized that it could be checkmate if she can get down here. And there's Jake with that red singlet going.
Get out of there.
Yeah. Go north, young lady.
Yeah, get some space.
Wow. Just a look and a miss of that wave, but she has paddled into a different section and has space. Erin Brooks gets clipped. 50 seconds.
It's kind of been a bit frantic this heat.
Yeah, I've definitely sensed that frantic nature. I think they just want it so badly. Erin's just having another look here. Going left.
Oh my goodness, she's found a left. Oh, and it's guttering out quickly. 35 seconds and that'll be it. Sally Fitzgibbons survives against the next generation. She hasn't been in a semifinal since 2021, and the same story for a final in that season. Sal will take on Betty Lou Sakura Johnson here at Burley Heads.
Wow. I mean, you can just see it. Erin is not happy with that right now. It's okay, man. Like, she's still so young, but I mean, on the other side of this, What a story for Sally right now.
Well, there's, disappointment etched in Erin's face there. She's just so bummed. And Sally, she's on her way to another final.
Well, as we know, Erin Brooks, it won't be satisfied unless she's winning the event. She's that type of competitor. But we're proud of that performance for the 17-year-old moving to Margaret River. Sal's got a chance to win another major. It's been since 2021. And she'll be dealing with another young surfer. Betty Lou's only 20. Sally Fitzgibbons, though, has all the experience in the world. 3-time runner-up, who's going to enjoy this final on the Gold Coast in front of so many fans supporting her. Finals day continues. We've got the semifinals for the men on deck. Felipe Toledo looking for his first win of the season. He's got Alejo Muniz in first semifinal. Then Julian Wilson from the trials all the way to finals day. He's taking on Kanoa Igarashi in semifinal number 2. We'll bring in Ronnie Blakey and Richie Lovett for the call.
When Felipe Toledo is in the zone, the whole event bends to his will. It's not just dominance, it's presence. You feel it. The confidence, the swagger, the unshakable belief. It's Muhammad Ali in his prime. Floating, stinging, knowing he's the best. Felipe is fire and fury. His emotion, a raw current running just beneath the surface. When it fuels him, he's untouchable. When it spills over, it can turn against him. And here's the thing, when Felipe is feeling it, it's over. Done. Pack it up. He's got that mob boss energy, that you already know how this ends look.
Here we go. The women's final is set. Betty Lou Sakura Johnson will take on Sally Fitzgibbons. Now time to work out what's going to happen on the men's side with semi-final number 1 hitting the lineup. Felipe Toledo making his return to the main stage. And he'll be taking on a countryman in Alejo Muniz. Should be a fantastic clash. Alejo actually with a better head-to-head record against Felipe, so we'll get into that. But this should be a lot of fun. Ronnie Blakey alongside Richie Lovett. Rich, so much on the line for both these competitors. Alejo, he's starting to make a huge climb up the rankings. He's already jumped 12 positions, and Felipe is knocking on the door of a final 5 spot. He has charged into the top 10.
Yeah, we've been saying it through this whole event. You know, Felipe has caught fire here. He's starting to put it all together. The emotion has been a little bit lighter, a bit more contained. We've seen a little less anger, a bit more happiness, and things are starting to flowing. He has been putting down some of the biggest numbers. But he's going to have to get through this man here. Alejo Muniz just pounds that first section, pulls up into the tube, and just gets locked in. And now we're getting a look here at Felipe Toledo opening his account. Connects with that first section, little blowtail. Comes around this little pockety nugget, tucks up, gets some travel time. Does he find the doggy door? And no, just like Alejo, gets pushed down inside that barrel. And Alejo Muniz up on his second ride, fade, finds the tube, tucks in, finds his way out, keeps all this momentum down the line and tags that final closeout section.
Yeah, so a quick start to semi-final number 1 here. Toledo up again too. He's going to duck under this one. You look at the numbers on these surfers as they powered through the rounds. Felipe, he's the highest scoring surfer on average left in the mix. Alejo, he's got the lowest scoring average through this contest with the final 4 remaining. Felipe's been on fire. Also been pretty clutch when he's had his back against the wall. He saved himself in some tough heats. certainly the favourite just with his performances here on the Gold Coast and basically on any head-high right-hander since he came onto the tour. He's been a major threat. So Alejo's up against it, but he's just coming off the back of his best heat performance against Morgan Siblick, putting up a heat score total of 13.43. Just looked like he was clicking a little more in the quarters. He's actually looking to break into his first final. He hasn't been into the semis since his rookie campaign. That was way back in 2011. So he's into the semis for the third time.
That's pretty good. That's awesome. And a great confidence boost for Alejo Moniz, who has just had, you know, a real struggle over the last couple of years to find his way back onto the tour. He really dominated some of the events in the Challenger Series level last year. It looks like he's going to take this wide one. No, just has a quick look. Felipe up the point further, but Alejo definitely doing some of his best surfing. Looks as fit as he's ever been. He's going to paddle into this one.
He's going to have to lift the level again. I mean, he kind of stumbled through some of his earlier round heats, really close ones, tricky conditions. You have to recognise that. But he fired up against Morgan, looked a lot sharper, looked a lot quicker. And I'd say he'll probably have to up that performance again if he's going to overcome Felipe here.
When I think about Felipe Toledo and his weapons, you know, that there's a bullet in every canister. There's not really any chinks in the armour. He's got the power, got the precision, obviously got that innovative air game. And these waves are absolutely tailor-made for what he needs to do. So Alejo's got to unlock this. He's got to unravel Felipe somehow and find a way to win. One, he's got to be on the best waves. Two, he's got to be doing his best surfing. You know, I don't think Alejo's going to even try and take it to the air with Felipe. So it's all going to have to come down with creative power surfing is going to be the way that he's going to get over Felipe here.
Toledo is one of the most winning surfers we've ever had on the championship tour. 15 career victories. And he's looking to break the deadlock with a few people, a few greats, and move one step closer to Gabriel Medina, who's on 17 victories. The two most winning surfers on the men's championship tour now. So this could be a big day for him.
And if he can wrestle a win here today, he just inches closer to having his name in the record books as one of the greatest. He's already one of the greatest.
Yeah, he's currently tied with Martin Potter on 15 wins. If he obviously claims a 16th, he'll move into 10th spot on the all-time winners list. Set waves approaching, and on the outside, Toledo ducks in, and he's going to find his way through this one, loading up for a big oop, sticks it on the roof, somehow brings it down, stays in control. Unbelievable. Just maintained his position so deep on the point here at Burleigh. Knew what he was after. Tide starting to fill in. Those waves are holding open. And he has just made the most of one, but it was the landing on the oop that was incredible.
Oh, he could have just gone conservative after that long barrel ride. He could have just eased it off the top, done a little carve down, but no. What does Toledo do? He takes to the air. One of his trademark airs, the big alley-oop. We saw him but go to it at J-Bay.
Oh, my goodness. Look at the number coming in for the Brazilian superstar, two-time world champion. Toledo drops a 10-point ride.
It was undeniable. It was undeniable across the board. Every single one of the 5 judges didn't hesitate.
Unanimous.
It was a quick decision. 10s across the board. Let's check it out. He had to stroke into it. Tuck straight in. Backdoors this section. Travel time. And then this wave just funnels down the line, and Toledo just does the hugest alley-oop. And that was one of the most difficult landings I've seen from an alley-oop in a long time. Check the drone vision here. Look at him just drop down into the trough somehow. Sticks it.
Wow, he did so well to compress. Almost blinded as he fell through the roof of that wave. And that is a really challenging part of the sandbar. But he just owned the moment.
Incredible. Absolutely incredible.
Haven't seen too many 10s drop in the last few years. The judges really hold them for those special moments, and they deem that one worthy.
That was incredible. That was a nugget. Just hit the sandbar perfectly. And even the late paddle probably put him in a better position to just slot straight in the barrel and get incredible travel time. And there you go. He's got himself a little gift.
He sure has. Scoring the Yeti gear. The Tundra. Packed with Yeti goods. He is going to be thrilled about that. But it's the moment that he'll be loving. Because Toledo, he's had a rough year, Rick. Only one quarterfinal result. And this one is...
Oh, it was an airdrop. Straight into the pit. And you can see here just setting his line nice and forward on the board. Look at his back foot. It's almost off the tail pad, keeping all that momentum running down the line straight into this section here. Launches, gets the spin, complete rotation. This is what amazes me. He actually lands on the roof of that incredibly troughed out, really heavy section. And to be able to ride out of that, keep control of the board underneath his feet was miraculous.
Yeah, amazing stuff there on the Stone and Wood slow-mo. Toledo lining up another one here. He looks to back it up quickly, tucks into the barrel once again. This one's going to get away from him. 22.5 minutes to go. We've had some banter in some of Felipe's heats throughout the contest about, you know, where he sits amongst the greats of all time. And you said he's right up there. It's his ability to do his best surfing in competition. He's done it again here. That's a huge moment. He's had some big alley-oops in his time on tour, but again, just the landing on this one. There really was no transition. He just fell from the sky straight into the trough of the wave and somehow hung in there for the finish.
That's as hard a landing as you're going to get on an alley-oop, I think. Incredible stuff. And what's Alejo thinking right now? He's in a combo situation, and the 5-point backup ride of Toledo, you can bet the house on it that he is going to get rid of that. So Alejo with some serious work to do now. His next strike needs to be excellent.
He's made a habit of it through his career, and it's the ability to just push himself so hard in competition that's helped him claim his 14th career 10-point ride. How many did you get, Rick?
No, I got at least one at Grudgigan, at G-Land.
Also one Trestles. Who could forget? 21 minutes remaining here. And this is, the assignments has gotten so difficult for Alejo. We knew it was going to be hard. You know, we've said it before, you know, you go up against a two-time world champ with 15 championship tour wins, who has the edge on you performance-wise. First goal is to get the two best waves. And Alejo was nowhere near that one. You know, Felipe really identified something deep on the point here at Burleigh that he wanted to tap into.
He made it a 10 with the air. You know, if Alejo had ridden that barrel, he could have come out, hammered it down the line, may have got a score up around the 10. It was an excellent wave. And Toledo extracted every ounce of points.
I was going to say, it was an excellent wave, and he surfed it up.
Yeah, like, he just milked it for everything it was worth. He's on again.
Well, like you said, the 5's not going to last long. 20 minutes. He's got so much time to improve on this heat score total. So Alejo just wants to really be patient here. You can already almost see what he's thinking. Just wait for the wave, a wave that's going to allow you to turn in an excellent score of your own, to get out of combination and give yourself a shot at turning this heat around.
6s, 7s aren't even going to cut it. At the moment, he needs really, well, 2 8s to get into the 16-point range, and that's with Felipe still holding a 5. But with the lineup the way it is, it's possible. There are nuggets out here. If he can find that long barrel, come out and do some of those power hacks that Alejo Moniz is famous for, then you just never know. Let's not count him out just yet.
19 minutes to go to enjoy this spectacle, Vaughan. The showman is at work.
Oh, Ronnie, I'll tell you the vibe. I was walking actually through the headland and the crowd went so ballistic when Filipe Toledo went mad on that last one. It looks like he's up and riding again, but smashing this thing on the inside. But, mate, we are up on top of the Burleigh Pavilion with the Bonsoy VIP deck, and have a look at the celebrities up here, mate. Look at this guy. Former winner of the contest. And, mate, what did you make of that last wave by Filipe?
Oh, mate, that was epic. We were up here watching. I got chills when he took off on that. I seen him get the barrel. I was like, oh, he should stall a bit, and then he just come out and done that huge alley-oop. Mate, that was amazing.
That's awesome, mate. Good to see you, Dingo. And, yeah, the VIP deck, you can imagine what it's doing up here. Bonsoy setting everyone off, as they always do. Pauline Mensah, are you kidding me? Oh, this is so good. This is the place to be.
It looks like it, Vaughan. Take it out, Naughty Pauls for us. Pauline Mensah from just over the border, northern New South Wales. She's living these days. World champ, and Dee Morrison, who won the CT event on the Gold Coast as a Grom in 2003. Took the ratings lead for a moment. A career high for Dean, but Filipe Toledo did what we expected to do, and that is replace the 5 with something much heftier, 7.67. Alejo's in big trouble here.
Big snap to slide and a vicious hack off the lip, and then a third turn just to finish that wave off. This score is compounding, and it's compounding fast.
Yeah, it sure is, and Toledo getting close to his highest heat score total in this event, which came in the round of 32, 17.87. I still think he might improve here. 17 minutes to go. We found our second finalist for the women. Sally Fitzgibbons is going to take on Betty Lou. She's with Laura.
Yes, Sal. Well, what a day. I mean, it has been quite a few years between finals. The last final you took out was in Rottnest Island in 2021. It feels like you're going from strength to strength in this event. Talk us through that heat with Erin, because she's been in fine form.
Yeah, I think it's just accepting, like, just the ebbs and flows of any event Aussie. It's like you'd know it best. It's sort of like some heats really click, some are grindy, but I've just kind of loved just working the puzzle out, and just then neither of us had a super high score, and yeah, so I'm trying to kind of go back out there. I really want to click into gear of getting those two sections lined up, but I'll take any heat I can get. It's just, yeah, such a pleasure to paddle out there and just feel this energy and all the Aussie crowd. I'm just that stoked, eh?
I mean, the crowd is absolutely packed right now. You can't even find a spare bit of grass in this hill. It must be hard to go past everyone. Usually you're down there with all the Groms. You're like, one more heat, let's go. What's your, you know, how excited are you to get back out there and put on a show?
Oh, it's just a bit surreal, because I think it's the parts you have to transition through, the bits where you don't get results and you're in the dark kind of scrambling around and wondering which way is up sometimes, and I think it's those bits that you sit in, and if you can still enjoy that part, and then you get to this part, and it makes it super special because you kind of endure it all. And so to get back to this point, and like I said, I just want to keep going out there and expressing myself, and I love surfing so much, so we have one more heat to do that.
One more heat, 2 more waves. Have fun, Sal. You got all of us behind you.
Thank you, Laura. She's got a whole lot of support down here on the point. She's got a very tough opponent in that final. Betty Lou Sakura-Johnson chasing her first CT victory. Sally Fitzgibbons, one of the most winning surfers ever on the championship tour. She's chasing win number 13. And just like Laura pointed out, it's been a while. Since 2021, and she in fact hadn't been into the semi-finals since 2021. So it's a huge moment for Sal. 15 minutes remaining here. Toledo is on fire. Alejo Muniz needs a 2-wave total to get himself back in the mix. Welcome back to the show. Semi-finals are unfolding at the moment for the men, but don't forget to grab your championship tour merch. Shop now at wslstore.com. Plenty in there, long sleeve tees, great caps, t-shirts as well. But out in the lineup, just an absolute masterclass from Toledo in attacking attacking a heat. 10-point ride, since backed it up with a 7.67. Alejo after a two-wave total of 17.68 here, Rick.
Yeah, it's going to be a big mountain to climb here for Alejo Meniz. He's doing the right thing. He's been patient. He just needs to wait for that wave that is going to allow him to drop an excellent score. It's become real simple, really, in terms of his plan. There's no adjustments that need to be made. He just needs to really rip in on a decent-sized wave.
Yeah, there's a few performers, isn't there, on the championship tour where, you know, they're a real danger of upping the requirement, even after, you know, dropping a 10 and a 7.67 with their ability on the waves you don't want.
Yeah, and there's a couple of greats that have the ability to convert those 6s and 7s into 8s and 9s, and that's exactly what Felipe did. Even on that last wave, that 7.67, you know, there probably wasn't 7 points on that, but he's converted it. And just with the ability to surf with as much speed and aggression and flair as this man. It's why he's won so many events, and it's why we were so surprised to see him down the ratings at the start of this year, but he's steadily climbing.
Yeah, he sure is. He's been in so many finals, but he really is one of the best closers we've ever seen. Just really paces himself through a heat draw like no one else. The pace is different. It is out there. He has shown us before on the Gold Coast even that he can sustain a really high level of performance across multiple rounds. His first CT victory on the Gold Coast was mind-blowing. He had a 19.6 heat score total in the final, but he had 3 other heats before it that were 17 points plus, and a heat in the earlier rounds that was 18 points plus.
Wow, that's just amazing.
So he's next level. 10.5 minutes to go, and Alejo's making his move, identifying this wave as potentially the one that's going to help him break combination. Nice cut down. The section stands up, bit of foam on the face he's got to deal with, but it is a great wave. He's chosen wisely, and he's going to get a clean finish here. Solid surfing. And a pretty good chance that that one is going to help him break the combo.
Well, I think everyone on the point actually wants to see a good battle here, and they're getting behind Alejo Meniz. And he really put that wave together well.
Yeah, his coach, Adriano de Souza, who'd finaled here on the Gold Coast as well. He had his hands together then. You know, he knows this is going to be a tough one for Alejo to survive, but he can appreciate the effort on this ride. Beautiful start.
Yeah, great carve to start things off. The wave gets a little untidy here, and then he finds that open face again. A vertical hit, and then a big closeout re-entry. Love that hack there. So much power. This is what this guy does. He's got this wider stance, and it really allows him to dig in and stay super low to the board. See there, just a little weightless airdrop coming down from that final turn. And he will have his fingers crossed that this thing has an 8 in front of it when the score drops.
35 years of age, one of the old boys on the championship tour, and he is showing that he's still got plenty of fight left in him. An excellent score for Alejo, and he has broken the combination now after a 9.68 with just on 9 minutes to go.
Yeah, assignment number 1 was to break combination. Give yourself a shot, because you never know. A 10-point barrel could come through. This guy's capable of it. You can see there, judges scoring across the board. Pretty tight, 7.5 the low mark, 8.2 the high mark. There's a flat 8 when you take those 3 middle scores.
But Rich, it was the wave selection was so spot on.
Yeah.
You know, so often in this situation, we see it, don't we? Just a competitor get desperate, start trying to launch moves that you don't even typically see from them. And Alejo just played to his strengths perfectly there.
Yeah, you're dead on, mate. You see people out of their comfort zone, feeling like they have to do more than their ability allows. And Alejo just stayed right in that zone where he's comfortable.
Regardless of the outcome of this semi-final heat, Alejo has been the big mover here at stop number 6. Came into the contest in 28th position, just struggling way below the cut line. with a couple of events to turn it around. He has already jumped 12 places to 16th on the rankings, well within the cut line, and just absolutely resuscitated his season.
Yeah, it's good old hard work, and this guy's up for the challenge. It's what he does. He puts his head down. He doesn't listen to the noise. He sticks to his own brand of surfing, and he's making it work. And it's great to see him, mate. It's easy to buy into this guy's story too.
It sure is. I mean, Sharp Eye, they have so many horses in the running for the big event wins. That's why they're so well situated on the Vista Shaper rankings. But what a result too for SRS surfboards that Alejo's representing. He looks so sharp on the equipment last year on the Challenger Series, and the boards have looked really clean in the water throughout his run to this semi-final.
Yeah, board's looking really good. And he was saying he's got this magic stick, and he was hoping the size of the waves didn't get out of the range where the board was going to be super comfortable. Looks like he's got two magic shooters here, this black one and then the other one he's been riding through the event. But just touching on the fitness of this guy too, you know, have a look at the shoulders on him. Look at he's been in the gym when he's not out here in the lineup. Really bulked up last season. Just wanted to add a bit more power. You know, and when you look at these type of surfers who perhaps don't have that aerial repertoire, what are you going to do? You're going to go to your assets and you're going to strengthen them. Try and make them as good as they can be, and that's what Alejo's done.
Yeah, I think a lot of his training too has revolved around injury prevention, strengthening those knees. He's had surgery on both knees. That's what kind of pushed him off the tour, and he's taken one here on the inside. Alejo draws off the bottom, throws an air reverse of his own. Fight fire with fire, and comes through to the inside, bashes the end section. He's fighting with everything he's got at the moment.
I love it. I love it. And this is something we don't really see that often from Alejo. We don't see him take to the air that much. And he's obviously got it in him, and it's great to see that this matchup where he is up against the ropes, we've pulled it out of him.
We've seen it a lot in the last two events, haven't we? Desperate campaigns from surfers down the back end of the ratings. But Toledo, he's going to look to really drop a big score and put it out of reach for his Brazilian mate. That's not the wave that's going to do it, though. He'll get that priority back.
Well, Toledo identifying that was not going to replace the 7.67, so he'll just go and do some defensive work here. So let's have a look at what Alejo did down the line. Ton of speed, hits that section, gets the rail grab, air reverse, clean as. And the wave just lets him down a bit here, but he does some good work to finish off. A little blast off that closeout section.
Just love to see someone just fighting, not withering under the pressure of the requirement, which is a big one, 9.68. It was a 5.67 there for Alejo, who's had an 8-year gap between stints on the championship tour. What a comeback, but what a ride here for Toledo. This is the 10 on the GWM heat recap. The alley-oop was sublime.
Oh my goodness, just one of the best alley-oops we've seen in competition at Burleigh Heads. And Toledo gets a funnel, a crazy little tube ride that looked like Indo, and then backs it up with some beautiful hack work down the line here. Just on point, on edge, and at full throttle. Took a while, but Alejo Muniz came fighting back with some real strong power carves of his own. And a tricky wave to surf here. But he got up into the excellent range with some vertical surfing on the forehand. He came fighting back, but time is ticking away. 3:30 on the clock. Still looking for that 9.68.
Well, looks like Toledo is up now, loading up. Swift transition float to get down the line here. He's going to kick out of this one. Kaipo, what a heat, what a performance from Toledo.
Yeah, I mean, when we talk about Felipe Toledo, there's certain times that he's redefined surfing at spots, right? J-Bay with his 10s, redefining the way you're going to surf that wave. Sakurema with his 10s, same story. And now, Burleigh Heads, that barrel ride to alley-oop. What else could you give it other than a perfect 10? Because that is redefining the way that a person surfs a wave.
Yeah, it's awesome. It was a great little pit too, and the judges have been rewarding the barrels, Rich. You know, they're hollow, they're tight. He took off right under the the hood of the thing and found a great line. So much speed. It just shot him down the line. He was always going to take to the sky.
Yeah, and, you know, behind the rocket snapper, it is a throaty, you know, really consequential pit. At Burley here too, on this shallow sandbar, they're not just a fluffy little barrel. These things are gurgling down the point, travelling really fast. So I'm actually stoked that the judges are highlighting this. They're paying it off, which is great. And really, when you can mix that barrel up and come out and do something like Felipe has and does, then big numbers start to fall.
Well, the Gold Coast, it couldn't have come at a better time for Felipe, just the way his season has rolled out so far. We know he's had great success at so many of the venues on the championship tour, but he kind of didn't hit the note on some of his favourite contests in the opening stages of the season as we get to the IC 2-minute warning. You know, expected a big result from him in Abu Dhabi. Got a 9th. Portugal, where he's been victorious. He had a 5th. El Salvador just suits him so well. He's been solid there over the years. A 17th, and Bells, where he's been a winner as well, just a 9th. So this is exactly what he needed. The conditions suit him beautifully. As we see Alejo taken to the sky. Double grab from him to find the open face once again. Just such an effective manoeuvre there to get back out in front of this. This guy is giving it such a good nudge. He pumps his fist, but he's after a monster score, 9.68. I think really what he's doing is celebrating a really solid fight back.
Yeah, this is a huge jump up the ratings for Alejo Moniz. I think the fist pump was also because he was stoked with the performance throughout the entire event. He's put really good heats together. He's taken down some big names. Unfortunately, he's going to be out of the event, but a 3rd. It's a great result. Little double grab air, functional over that section. And just a series of lateral turns down the line. Nice big roundhouse cutback and a savage hack to finish off.
He is just stomping on the heads of the competitors above him on the rankings.
Yeah.
Up 12 places on the live rankings. And we'll see how it all washes out at the end of this contest. But Alejo's back and in a much better position to defend his spot on the championship tour. But what about Toledo? Just the warning signs were there, Rich. There's been a couple of rides this year where he's looked like, you know, all the bit a multiple world champion, but stumbled at different stages. The frustrations come out a couple of times, but just on this Australian leg, there's been a little bit of a lighter approach to him, a lot of feel about him. And he's really ignited here.
Yeah, well, I was wrapping out with Felipe yesterday, just in the competitors area, and he seemed on top of the world. You know, I think it was his son's birthday today, maybe, today or yesterday, so he was feeling the energy from that, and just was generally stoked and happy. He's been working on the equipment, changing volumes. They went up for a little bit, didn't quite work, so came back down and found this sweet spot. He's got a magic quiver under his feet. And he is our first finalist.
17 points plus for the 2nd time in this event. And he also has a 10-point ride to his name as well, the 14th of his championship tour career. And he will get an opportunity to win a 2nd title here on the Gold Coast. We're going to take a quick break. Semi-2 just around the corner. Things are looking good. Taking a trip down memory lane to the 2018 Gold Coast Pro, where we had thumping conditions. The event was moved down to Kira, and Julian Wilson capitalised, getting himself a Gold Coast Pro title and taking the lead on the rankings.
Well, this was some of the better waves we've ever had for an event down at Kira, and Jules was just in perfect sync with the ocean and the day, and went away as the champ.
Also had a victory in France that year as we get to live action in semi-final number 2. Kanoa Igarashi getting covered up, hammering down the line. What's he going to throw at us? What's he going to throw at the panel? So much speed here that he's able to find the open face again. And he is up against Julian. Gets a solid finish. Putting some pressure on the Australian. And here we go. It is the Hydrolite heat to watch. The run of the wild card continues into the semi-finals here. Up against one of his old sparring partners, Kanoa Igarashi. Bit of history between these two head-to-head. Kanoa, in their last head-to-head battles, has got the jump on Julian. It's 2-0.
Wow, what an incredible matchup. Two natural footers. And the trials winner, former championship tour world title campaigner, Julian Wilson. Let's see what Jules did at the start of this heat. Pulls in, backdoors this section. Travel time down the line, gets the alley-oop. Pulls it off, so Jules starts with a super strong wave here. Roundhouse cutty, stays with the power source. Couple of little more connections down the line, a layback hack. This thing's still giving him opportunity down the line. And the little fist bump from Jules. And this was Kanoa, hops down the section, finds his own little tunnel. And then all this speed through all these little sections here, gets a little foam climb, and had to really work for it to find that final moment. And like he's done so many times before, just goes for that full tail flare as that finishing manoeuvre and stands tall. And then again, Jules outside on a more open face wave, connects with that foam section, up and over that one again. And for a third time, now looking for some open face, engages that rail, beautiful hack. Just caught a little behind on this thing. Just keeping that momentum, looking for a finishing manoeuvre, comes unstuck. So some big scores going to drop here.
Yeah, waiting on those numbers to come on through. There they are. It's an 8.33 for Wilson on the first ride, and this heat just came to life as soon as the hooter sounded, along with the crowd kipes.
Yeah, exactly. As soon as the hooter started, Julian got that barrel. I was looking straight down that barrel, came out, and he almost got startled by the cheer from the crowd when he went into that alley-oop. Like you said, 8.33 and got his 5-point backup. And then Kanoa Igarashi looking straight into the barrel once again, and I swear I met eyes with Kanoa just then. And he was tucked up into like a little ball and came out and gave a little like fist bump claim after he came out. But he had to really compress himself in that barrel, and he was just clean in this cylinder coming through. It's so sick.
Oh, mate, it doesn't get any better locking eyes with the competitors while they're in the tube. We love that. Here's the vision from Kaipo's angle, Rich. So tucked in.
Mate, he is way back in that thing, and just a little finger in the air just to show the appreciation of that moment, and then fanging down the line, looking for the next opportunity. So we've got scores in, but this is live action.
Thank you, Burley Heads, delivering for us on finals day as Igarashi just loses it on that last turn, but a 7.5 to kick off the heat. A great opening exchange. And the two surfers who are desperate and on a mission to claim the big prize here. Julian Wilson, obviously with his family on the beach, trying to prove to himself that he's still got what it takes before he hits the Challenger Series to get on the tour for next year. And Kanoa Igarashi already powering up the rankings.
Yeah, this is a real interesting matchup now. 8.33 for Jules, 7.5 for Kanoa. 0.883 of a point, excuse me, between these two. And just looking at those opening rides, the barrel probably better for Kanoa, but the work done after the barrel, the nod has to go to Julian. He had the alley-oop, he had those series of hacks and manoeuvres down the line. That's where the difference in this score lies.
How fun is watching this event unfold, and how good is it when Toledo is throwing 10-point rides at the crowd, Laura?
Oh, holy crap. It's amazing when Toledo throws 10-point rides at the crowd. That was unbelievable. Can you please take us through that wave?
Yeah, thanks. You know, with the tide being low and coming up, for some reason I thought, that was going to be a good wave out the back right at the takeoff. And I know it's super shallow, but at the same time, the wave just runs and it's really hard to get a barrel. Yeah, I was just fortunate enough to actually find that wave, and I remember paddling for the wave. I remember I got stuck on the paddling a little bit, but actually it put me in the perfect position to be deep in the barrel. And then coming out, I just saw the it was bending at me. I was like, I gotta go for the air. I was scared because of the wind. The wind is really strong right now. It's not in favors for airs, but I was like, I gotta go no matter what, and just felt like angels was holding my boards, and I was able to, land that on top, and then still had another airdrop into the flats after that one, and yeah, just super blessed and super happy.
Yeah, well, that was your 14th 10-point ride in your career. You could basically make a movie part out of all the excellent rides you've had this event. You're obviously in such fine form, but yeah, how excited are you to get out there and surf this final?
Yeah, first final of the year. After the whole year, not competing, feels pretty good. So yeah, just try to, keep the energy the same, same flow, same vibes, and yeah, can't wait to go out there and perform again.
Amazing. Enjoy it, Felipe. Good luck.
What a freak. Just what he's delivered to us over the years, and we get to enjoy him in yet another final heat. Who will he be up against? Well, that's anyone's guess at the moment, because we've got two surfers out there holding on to great scores at this stage, Rich, in semi-2.
Yeah, so this happened during the interview. Kanoa found this more open-face wave down the line, and just tags the lip. That final big finishing manoeuvre. Big rock and roll closeout re-entry. And he's picked up another one. Goes to the air, gets the air rev. Gets straight back into position on the board again. And Kanoa looking for more down the line. Just a quick in and out there. But you can see conditions have actually just changed in the last 5 minutes. That beautiful, smooth surface has been replaced by somewhat of a bit of a wind chop that's come through the lineup here. Had these rain squalls and wind squalls all day, so after this passes, it'll probably die down again.
Yeah, it didn't worry Kanoa though. On his previous ride, he turned in at 6.33 and kind of got back to that sort of mistakes-free, just flowing from one turn into another to get himself the lead here. So Julian's after a 5.5 now. Still have a score on the way too. But Kanoa, just a mad run of events. The runner-up finish down at Bells Beach, saw him jump 4 spots up into 6th place, and now on the live ladder, he's already up a couple more into 4th position as we see Wilson. Clean carve to get started. Loading up, coming down the line, just a little bit of a hit to maintain some speed. As he connects to this inside section, whips that board into rotation. Chasing a 5.5. This guy's just been so on from his very first heat. He had a really tough draw in the opening round, but still got relegated to the elimination round, even with 14 points. Really surfed well there when the pressure was on to get himself into the round of 32, and he's really just been on fire ever since. He's been on absolute fire, on an incredible heater through this event. And the boys down at JS Industries tell me that Jules is riding a new Monster 10, 6.5, 18, 7, 8, 2 and 17s, 28.8 litres, and a beautiful hack there. I love the acceleration through that turn. Completely holding the speed all the way through the wrap. Couple little taps down the line here. And then Jules starts to set up that final moment where he gets the air rev. Both these, here's the replay of that opening turn again. Just digging so deep with that rail work. All the pressure driving the fins through that rail carve. Staying busy, staying energetic. I love it. Yeah, really dialed in, both these competitors. And Julian gets the number that he needs to reclaim that #1 position momentarily. 6.5, the requirement now for Kanoa, a 7.34. Great seesawing battle unfolding here. Both these competitors representing different regions. Julian grew up in Coolum. He's the Sunshine Coast goat. And he's now living down in Newcastle with his family. No doubt everyone down there is tuned in and watching this one unfold for Kanoa. Grew up around Huntington Beach. Pledged his allegiance to Japan to represent them on the championship tour. Nabbed them a silver medal. And today has the opportunity to go after his 2nd championship tour victory and the top end of the ranks. Julian loading up, standing on the tail, sizing up a huge air section down the line. Can't see it. Kicks out of that one. Bit of shuffling happening in the lineup with a huge rain squall arriving. Kanoa digs in there. After a 7.34, pushing it, but he's going to run out of room.
Yeah, I think that might have even been the same wave that Julian took off on. He's up again, just in and out.
You sense that Julian's making his way down the point to maybe cover Kanoa here. Wants to get in the chess match of the contest now.
Well, they've both got really good scores. Look at this, the score lines are actually really close. There's exactly 1 point separating Jules and Kanoa. Jules out in front.
Captain Dan on the back of the ski out there. How you going, Kipes?
I'm going fine. It's all good. It's just a little bit of rain, but the squall is here. And like you guys touched on, it has changed the texture of the water. Squall moment coming through. I see some blue skies on the other side of the headland right now. But right now we're dealing with a light rain. But probably more importantly for the competitors is this ruffle that we have in the water. So yeah, just heads up play. Might have to be turns, airs, maybe not so many barrels. But there's a really good double up section in there. It's going to keep on barreling no matter what, I think.
Bring it on. Yeah, we're getting it all today. Thank you, Kaipo. 20.5 minutes remaining here. Bit of a ruffled surface for the competitors to deal with, but a couple of blokes out there. Rich, 27-year-old Kanoa. Julian Wilson, 36 years of age now. Just at the peak of their powers, performance-wise. Really ripping into some big carves, throwing the tail at will. And also both finding some vision in the opening exchange.
Yeah, really taking advantage of those beautiful conditions earlier on in the heat, which, I mean, really, we've only been going for sort of 20 minutes now. There's still a lot of surfing to go. I think they're going to have to park the airs maybe with this wind blowing down the point and get into some good old-fashioned power surfing. Just to note as well, Kanoa on the JS program as well. And interesting that Julian's weighing in at about 84 kg. I think it's about 185 pounds. Kanoa only 78 kg, 171 pounds. But Kanoa's board's 29.6 litres, so a good litre more than Jules, 28.8 litres. So lighter, but using more foam. And Julian's obviously been with the JS program for many years now. Apparently the boys were scrambling last night to go get a bunch of backup boards, and they pulled out one of his old monsters from the J-Bay event a number of years ago.
Yeah, he's really filled out, Julian. Looking much bigger than he was as a championship tour campaigner. Covered in battle scars from heavy wipeouts in Hawaii, also Tahiti. A couple of bear claws down the back. But also just a...
Memories, call them, Ron. Memories.
Exactly, but just an absolute adrenaline junkie. He loves his mountain bike riding, dirt biking, skateboarding.
Golf,
so he's,
not so dangerous.
He's pretty dinged up, but he's certainly looking sharp out here at the moment. Kanoa up at the moment. He's in second spot. Needs a big score. Won't find on this one. Just over 8 minutes remaining. Julian Wilson out in front, holding priority and holding the lead. Sally Fitzgibbons getting set to take on Betty Lou Sakura Johnson right after this. 16 minutes remaining in semi-final two. Julian Wilson still hanging on to the lead with priority. Kanoa Igarashi chasing at 7.34 as we start to think about what's coming next. The final for the women. Betty Lou Sakura Johnson taking on Sally Fitzgibbons. Vaughan, who's going to get it done?
Well, I mean, I know someone who's qualified to give that opinion. It's the 1993 world champion coming to you live from the Bonsoy VIP deck on top of Burleigh Pavilion, which is pretty much pumping right now, Pauline.
Oh my God, it's like having a pub on the beach. It's unreal. It's all happening. Julian's going off. It's so good.
Now listen, we're just about to kick into the women's final. Who do you think's going to get the job done? Betty Lou Sakura-Johnson or Sally Fitzgibbons?
You know, being an Aussie, I got my money on Sally for sure. She's been absolutely ripping, on fire. She just seems to be really in tune with the ocean here and in a good rhythm. So yeah, got my money on her for sure.
Well, I'm so stoked to see you up here in the VIP because you are very important. And especially to me, because I love you so much.
I love you too.
We'll catch up with you in a minute, Pauline. But over here, we've got another very special guest. Look who it is. We've dragged him out of the woodwork. Mr. X, Glenn Winton, absolute charger in waves of mortal consequence, shaping Maestro as well. How are you, Glenn?
Yeah, awesome. This is fun.
It's great to see you, mate. How you enjoyed the surfing so far today?
Oh, it's been radical. Julian's killing it, but he's got a bit of a challenge on.
He does, but we'll let this heat play out, Ronnie. But so many great faces, awesome personalities, and history makers up here at the Bonsoy VIP deck. Good to see you, Mr. X.
Yes, Mr. X. Big switchfoot bombs in the Pipe Masters back in the day, Rich. Plenty of massive wins for him too.
Yeah, absolutely. He's such a gentleman too. I had a good chat to him just before the women's semis kicked off, and you know he's down here shaping at the Whistler Shaping Bay. Still told me he gets out and has a surf, tries to get 40 minutes in every day. Got a couple of little niggling hip issues.
Oh, mate. I was feeling that he didn't have the webs on,
I know.
The paddle gloves. He made him famous, along with Barton Lynch.
He was one of like the real kind of big wave guys that got off the tour and really started to dig into it before it got super popular.
Well, during our little cross there with the 93 world champ, Pauline Mensah, Julian Wilson tapped into yet another ride. Is it going to help him up the requirement against Kanoa Igarashi?
Yeah, let's we'll get a look at the replay here at some point. We'll dissect it. So Jules looking to better. That 6.50 is his low score. And this was Kanoa. Quick little tap down the line to start things off, and then a beautiful layback carve. Love how he just came off the bottom, off the top, tucks into the barrel, finds the doggy door. Does he come out? He certainly does.
Wow.
And then this was Jules behind him. So Jules gets a nice arc off the top to start things off. Little blowtail flare as the second. Connects with that third section, keeps all that energy running down the line. Little trip up there maybe, and then looking for something to finish off strong. Building, hunting for speed, up and over that section. So maybe not as a powerful of finish as we've seen from him in the past.
This is going to be pretty interesting. 7.34 the requirement for Kanoa, who's out the back now with priority. 12 minutes remaining. We've seen the lead flip a couple of times in this heat already. Still some quality rides coming through. And Kanoa, on that replay, you saw him dig into a couple of huge turns.
Yeah, like that's just what we're used to seeing from Kanoa, isn't it? That real fast pace. We keep saying the word precision and precise. It's all the P's. Obviously looking for the preparation. Here we goes. Jules on a little drainer. Nope, quick in and out.
Making his way down the line. Last couple of years, Kanoa's sort of started trending backwards on the championship tour ranks after finishing 5th in 2022. He got stuck in the teens for a couple of years. 2023, 14th, 17th, 2024. Seems to be back on track, as does Julian Wilson.
Oh, nugget!
A long barrel. Is he going to come through? No! There was a wild lump moving through that tube with him, and he just couldn't find the exit.
Oh, for a second there, it looked like he was on the other side of that lump. And it was going to slingshot him down the line. These barrels move so fast down the point.
Replay of Kanoa, was that from the other rounds?
Here we go. Here's the drone view of Jules. You can see just drops down into the trough. Little kick stall, parks it, riding the foam ball there for a second. And it was almost like that lip just sort of just shoved him down into the wave face a little bit and just sort of turned off the speed.
Yeah, Kanoa turned in a 6.1 for that previous ride. Wasn't enough to get him in front, so still searching out here. He has time, he's got priority. And he'd probably feel pretty inspired by the surfing that he did on that wave. Feeling like he could turn this one if he gets the right set.
Yeah, definitely. Jules, just a quick check of the equipment.
Yeah, it would have been interesting to see where they go with that barrel had he come out, because he was slotted deep. And it was grinding its way down the sandbar.
Yeah, that was one of the longer barrel rides that we've seen. A number of sections. And we know he'll take to the air too if he comes through one of those barrels. Just gurgling down the point.
Only a point separating these two with their heat score totals at the moment. Julian just staying busy under Kanoa's priority there, just trying to get his attention.
Yeah, well, Jules is still thinking a 6.5 is probably not a safe backup to have. So staying aware and just hunting this lineup.
He caught a lot of waves in his last heater as well. So he's obviously in good nick at the moment, super fit. As we see on the outside, Kanoa's going to make a move here. Chasing a 7.34. Alive on his feet as he hammers the first section. Building with the float. Has a lot of speed here to use. Almost too much speed. Just projects out of the lip. Didn't get to set the rail the way he would have liked.
Yeah, Jules well aware of the situation here. Just knowing that Kanoa potentially not adding to his scoreline here, so he will re-establish priority and start to play somewhat of a defensive game here, given there is just on 8.5 minutes on the clock. But he can really put this out of reach if he gets another excellent ride.
Julian's been sort of leaning into the advice or guidance of his sports psychologist, which he worked with in his Olympic campaign over there in Tokyo years ago. And Jason's been really helping him just get comfortable in what Julian's been constantly referring to as a pretty uncomfortable bit of territory to be in. But interesting also to note that at one stage Julian had Jake Patterson travelling with him as his coach, so that's Kanoa's full-time coach now. And no doubt Jake understands what makes Julian tick and vice versa.
Yeah, and just highlighting those weapons. But, you know, I think these guys are actually quite evenly matched. You know, Jules, you could argue, potentially has a deeper cut, a little bit more power in some of those big calves. And maybe the edge on speed goes to Kanoa, a little bit more flair. But the muscle memory for Julian's still there. You know, it's taken him, what, several heats. And he looks like he has just picked it up where he left off a number of years ago.
Here we go on the outside. Wilson uses his priority for this one. He'll want to make it count and convert that 6.5 into something bigger. A solid start. It's a good hit. He's loading up. Give him a ramp and he'll launch. And he does. And he sticks it. He sticks it. The crowd goes mad. And we've got to give credit to this crowd. They have been standing strong through the rain squalls, through the wind, to cheer the Aussie on. A lot of Japanese fans out there in the mix too.
Yeah, great to see the Japanese fans coming out to really cheer on their guy, Kanoa Igarashi, and they are vocal, believe me.
Both these guys have had 10 rides. This is Julian's 11th as we go to the Bonsoy replay.
Yeah, there was all this work down the line, a beautiful snap, and just waiting for that section. It cupped out, it ran off on him, and he did so well to get to that final moment, almost coming from behind that section. Gets the little grab, and a little pillowy landing. The wave was already broken. It wasn't dangerous. It was one of those landings where it was already foam and turbulence. And Jules, just like he's done so many times before, gets to that finish.
Yeah, he arrived to that ramp late, but had the power to kind of push through. And that was the approach of world champ Martin Potter, who used to power through the lip.
It was almost an extended blowtail that turned into an air rather than a full launch off the lip.
5.5 minutes to go. Behind Julian, Kanoa Igarashi got a wave while we're in replay, and he blitzed it, Rick.
Oh, an aggressive snap. Does he get the air ramp? No, he brings it round fakie and gets that final finishing turn, but a couple of really aggressive hacks to start that one off, that second carve in particular.
You made the point before that Julian, you know, will be hell-bent on improving on that 6.5, knowing Kanoa's coming, and he's got almost a point in the opening exchange as an advantage over Kanoa. So if he can improve on the 6.5, he'll up the requirement. He does. It's a 7.27 and now an 8.1. 8.11 is required for Kanoa to get into the lead from that last ride.
Oh, this is exactly what we wanted to see with these two, just going at it wave for wave, dropping excellent scores or near excellent scores. And Jules, that's actually going to put a little bit more pep in his step. That 7.27 really did well to extract that score out of that wave because it was a difficult one.
It'll be interesting to see if, you know, prior to Julian's 7.27, whether Kanoa maybe was in a position to turn the heat with his last ride.
Yeah, look, it's going to be right up there for sure. Perhaps queue up a look at Kanoa's wave if that's possible, just to really dig into those first couple of snaps.
Julian's just done so well at different stages throughout this event, Rich, to not get ahead of himself. He just looks so locked in from the opening hooter until the final stages of the heat. Have a look at how much he's concentrating on what's unfolding here. The numbers just come through for Kanoa, 6.77. He's found space down the line, but not enough room on this one to chase down the excellent score.
So he didn't get it, but let's just have a look what happened here. So a beautiful carve to start off with. Wave size is what I'm thinking now. Might have held this score down a little bit, and the air, it was pretty funky, but there's a little untidy moment here just at the end, perhaps just took away some of the impact. And then this was Jules. Just takes to the air, air reverse on the outside.
Just happened.
So this is the first time we're looking at this wave as well. Finds another little section, big, long floater, and tucks in for a little barrel to finish off. I think it's going to eat him up.
Wow. Kaipo, what a semi-final clash. Two surfers just desperate to break into the final to take on Felipe.
So awesome, huh, Ron? And I want to acknowledge the variety of airs that Jules has thrown down. We saw the slob, we saw the air rev, we saw the full roads from him. We even saw the frontside air. Remember, it's a frontside air. There's no such thing as a frontside Indy. Jared, and he's just driving by, and he's hyping right now, yelling at us, and he's in control. This is Julian's heat right now at the moment, but we got 2 minutes and 20 seconds to play out.
Yeah, he is on one. He just seems to be going from strength to strength here. Didn't get an exit on the tube there, but it'll be interesting to see where the number goes. The rotation on the outside was very strong. 2 minutes remaining here, Rich, waiting for the numbers to come through.
Two minutes on the clock, and Jules is about to jump off the Red Bull jet ski. The pony ride out to the back, and these final moments.
He wants the update, and he wants it now. A minute and a half to go. He wants to know if he has upped the requirement again for Kanoa.
Well, all this energy that Liam O'Brien had earlier in the competition has been transferred to the Queenslander, Julian Wilson. The whole point is literally behind this guy. They have been yelling every time he takes off on a wave, but it's not done yet.
No, it's not. Here comes Igarashi. And the requirement hasn't grown. He throws a huge air. He's after an 8.11. Stops it. Snake shedding his skin down there in the Red Bull athlete zone.
And Jules would have heard the crowd go mad because they do appreciate good surfing, and they will let the surfers know that they are stoked with what they are seeing here.
40 seconds to go. Julian has to attack this last 40 seconds like he's chasing a score, and he will, trying to get into this one.
Oh, the air felt excellent, but I just don't know if the wave was excellent.
The numbers coming through. It's a 7.4. Not enough for Igarashi to turn the heat, and the clock is going to beat him. We are going to see Julian Wilson take on Felipe Toledo in the final of the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM, 10 years after they fought for the Championship Tour win here, when Felipe broke through for his first CT win in 2015. Julian's mum Nola, his wife Ash, watching on, and the winner of the trials has done it. He's cracked the final.
Unbelievable. And if you had asked Julian Wilson a week ago, mate, you're going to be in the final of the Gold Coast Pro, he would have said, you're mad.
He's been so humble on his run through the event. He obviously has backed himself to get the job done, but he gave so much credit to Italo and the form that he carried through the opening stages of the year. He understands that he's got a mountain to climb to get back onto the Championship Tour, but this has gone a long way to proving to himself that he can get it done here, that he deserves to be in this class.
Yeah, absolutely. There was never really a question mark around it. It was more around whether the competition savvy was still intact, and he's proving that it was. What an amazing heat. Jules started strong, gets this little funnel all the way down the point, and then did some amazing work as he rode this wave down the line. He gets the alley-oop, a couple of nice carves, roundhouse cutbacks. Just staying so busy. Both these guys rode so many waves in this heat. And it was really Jules. He just got his nose out in front and managed to keep it there. Kanoa Igarashi came fighting back with his own amazing tube ride. Burley Head's coming to life here, really producing amazing waves for these surfers to perform on. And Kanoa, just that fast energy, precision surfing. And he really fought back valiantly.
Didn't he what? Seeing it in this GWM recap. Julian Wilson, though, started to connect with some bigger waves, Rich, and I think that's where he really got the victory and those higher scores. This wave had a lot more energy in it. He plugged a huge air on the end of this one. And then Kanoa just continued to battle and put up some big airs of his own.
Yeah, that air was sick. Amazing. Full rotation. We're close to it as we see Julian and his, I think that's his daughter with him.
Olivia.
Yeah, just absolutely elated.
He is buzzing, but full props to our final four on the men's side who all delivered and gave us great battles, but it is going to be Julian Wilson taking on Felipe Toledo in the final. But first, we're going to get the women's final underway. Betty Lou, Sakura Johnson and Sally Fitzgibbons will go at it. We'll bring in Joe and Flick for the call.
My name is Stephanie Gilmore. I live here on the Gold Coast. There's so much to do. Get up early and enjoy the beautiful ocean, heading to a cafe for a really yummy coffee and a breakfast, and then take a drive into the hinterland. Such a luscious rainforest, so close to the beach. I've traveled a lot in my time, and every time I come home, I'm always so grateful to have grown up here in this wonderful place of the world.
The Gold Coast always providing for us, especially today on Finals Day at Burley Heads, as two great surfers are going head-to-head for a chance to be the champion of the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM. Hawaii's own Betty Lou, Sakura Johnson, in her second appearance in a CT final, her first ever here on the Gold Coast, as she takes on the Aussie vet Sally Fitzgibbons, looking for a 13th CT victory, but it's been a long time since she's been on a final stage. Joe Turpel with Flick Palmatier. This is great. Who has the edge into this final, or do we have to wait and see?
I think we really have to wait and see. I think it's so hard. Okay, let's just break it down. The two competitors, you know, Betty Lou, obviously, you know, so much younger than Sal, and with nowhere near as much experience when it comes to competing on the Gold Coast, right? That's one thing you can't deny Sally. Sally so many years on tour, just the experience when it comes to the Gold Coast, the experience when it also comes to surfing Burleigh. Burleigh's an intricate wave, you know, it has many faces depending on tide. Looks like Sal's about to open up.
Sally Fitzgibbons getting started on the TNC surfboard. She'll fade that cut back now with some speed, blasting there. Big section to punt and doesn't find the landing. Wanted to start off with a bang. Progression heavily rewarded, especially on air sections. She has pulled a couple in competition in the past. And a lot of greats have actually thrown down big punts and really just big moves in Gold Coast history. You don't see that grab rail nose pick reverse too often in competition, but we've seen it a lot on the Goldie, especially from surfers like Joanne DeFay. Watching Sal here.
Yeah, so this one just sort of a carve start to start here and then snaps it up into the lip. She does get a little bit hung up on both those two turns and then goes for the progression there at the end. She's just getting warmed up. I just feel, you know, we go to break down these two surfers and who has an edge, back to that sort of conversation. I'm actually going to back Sally here. I really am. I think Betty Lou is definitely fired up to win her first ever CT event, and she is looking in form. However, I just think there's something special about Sal this event, the meaning behind it, the significance, and just leaning into all that experience that she has here on the Gold Coast. I mean, think about all the heats she spent, not only over at Snapper and the time spent on the Gold Coast, but here at Burleigh as well, just over the years. I just feel, for me, Sal maybe just has that upper edge.
It's been a special event, especially for the veterans. You know, the switch to Burleigh Heads came late. Originally, the event was going to be set up at Snapper, but the sand was gone, and Burleigh has delivered. But looking at the men's draw, too, it was a older average coming into the quarters compared to the entire tour average. We've got a classic men's final, two guys that surfed in a final here back in 2015. Then Sally's performance, how good Steph's look on these right-hand point breaks. Just a little resurgence type venue for the ones that have experienced longevity on the championship tour. And then Betty Lou's the Grom, just 20 years of age. Only in her second appearance at this level. And I suppose a lot of things inspire you. You know, when you're young, coming from Hawaii, you know, obviously surfing the amazing waves on the North Shore. Not just Haleiwa, which is the closest to her house, but Sunset and Pipeline, where she's put in a lot of reps and had a lot of success in the Jersey as well. Multiple time semi-finalist at Pipe in her young career. But you could tell she wanted it fast, you know. She says, I know I can win a world title in my day. I just need to get there. She's had some injuries, even had a shoulder injury a couple years ago, and just Betty Lou's just not even near her peak yet and finds herself in a major CT final.
This is such a cool moment for Betty Lou. I think, you know, I spoke to Sal's experience, but when I think about this event and the performances I've seen from Betty Lou, just how critical she is able to get in the pocket, I think that's her edge right now. I also think she's working really well with her coach, Tommy Witts. They're playing the full game, and I think, you know, she's just dissecting every heat. They're processing it, and her wave selection's been good. Even in that earlier semi-final, you know, it was really tricky, but she was able to pick the eyes out of it, identify what wave she wanted. So I think, yeah, overall performance throughout the event, I mean, yeah, Betty Lou, she's had some amazing moments, but experience, you got to hand it to Sal.
Well, she's also not afraid of her heroes. We saw how she developed a rivalry really quickly with Carissa Moore. And it was one that was wild. You see her chasing Riss down and up and down the beach, holding priority on her, even getting in her space, you know, and for a Grom to do that, you're like, wow, Betty Lou is not afraid. She will step up, and she's also not afraid to take chances. She has all the skill sets and, you know, on the face and ability-wise and performance, but also has the confidence to back herself in a crazy battle.
For sure. I think one thing, the word that comes to mind for me with Betty Lou is tenacity.
As Sally takes off, we'll be watching this wave here in the final, belting that off the lip, and she goes down. Let's quickly catch up with Betty Lou now. Getting that first arc in the pocket, starting to bowl out, jams it under the lip, passing Fitzgibbons. She's punching that one out. Betty Lou
putting together a series of big turns, and she will ride away. Quickly, we'll catch up with Julian Wilson with Laura Enever.
Yes, guys, Jules, you don't have long till you got to head out in the Gold Coast Pro final. Are you kidding me? That is unbelievable, coming through as a wild card. We obviously know your story. You know, you've put down highlights all event. What's the plan now, hey?
I probably need a little extra for Philippe. He's the informed surfer of the event, coming off a 10 in that last heat. Yeah, I just, you know, I found my way here. I can find my way through one more. Philippe will bring the best out of me, I think. I look forward to the battle. I've enjoyed watching him while I've been sitting on the couch. We've had some good battles before. But yeah, I just need to show up again. I've showed up. I've been proud of myself so far. I feel like there's still something in me, you know, something a little more. But yeah, I just get out there and adapt to the conditions, and the waves are really good now. I'm so glad they waited across the low tide. Yeah, I just kind of need to bottle my emotions a little bit. Quite emotional seeing the family after that heat. Everything's very surreal for me at the moment, but this opportunity is pretty exciting. So yeah, I've still got the energy for it. I want to go against the best. Philippe's the best. He's been the best in this event, so it'll be a good match.
Amazing. Enjoy it. Soak it all in. The energy as well, and truly radiating. Have fun, Jules, and we'll see you soon. See you in about an hour.
All right. Thanks, guys.
Thanks so much, Laura. Yeah, about 28 minutes. He'll be ready to go. He'll get his Apple Watch and fire up. I think we were really listening to Julian contain himself. He has had big interviews throughout this event, but now he's going, hang on. Now I've got a new goal that's popped right in front of my face. What a wave from Betty Lou.
Oh, what an opener. Just continuing. You know, she has been one of the performers throughout the whole event, sort of had that momentum, but started off with this wave, and it was an absolute gem. To speak to what Jules was saying, that tide's filling in, and it is only getting better and better. Look at the shape of this wave. Look at the draw off the bank. She's just placing her turns perfectly. And then we have Sal out behind her. What damage did Sal get done? This wave also beautiful draw off the bank. Little redirect there from Sal. So Sally also locking in a bit of a better wave here too. So now we definitely have this heat on our hands.
Big one for Betty Lou Sakura Johnson. Talk about a start, one of her best in her career, and this one happens to be a final to open up with an 8.5 on her first wave. We saw how scrappy that last heat was with Vahine Fierro. Came down to that priority block. Vahine lost an entire wave. Johnson will feel really good about this one. 8.5. Now she's got just under 30 minutes to find a second scoring ride. It couldn't have happened better for Betty Lou starting this final.
Yeah, she was processing in that post-heat interview with Vaughan, and afterwards we saw, a few words exchanged with her coach, Tommy Witts, and she was like, I got it done, but it didn't feel, completely right. And he's like, hey, it's fine. Some heats are going to be like this. Some heats you're not just going to run away with it, and it's going to feel more grindy. Like, let's just... And then she reflected on that, and she said in the post-heat interview, hey, I've just got to draw on those other positive experiences that I've had through this event and just think back to those waves where it has clicked, where it has flowed. And we just saw that on the 8.5.
Kaipo Guerrero, 8.5 start from Betty Lou.
Yes. Yeah, Joe. That was quite a start, and what a moment. She's paddling back out. I'm like, good one. Then she heard the 8.5 from the on-site announcers, kicking her feet and just paddling. This is a great start for her. And look at, this is a surfer that has been up and coming for a long, long time. First time I saw this young lady surf was in the Rel Sun Menahuni contest. She was unknown at the time. She absolutely blew everyone away. She's always had that natural talent. It's been tough for her in heat sometimes, but now that natural talent is really showing, and she's off to a wonderful start in this final.
Wow, how beautiful is that, especially at the Rel Sun. That's a huge moment for Betty Lou to be able to compete at an event that's just dedicated to one of the all-time greats. Rel Sun just providing so much for the youth on Oahu and all the Hawaiian Islands. Over on the beautiful island of Oahu, where Betty Lou comes from, and she also helps out at the Menahuni contest that's put on at her home break. She's passing out jerseys, handing out trophies, and she's still a Grom, only 20 years of age, battling with one of Australia's best surfers of all time. Watching a nice arc in the pocket for Betty Lou. She's inspired and firing off some big moves. Gets down the line and shuts it down again. She is unbelievable at the moment. 8.5 now, a solid backup. Sally's got to answer now. Waves are pumping. Driving into that first section, Sal gets left behind.
Missed time for Sal, sort of a missed opportunity there. You could see the frustration. But wow, what a way to start this heat for Betty Lou. Absolutely incredible way to back up that 8.5. She's looking so connected. Just her board, the body, the positioning, the choice of turns, and really the surf's turning on, that tide's filling in, and it is getting better and better. The quality of the wave, it just looks so much more groomed right now. We're losing that really cupped out feel that we had over that low tide. Let's break down what happened for Betty Lou's second wave here. Just picture perfect, really slices through that first section and just drives straight up and snaps it in the pocket. I just love the transition between the turns here, the read as well, to just project out and fit in that last turn, just really reacting on that last section. And she's going to back up this 8.5 very nicely.
Wow, so quickly she's put herself in a huge lead, having Sally Fitzgibbons comboed. 8.5, 6.5 on her backup. Sally can forget about the waves she surfed. She's got to get two big ones to fight back in this final. Second final appearance for Sally Fitzgibbons on the Gold Coast in her career. She's winding up for a punt, tail high reverse, getting stuck on the landing. She has worked on this a lot. She struggled a little bit with landing, but she's not afraid to go for it. It has been used a lot with attempts in a lot of heats in the last few years. And she knows if she gets one, it could put her on pace to first break the combo and try to win this final. It's been since 2021 since Sally's won at the CT level.
Wow.
You know she's going all out.
She's going to go out. She's going to leave nothing on the table. I know it. I know Sal's going to go big. And even just hearing these couple of numbers drop from Betty Lou, this is going to push her performance. She lives for these moments. She breathes them, and she loves to be pushed as an athlete. So it's going to bring the best out of Sal.
That's right, and being an Australian, competing in Australia is big for all the fans here at Burleigh Heads. Von Blakey, where are you?
It's huge, Joey. I'm actually down on the beach in front of the Red Bull athlete area. Marty Fitzgibbons is literally just above us right here. A few nervous moments with the fans, but we're in deep Sally Fitzgibbons land here. And this crew totally believes she can get it done. You can see, let's hear it for Sal, you guys. It's going off. I've got one of her biggest fans here, Hamish. Mate, it's been a little tricky start for Sal. Can she do it?
Yeah, totally.
Why can she do it?
Because she's a good surfer and she's the best.
Hear that? She's a good surfer and she's the best. Check it out. These crew will not give up on Sal.
What a journey it's been. Thank you, Vaughn. That is a huge crowd there. Sally doesn't ask them to come. They show up because of who she is and how she always has taken on her career, giving so much time to her fans, so much energy to the craft of surfing. And when she first was looking at the mid-season cut, she was not afraid of it as she rolls into this one and up and out. And with that, she's had all these reps. She's got to battle with the new generation. She's surfed in all 3 Challenger Series events that were at Snapper and got semifinal finishes every time.
She's amazing. She really is. She's such a competitor, right? And you go back to the Challenger Series, and I mean, Sally's incredible, obviously, on the wave, but her heat IQ, or the strategy component of you go here, I go here, and when it comes to 4 people heats on the Challenger Series, yeah, she's just cut her teeth on that growing up in Australia. We've got such a good, you know, program, like stepping stone program, from board riders clubs to, you know, Pro Junior Series to the qualifying. It's just the whole thing feeds into one another. And just think about the years and years of experience that she has logged in that brain of the chess game. And you go here, she will forever. She's got a lot left in the tank. There is no doubt about that.
Coming on tour back in 2009, Sally Fitzgibbons had a fun rookie season. Finished in the top 5. It was really between her and Coco Ho that year for Rookie of the Year. Coco finishing in 4th. And Sally spinning. And lets that one go through. So still 19:50 on the clock. Took the break on the low tide after the Heritage Heat with Mick Fanning and Joel Parkinson. And it's just been getting better and better. Sal looking sharp on so many levels and even got emotional in the heat against Tyler Wright. Paddling into this one is Sally Fitzgibbons, hoping that she could get a good section down the line, throwing just a wild attempt at an error. So now 3 attempts to go above the lip. And without priority, she's just taking a couple chances here.
Look, there's so much time on the clock, and if she does stick one of those, which we have seen Sal do, I've seen it in competition, I've seen it a lot on her socials, just in her free surf clips, you know, when she's training, and she has this maneuver. It's just, I don't think the right section sort of presented itself, or she's really had that right lift off just yet, but if she sticks one of these, it's going to be a big point of difference, and I kind of like where her brain's at. And with Betty Lou's scores coming from, you know, on the face of the wave surfing, I think if she can stick one of these, she's going to be in a good position.
Laura Enever always gets excited when it's finals time. Usually finds some Groms to hang out with. Where's Laura at?
All right, guys, we are down here at the Hydrolite, right the wave activation. It is all happening. The Groms are absolutely shredding up there today, and you can actually win a whole lot of prizes if you get down and give it a crack. Jackson has been on for 20 minutes. Bloody wave of a lifetime out there. So come down, have some fun. It is all happening down here. It's a heck of a day. Yay!
One of the biggest frothers in the world right there, Laura Enever. Unbelievable in big waves. It's got a fun podcast underway with Flick Palmatier. If you haven't heard it, get ready, buckle up. They have a lot of fun pushing each other in the Eddie I Cow event. Both these great humans on the CT. Laura Enever, a final in the past on the Goldie. Fun times here. Burley Heads, 17:50 on the clock. A 15-point total for Betty Lou. One of her better totals this season, and she got it so early. Little wedge popping up now for Sal. Nice connection off the lip. Patience off the bottom, and really laying that rail over, but it'll cost her. You kind of feel, Flick, maybe on that section, did she have to go for something that big, maybe, to surf it up?
Yeah, you're taking the words out of my mouth, Joe. I feel she may be overcooking it just ever so slightly. I love the intention. It is the final. It's, you know, 10s or 2s attitude. It's kind of like I'm going out there and I want to go big, but she doesn't necessarily need to go that hard. I mean, it's so hard to say, you know. If it was me, I personally love that. I love it when someone's going so hard, because you kind of, at the end of the heat, if you kind of, you know, going soft, you kind of ask yourself questions at the end of it, like, did I really go as hard as I could? And I think it's better to not die wondering, Joey. So I see her intention here. And I do like it. As we see Betty kind of having a look at this beautiful looking wave now.
Nice little roll in for Betty Lou. Big snap there, teeing off the lip, jams it under the lip on the second one. Flowing into the bowl again, spray still flying off that mayhem. She is in unbelievable rhythm and form with her surfing, with wave selection, making no mistakes. Looking to improve on a 6.5. She's had some challenging heats, including the semifinal earlier today, but she has had an unbelievable rhythm so far.
Oh, this is bettering the 6.5 for sure. Just such a bowly cupped out wave. The placement of her turns was epic. Okay, I'm wrong. I thought it would better it.
Hollow section and a little pop off the top. Another air attempt from Sal. And coming disconnected there. On now 6 straight waves, she hasn't found improvement, but she is still swinging. Fitzgibbons trying to break the combo against Betty Lou, as two giants of the sport are preparing for Burley Heads. Julian versus Felipe in a rematch from the final from 2015. But it's been the Betty Lou show so far in this final with Sally. Join us for a Bonsoy Brew Break.
Well, it's finals time right here at the Bonsoy Gold Coast Open, presented by GWM. If you think the action's good out in the water, you should cop the Stone and Wood Bar. Yeah! It's everyone's getting right into it. The action's on.
Oh my gosh. That was the best thing ever. Vaughn Blakey having the best time with the crowd here at Burley Heads. This is as good as it gets. To be honest, when you come to Australia, you have a lot of moments like that. And they're real, they're genuine. People love surfing. They've studied it ever since day one. They're freaking out down there, and Stone and Woods are flying like they should be on a finals day. Watch this. Betty Lou's been in unbelievable form, and she's enjoying a classic little right-hander. Throwing some water once again. This form and rhythm's been just impossible to slow down so far. Even though her third wave didn't factor in, she's just surfing at 100%. Sal kind of going through the motions there, not liking it. That's some energy where she's going to try to slow down, grab priority, and really still make an attempt to break the combo that's been on her since the start of this heat.
Yeah, Sal's not giving up. You can tell that. That's not I'm giving up body language. That's okay, let's flow into this. But Betty Lou cannot put a foot wrong. She's tapped into one of those forms. You know, it's like you're so connected. You've been surfing for a few weeks and everything's flowing, right? You're so connected to the ocean. You're bored. You just feel like you're never going to fall. I feel she's tapped into something like that. Just, it is all flowing for her right now. And this is going to be super hard for Sal to beat right now. But the conditions are only getting better and better, and it's definitely doable. So Sal is the one that is going to give up.
When you think about what she could rely on, Flick, and it's just beyond it. So many heats that she could reach on. You know, when you look at her events that she surfed in, this is her 129th championship tour event. That's more than Tyler Wright, anybody that's full-time on tour. When it comes to making CT finals, this is her 29th against the top level of the sport, and dealing with multiple generations showing up that are looking to change the narrative of the title race, and chasing a 13th win. If she can do that, she'll move up to another class on the all-time win list. A couple of great surfers with 13 wins, Jody Cooper and Courtney Conlon.
Tapping into some great company, but yeah, you just think back to all that experience. You think back to, there's been a lot of moments that I've watched Sal fight back from this stage in a heat. She is someone who will never say die. She's just not going to roll over, let Betty Lou have it. She's got priority now. I think wave selection is everything.
It certainly is. Let's get the view from Kaipo Guerrero.
Check this out. The rainbow's out right now in Hawaii. That is a good luck charm. Anue nue for Betty Lou Sakura Johnson with a big lead, 15.33 heat total right now. Is this her moment? It seems like the universe right now is coming together, Joe.
Something so magical about rainbows, right, Kaipo? And Kaipo and Betty Lou see those all day long in the Hawaiian Islands. You get a little bit of rain, a little bit of sunshine. Wow, it's even bigger than I imagined. Just covering the entire headland. That's magic.
Oh, it's so beautiful. And with the national park there, Burley Head National Park just behind it, one of the smallest in the world.
And just timing it in the final.
Yeah, stunning.
The surf gods turning up today with waves, rhythm, and magic from just so many special performances. The Stone and Wood post shows have been unbelievable with highlights. We've got a surfer that's trying to go from trials to titles. That's Julian Wilson, who's just been on the unbelievable hot streak as he takes on an old rival in Felipe Toledo, who's looking for his first win this season. And this headland has been protected for a very long time. We're really grateful of that. You know, the Gold Coast and Australia in general, just, they really take care of their resources and their world-class waves. This is the Gold Coast Queensland flight cam of this entire right-hand point break, which has given us a lot of moods, and we're definitely peaking at the right time. Best waves on finals day.
For sure. I mean, the move to Burleigh, you know, when it initially happened, it got announced, and we were thinking, oh, what's that going to be like? We haven't seen a championship tour event there for so long, and it has well and truly impressed everyone, from its beauty to the headland to, you know, the amount of space there is for the spectators. That stone and wood bar just perched perfectly for everyone to take all that. Oh, it's a double rainbow! So,
that is crazy. It's doubling up.
It's getting better, Joey.
And when it doubles up, it's a reflection of itself, so the colors are going the other way. And it's just beautiful. It's gorgeous. Take it in, soak it up, take a deep breath.
It's a beautiful sight.
7:45. This got to feel extra special for Betty Lou, just like Kaipa was saying, to have a lead like this, to see a big rainbow. The dream couldn't be any better as you're getting very close to your first championship tour win. Only 20 years of age, winning Haleiwa at 16. I think she felt like wins were going to come a little bit quicker, but growing so much from the cut, being just a kid traveling around the world, really. Finding, being able to surf in a complete season, didn't have to worry about the Challenger Series last year. Where on the other hand, Sally's just been a fighter. She won the US Open last year, and it was actually 13 years since she had won the US Open in the past, which brought out a great celebration, and she enjoyed being with the next generation. Young Bella Kenworthy was runner-up in that final.
It's cool, you know. One thing Sal talks about a lot is she wants to know that her surfing's still right there with this current generation. And what we're seeing, you know, Sally is putting in the work, you know, in this time she has at home when she's on the road. It's clearly paying off. You know, exactly to your point, Joe, you think back to the US Open, you think back to now here at Burleigh, and just cracking that final here on the CT since 2021. So her work is paying off. She still is relevant, and you know, because that's the question that still gets asked, and she's like, no, I am here. This work I'm putting in, you know, it is relevant. I am here. I put in the work, and yeah, it is really great to see.
Betty Lou, if she can control this lead for the next 6 minutes, we'll see her going to number 6 in the world before heading to Western Australia. And Sally with a final, we'd see her just at 15th. You know, all those 17ths are tough. She's had a couple of those this year, a couple of nights, but she's building through Australia. She got into the quarters at Bells. Final here, still the chance to break the combo. 5.5 minutes is plenty of time. But when you carry those low results, it is really hard to really get on a roll and move up the rankings. But Betty Lou would be thrilled to be number 6 and actually start really considering a run at the final 5.
It's crazy, right? Just what one result can do. She was 13th before coming into this event, and the win here can jump her up into 6th. As we see the beautiful wave that Betty Lou opened this heat with. Just such a stunning wave to look at. She absolutely shredded it. Banks off a couple of turns, locks in the 8-5. Sal's had a couple of moments of fighting back, but it's felt really grindy. I mean, her weight, she's caught over 11 waves in this heat, which is giant. You know, she just keeps trying to make things stick. But it's been the Betty Lou show. Her wave selection, I mean, you look at this compared to Sal's, just the beautiful draw off the bank. They're really nice and clean. They're smooth faces. And her timing has been everything, because she's hitting it hard, but the placement of the turns is really what's making it pretty impressive for me, really. It's sending so much spray, and yeah, she's just got a stranglehold on this. And at the moment, though, 4.5 on the clock, Sally comboed. Things are starting to look pretty good for Betty Lou, and then you factor in how long is it going to take for Sal to get one wave, break the combo, potentially get back out and get another one. Betty Lou's maybe got one hand right now on that trophy.
Oh, so close. 4:10 to go to see if this surfer from Hawaii will be able to celebrate her very first CT victory. representing Haleiwa. Younger brother goes to Wailua High School. The Bulldogs is a pitcher on the baseball team. Megan Abubo went to that same school. One of the greats on the CT as well. 3:50 to go here. Betty Lou paddles. Couldn't catch up to that one. But her wave selection's been magic. Seeing those little runners, it's like a surfer's dream. Sand bottom, warm water. Possible to get completely drained like we've seen all event. Big airs, big turns, everything you could think of. Sally trying to pull off a miracle at 3.5 minutes. Now setting up something down the line. Drives into the first turn and she goes down. Talk about a big finals day, starting with the quarters this morning and putting up the reps. Catching so many waves. It's actually off our page right now. Over 12 waves ridden. And going for airs and just falling on a turn like that. I'm wondering if fatigue is getting to her.
That's exactly my thoughts. It feels, this is uncharacteristic of Sal because she's so solid. She's so consistent. For her to have this many cracks at it and sort of be falling a bit and not even really put over a 6. I mean, she's going to know this too, right? I mean, right now you can sort of see it on her face. She knows that, you know, this isn't her best performance, but I mean, she can hold her head really bloody high because you think about the whole day, and we were down here at the crack of dawn. She's, you know, ploughed through the quarters to the semis. She's cracked the first final in, you know, the last, since, what, 4 years. So she can hold her head high right now. But Betty Lou just going to stick to her like glue. Not going to give her an inch right now because she knows the feeling of getting second in a final, and she doesn't want that to happen again. She wants the W.
Right now, Betty Lou would just be having so many emotions going into her brain. Now with a couple of minutes to go, Sally's just still looking. Never say die attitude for the Olympian. We've mentioned that heat she had with Tyler was just monumental. Both had so many battles together. She was like, yep, it goes back to our young grommet days in the south coast of New South Wales. So much buildup there, and she released some tears of joy. And it just catapulted her to her first final since 2021 when she won over at Wajimuk, Rottnest Island, in that shortened season in 2021. That year, she won an ISA in El Salvador as all to qualify for the Olympics. She's done so much for surfing, and she's like the heart of Australian surfing, really, just with that pure heart and dedication.
You know, even if you just think, you know, Australian sport as a whole, she's so passionate about all the different codes, all the disciplines. Growing up, she's always been like that, and just such an advocate and spokesperson for the sport, and so interested in everyone's journeys and the journey of herself, her own career. So Sal I feel that she's going to take inspiration from this. I think this is, I hope, you know, that this is a great result, you know, a second place. Move through to Margaret River. She's going to need another really big result there, but it's not without of the question. She's still keeping that dream alive. It's not totally out of the question.
Very true, Flick. And I'm just loving the intensity of Betty Lou. She's paddling up and down, even with having Sal comboed. Sal just gets a little wave to get some space. But now this dream has been realized. This young surfer from the island of Oahu is just feeling this countdown of the energy from Burley Heads, who's supporting her in this run. Shinobu, Betty Lou's mom, getting a hug from her coach, Tommy Whitaker, as we wait to make it official. Betty Lou goes big at Burley. The Hawaiian just dropped a big hammer on the Gold Coast and takes her very first championship tour win.
Oh, wow. This is going to be such a special moment for her. She's going to be trying to process these emotions, and she surfed a great heat. I mean, look at the heat total, 15.33. You know, when you start off with an excellent wave, the 8.5 like that, I was like, okay, I got to take back that Sally had the upper hand here, because Betty just clicked into that form, straight back into it. And, yeah, it was undeniable.
Special day for Betty Lou, 20 years of age. Oh, and there's the emotion from Shinobu. Tears of joy with Tommy Witz. They're there for the ups and downs. I run into Shinobu a lot, you know, on the lay days, and she's like, I just want her to be happy. Just such a wonderful mom, enjoying this moment of her daughter succeeding. A breakthrough performer, no more. Betty Lou has officially arrived.
So cool. I think even for her right now, it's total disbelief. As we see Sal just take a little lap in. Goes for the punt again. She's really got the punt on the brain, doesn't she?
I would not be surprised at the end of the day she's out there practicing.
I know.
We've seen her do that. Contest wraps, no matter what her results is, she's already got new goals. Way to go, Sal. First final since 2021, but let's talk to our champ, Betty Lou's with Kaipo.
The Queen of Haleiwa now is going to wear the crown at Burley, your first CT win. How are you feeling?
Oh, this is so special. I'm feeling amazing. There was a beautiful rainbow out in the lineup, and I was just thinking of my friend Tiare and gifting me this event, and yeah, I'm so over the moon right now.
It was an incredible performance. I'm sure you got some people to thank.
Yeah, so much people to thank, especially since me growing up in Haleiwa, in the little hometown. All of those people at home, I wouldn't be able to do this without you guys, and I love you guys so much. And yeah, we brought it home.
We brought it home. This one's for Hawaii. Soak up the moment. Your 2025 Bonsoy Gold Coast champion. So good. They can name her 4 times. Betty Lou Sakura Johnson.
That is extra special. What a moment. Representing Hawaii so well. This was always meant to happen in her career. She would have loved if it happened faster, but all the adversity, all the ups and downs with a cut, trying to find her flow, injuries, changing surfboards last year. She wanted to have Ross this year on tour, but he wanted to stay home. Tommy Witz, they've got a special connection as well as she entered that stable, and she'll get 10,000 points. Betty Lou's 6th in the world now.
This women's tour is so cutthroat right now. With a different winner at every event, it's just tightening everything up. You know, when you start to, okay, yeah, we're coming to the cut event, but when you even start to think about that final 5 picture, it's getting super tight, Joey. Everyone's it's just like the door's open. It's wide open.
Just seeing Gabby Bryan go down early. Then we had Katie Simmers lose in the same round. That was the top 2. Then Molly Picton looked like the favorite. Betty Lou finally got a win off Molly. Now that one's 6-1, still in Molly's favor, but that was everything. And like you said, different winners at every stop. Who knows what's in store for Western Australia. Betty Lou celebrating a big title here on the Gold Coast. Coming up next, it's the men's final. Felipe Toledo takes on Julian Wilson. We'll bring in Rabbit and Richie for the call right after this. 10 years ago, we saw Felipe Toledo take on Julian Wilson here on the Gold Coast. It was a high-performance showdown for 2 of the best in the world, and it was wild. At one point in this heat, this final, Julian had priority and under priority. Felipe got a 10-point ride.
Felipe was just on fire, and this really just sent signals through the tour that this man was never going to hold back. He was going to bring progression. He was going to bring innovation, and I can't help but notice the size difference. Felipe today versus Felipe then. Well, he's still as innovative, but he's a lot more powerful these days.
What a flashback. Toledo getting that win in a major final on the Gold Coast. They looked like little kids. You know, what a time that was in pro surfing, especially in Gold Coast history bugs.
Yeah, well, that was a masterful display of small wave surfing and snapper. It was the best I'd ever seen.
It was the 3rd year for Toledo. Here we go. We're getting started. Julian Wilson going for another big air. Wow, tough landing and a big fall. Now Toledo's got the attention of the crowd. Lands a full road. Game on. Shots fired. Wilson down on his first attempt, and Felipe with a perfect landing on yet another frontside full rotation.
Wow, another one. And you know what? Another one with a complete 360-degree rotation. The nose pointing to the crowd when he landed. And the first bullet has been shot by Filipe Toledo. And he is firing himself up here. You can see the kick. He's just stroking in back to the lineup. Look at that little pit funneling down the line. What an amazing start to this event, to this final event. Toledo takes to the air, gets the spin, complete rotation. A buttery landing out onto the flats. Keeps that forward, nice and horizontal through the spin. And, well, they're not going to hold back, these two. How amazing.
This is as good as it gets. You have two of the best in the field just sparring in the final. It looks like Filipe wants to take a look. Julian will end up rolling in. He's driving. He's hoping for another wedge. First turn, snaps it off the lip, traveling down the line, ready to ramp up. He's on the wind-up, big section, slob reverse!
Yes! Turn up the volume. Please, go at it. Go wave for wave. Let's do this. We've got another 36 minutes of this. Let's hope the waves continue to come through.
These guys bringing the best out of each other. And look at the number. Toledo 8.33 on the full rotation on his opening ride of the final, Bugs.
Fantastic opening, and what a response from Julian Wilson. It's incredible how he linked those sections together. We knew he was going to go to the air, Rick.
Oh, this is just amazing. I love that, you know, Jules looks like he's still got some gas in the tank. You know, this has been a big week for him. Maybe a little question mark around fatigue and the energy level into the final, but he seems to have lifted. Little hiccup on the first wave, but let's see what happened on this second one. Streaking down the line, a beautiful top turn as he just hunts for speed. Looking for the section, it looms up in front of him. He gets the grab, gets engulfed in the whitewash and emerges. Incredible technique here. Gets the slop grab, lets it go, and disappears from view.
That was gigantic. He's been doing the slob in a straight air version. He's doing it with a tail high reverse version, and he's really inspired to catch this wave. He doesn't have priority here. We'll see if Filipe decides to slow him down. Julian just pacing, getting into the bowl, but he decides just to take that to set himself up for position. What a final. So many stories here with Filipe coming back to the tour in his first final of 2025. And a two-time world champion. And Julian trying to go from trials to titles, just like Peter Harris did back in 1980 in the Stubbies. Just like they did always back in the day in that system where you could enter trials and get into the main event. That draw was really hard to start this contest, and that's when Julian first let out some tears of emotion just to get into the main event.
Well, you know, I was here watching that trials, and he got his winning wave in the last minute of that final of the trials.
And then, as he gets the victory, that In Excess song started playing, Don't Change. And that was his part in Young Guns 3, and he's just like, what is going on? I can't believe the magic that can be involved in the sport of surfing as we're enjoying the last final heat here at Burleigh Heads here in 2025. Thanks for being with us. Joe Turpel with some legends of the sport. Richie Lovett surfing in over 100 championship tour events. Hall of Famer, world champ, and an architect of not just the tour, but professional surfing. Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew. Always a joy to be in your company, Bugs. You being in this event for so many years, how do you feel? I like to check in with you. How do you feel about the state of surfing and the level that we're seeing in 2025?
Oh, look, it's mind-blowing. I mean, the progression just keeps going to the next level, and these two guys here, and what two contrasting stories coming through the trials. That's a fairy tale for Julian Wilson. Filipe Toledo, he took a hiatus off the tour last year, two-time world champion. He's back now, and he started slowly, but wow, he is back and he is looking for a top 5 finish.
And I think what they both have in common, which is interesting, they both have accomplished a lot, but when they got here to Burleigh Heads, their expectations wasn't this. Their expectations were to try to find form and flow, and look where they end up in the final.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, it's no secret Felipe's run through 2025. It's been awkward. It's been up and down. The flow hasn't been there, but he is just from the opening heat of this event has just looked amazing. There's a different demeanor about him. There's more of a calmness and a happiness. And with Jules, he was just stoked to get in the trials and then get a crack at it. Got the trials win, and then he started marching through the door. Started sending some of our established competitors home. Got over the #1 rated surfer on the tour at the moment. And now he's into the final. Gold Coast Pro.
And
what an amazing week.
Gosh, and ready to party. There's the Bluff is partying, the Headlands partying for Betty Lou. She has given about 700 high fives. Jackson Bunch, Luana Silva on the chair.
Where's the stage?
And they're doing well. One of the longest chairs we've had this year. With that escort with security. And back to action, Julian Wilson tracking down the line. Little setup turn, he still looks interested now, engaging off the lip. Another slop punt, reverses that one around. He threw a similar version of that on his wave previous. That gave him an 8.10. The first one he did was a bit bigger, but he's still in form and landing so many punts throughout this contest, bringing the slob back in style at this event.
Yeah, love the variation that Jules has been bringing. And even with the straight air, it was infectious. It started to catch on. We saw a couple of the other competitors go for it. Kanoa did one. Geordie, I think he did another one. He started to tap into it, giving us the Superman. There's been plenty of variation at this event. It's been amazing to watch.
Incremental increase as we see this return here. Wow, what a wave. And the technique, Rick, run us through that.
Yeah, just amazing stuff. Just Jules, as we watch the slow-mo, just watch how compressed he gets, storing all that energy. Now he extends, gets all the weight on the front, gets the little grab, and right here, it's almost surfing in braille, just by instinct. The momentum of that air as he comes down. The worst thing you could do is catch those fins, too much weight on the back, on the tail. So it's a transfer from that front foot to the back foot, spins it round clean.
So we had an incremental advantage for Felipe Toledo on the first exchange, an 8.33 to an 8.1, basically perfect technique, right?
Yep.
The second one, well, now we're waiting for a response from Toledo.
Let's hear from the champion, Betty Lou Sakura-Johnsons with Laura Enever.
Yes, guys, Betty Lou, wow, you just had a moment there. The tears were flowing and you just said, so this is what it feels like. Can you tell the world what it feels like to win your first ever CT event? This is absolutely huge.
This is the best feeling in the world, and I'm over the moon to have my first win here on the Gold Coast. Yeah, this is what winning feels like, and I want to keep winning. I'm super stoked to get this feeling, and yeah, I'm just so grateful for everything.
You know, your second final, you've had a runner-up finish before, but to take the win here, talk us through, you know, you've had a huge few years on tour, you burst on the scene, and just take us through the journey and what it's taken to get to this moment.
Yeah, you know, it's taken a lot, so much hard work and a lot of patience and perseverance to, you know, put everything together. And yeah, just this year was a really hard year for me, dealing with injuries and a whole bunch of other things, but super happy to just pull it together. And Tommy, coach, said to just go for it. And that's what I did, you know, hungry for it, and I'm really happy.
Absolutely amazing. You well and truly went for it, Betty. Inspiring performance all event and all year. I know you've, like you said, you've been going through a lot. Is there anyone you'd like to thank or anyone you'd like to dedicate this win to?
Honestly, this is for my family back at home, dad and brother, and so grateful that you guys are sharing mom with me over here. But yeah, all my friends, really, and my boyfriend. I love him so much, and he supported me throughout this whole year so far. And yeah, I'm just over the moon, and my friends are the best, and thank you guys for watching.
Amazing. We'll let you go celebrate. Get your dancing shoes ready. We'll see you soon.
Oh, that was extra special. Thank you, Laura. So many great words of just pure emotion. Nothing like hearing the words after our very first CT win. And Betty Lou was lights out in that final. Well deserved. But meanwhile, Felipe went to hammer town on this last wave.
Oh, long pit. Geez, he was in that for some time. And then just karate chops that section, just dissects it in half. And then pumps his way through to this little inside, gets the foam climb. But wow, watch this backdoor barrel. Bugs.
Full on barrel. The tides come in. There's still barrels out there, Rick. And this here, what a searing move. An 8.53.
That was out of control. That barrel is insane. That turn to come out of it was the best power gouge you could have imagined. Julian's winding up. Big ramp. Oh, and he loses the handle there.
Oh, wow.
He got a 7.73 for his wave before. And Felipe wants a piece of this one. Up and out.
Yeah, quick in and out. Geez, that last wave of Felipe with that long tube, that hack that he did when he came out, that drone angle that showed the whole bottom of the board was almost out of the water. This is live action.
Felipe rolling in, looking nice and comfortable, casual, now starting to engage down the line. The two-time world champ is getting shut down on the sandbank as these waves are firing. 8-1-0 for Julian, and then here we go. The JS was the last thing standing. These guys are going blow for blow. Gloves are off, Kaipo. Here we go.
Oh my, what a show. And it is blow for blow, right? Using the boxing match analogy, is just haymaker after haymaker after haymaker. What a way to conclude this event. It's so entertaining over here. And Felipe in the barrel, like a little magician, just tucked in there, disappeared, comes out, big hack. Just both of these guys, this is pro surfing right now.
Yeah, we love it, Kaipo. You're loving it. I know Von Blakey's loving it too.
Oh, mate, Joey, when Rabs and PT and Sean dreamed of professional surfing, they couldn't have, in their wildest imaginations, come up with what we're seeing right now. This entire headland is packed, and we've got two of the best futurists of all time putting on a show. And I'm telling you, Joycey might have the hometown crowd on his side, but all this crew are just loving premium pro surfing. Let's hear it, you guys.
Some of the boys down the big
Look at that, Von Blakey in the middle of an incredible crowd here on the Gold Coast, and he's exactly right. When Felipe gets up, they are losing it, and obviously a ton of support from the Sunshine Coast that came down from Coolum Beach to back Julian Wilson in this one. Cool crowd here on a Saturday. It's about 4:22 local time in the afternoon. Water's warm, waves are blazing, sandbar's perfect, and two of the best going head-to-head again. Felipe out in front at the moment, Bugs.
Well, I would have to say that the Gold Coast is pretty happy to have the CT back in town.
100%. Here comes Toledo. First final of the season. He'll get clamped on that one.
You know what I find? When you get a really good barrel early in the final or early in the heat, you start barrel hunting, Rick.
Yeah,
that's exactly it. There's the car from Wilson. Back to the top again. Nice control over this JS surfboard. Now pacing through the flats. Every once in a while, you can get yourself into a double up. Julian's been just locking him in. And looks like he's going to move in to call the Red Bull ski to get back out there. Julian Wilson, his energy kind of changed, didn't it, in the post-heat interviews, from the elation from a trials win, really thankful, spending a lot of time on podcasts, a lot of interviews, giving his time, while bringing his kids and family to the Red Bull Athlete Zone as well. He was just really available, more than I ever remember him when he was competing for world titles. And then all of a sudden, something kind of changed, didn't it, on finals day, when he's like, hang on, this is a reality, and I have a chance to win Burley Heads. And he got really tight, went into focus mode, because he's got a long history of Felipe Toledo.
Yeah, it became a little bit serious once finals day became a reality, and then, you know, the opportunity to win this event must have started to just enter into his mind, and it flicked a switch. You know, we started to see Jules really take this seriously, and mate, it's served him well. It's got him all the way through to the final here, and these guys are battling their scoreline healthy, both of them. 15.83 v 16.86. He's got him by a point at the moment, Bugs.
And the tricky part for Julian Wilson is that it's not a kind of score you can chip away at. He actually needs to get the 8.76 in one go.
Yeah.
What a final. 40 minutes. We still have more than halfway to go for these two superheroes at the moment. Julian knows the stats. He went to him quickly when he had the heat with Miguel Pupo. He even said, wow, that got a little dirtier than I remember my old heats with Miguel. And he's like, I do have his number. He knew the track record with multiple wins. And he got a little quiet because the track record against Felipe is not in his favor. In fact, Toledo's won 4 of their 5 meetings, including 4 in a row.
Whoa.
From Margaret River to that Gold Coast final we saw where Felipe had a 19-6 combined total, to Jeffreys Bay, to Rio de Janeiro. That last matchup was, 2018, so we're talking 7 years ago, 8 years ago. And Julian remembers all of that coming into this heat.
Yeah, it's pretty similar to, Kelly. He can recall a lot of stats, every heat, every wave almost that he's ever surfed in competition. Jules, not too dissimilar. He knows the numbers here, and he'd be well aware of this. He'll be wanting to get one back on Toledo, and, so much more comes with it. The victory and just what it means for the comeback.
And, there was a time when like, Felipe Toledo got that 19.6 at Snapper in that year. And I figured, okay, there's going to be tournaments where, and conditions where he's nearly unbeatable. But then came that one at Jeffreys Bay, where that whole tournament, where he started reeling off 10s in 6 to 8 foot J Bay.
And that changed everything.
Yep.
No one thought J Bay would be able to be surfed in that way.
Totally.
He saw something different in a wave that's been around for the beginning of pro surfing, and he saw different opportunities, double alley-oops in the morning win. That was crazy. His reputation wild. Julian Wilson dangerous at J Bay, like you mentioned, and he actually had the crew at JS kind of dig through the factory this morning. Sam Zubovich at the crew woke up on dark and found extra backup boards for Julian. They dusted off an old faithful Monster model from J Bay, actually, from the last year Julian was on tour, just to give it to him just in case he needed it. But he said he's been feeling the boards he was on. They just want to make sure that there's nothing, no stone left unturned. Felipe also riding a model based on a 2017 J Bay performance from Sharp Eyes. So a little connection there from that great point in South Africa.
There's a lot of respect out here too, because they both know how dangerous each other is. And look, as far as the chess game's concerned, absolute advantage now to Toledo, but what a dangerous character his opponent is.
19:45 left in the final. So far, it's Felipe out in front. Couple of big 8s. Wilson needs an 8.76 under priority. Be back for the final right after this Bonsoy brew break.
The thing about history is that whatever happens, happens. There's no denying it. It's the beautiful chaos. Hell and heaven cancelling each other out. Triumph and defeat. This year, history will be told in 12 chapters. 54 men and women will write it. History will be written live at willsurfleague.com.
Welcome back to Burley Heads. Final still with some time. Toledo digging in now and starting to run down the line. First turn, a beautiful down carve. Big blast there with the fins out. A healthy, loaded up, cold-blooded 2-turn combo to try to build a scoreline through the 8s. Julian Wilson still catching his breath, pacing himself with priority. But what a vicious answer to Burley Heads. Toledo going to the sky, letting the rails just light up the open face. Bugs, that was incredible.
So incredible.
Whoa.
And a 9.07 has upped the ante. The requirement now for Julian Wilson is a 9.5. So we're getting up towards the perfection. Now Julian may want to chip away at it because he's got that anything less than an 8-1 won't count for Julian Wilson. He probably needs to get a high 8s to get himself close or, you know, pull off a 10.
How many times have we seen Toledo get 10s in finals? He's one of the best closers in the business as we watch Wilson try to get back in this final. Needs a 9-5. He's got the flow, such a great rhythm. Big ramp, sky high slob reverse. Ends up incomplete. He's been going for the slob rotation in these conditions here in the final. He was able to go for more straight airs in the earlier rounds, but he's been liking that rotation. It's been rewarded for it. But now he's got to start thinking about how he can max out this scale, what type of surfing he needs to do to get a perfect 10. Because that's really what he's going to be hoping for in this final, Bugs.
Yeah, well, that's it. I mean, he either gets a perfect 10 or he gets a couple of 9s.
Let's break down two of the best airs that we've seen in this final, Richie. Felipe Toledo and Julian Wilson.
Yeah, I just want to have a little look at these airs and compare them and just see where the split was in the scoreline. So Toledo gets the edge on it. If we can pause it just here, you can see how inverted Jules in. He's got that slob grab, so that front arm actually gets to that inside rail. You can see Felipe's board. It's a little bit more flatter, so he went for the spin. But what Felipe does really well, if we can roll the tape, you'll see that he does a complete rotation in the air, whereas Jules will land with the tail facing towards the beach. Now, they pay attention to that full rotation in the air because it's harder to do. And that is why there was a little bit of an edge on Felipe's score.
And even though the degree of difficulty looks amazing for Julian because he had to wrestle with that lip and whitewater, the technique was just in favour of Toledo.
Absolutely. A little drama with Jules. You know, there was some theatrics at the end of it. Both amazing airs and both really technically difficult. But Philippe just had a little bit more height, I guess, and projection as well so that he could get that full rotation.
It's kind of wild that Felipe is not even using that score anymore. Isn't that crazy?
That's wild.
That was his start, 8.33 throwaway, and then an 8.53 on wave number 3, then to a 9.07 on that wild combination of turns we just saw. And that's really what he proved in the 2015 final against Julian, where he wasn't just about airs, because when he was a rookie, he was a lot smaller, like we saw from that vision in 2013, 2014, and he was getting 10s. He was going big corrupt flips, giant alley-oops, but it wasn't quite overall performance yet. And I remember most of the people on the beach were more impressed with the power of Felipe and the speed that he was gathering, along with being the best in variety. And he's never slowed down, as we see Julian up and out. Felipe tied with 15 wins on the all-time win list with our good friend Martin Potter. Potts, we love you. I know he's watching this one. He's a big fan of both these guys. If Felipe gets that 16th win, he'll be right behind Barton Lynch, Gabriel Medina, and MR, who have 17 on page 1 of that all-time win list. Kelly at the top with 56, 33 with Tommy Curran, Tommy Carroll, 26 in the 3rd spot. Mick Fanning was here today. He's in number 4. Andy's right behind him in number 5. What a great list to be a part of. 12:45 on the clock. Julian will be in the Challenger Series. He never thought this would happen as a crazy warm-up to his goal of being back on tour full-time, Bugs.
Well, this will really get him motivated to do well in the Challenger Series. And in a way, you know, we saw Sally at this level. When she steps back to the Challenger Series, she sort of goes back to her comfort zone. Be interesting to see how Julian transitions back to the Challenger. I mean, there's a few 4-man heats involved, though.
Yeah, well, I mean, he's showing so much bravado through this event and really just managing his emotions and his thoughts. He's managed his performance. Everything's just been slotting into place this week. It's a different story back on that Challenger Series. You know, it's a bit hungrier. There's a feeling of desperation and just full. You know, these guys will do anything. They're all fighting for the one thing, and that's to get back on tour. We know Jules belongs here. Yeah. You know, he's just got to make his way back.
But there'll be no welcome mat, and it'll be brutal.
Yeah, that's true.
What a run for Julian Wilson coming out of the trials. Thomas Carvalho, Alistair Reginato So many great contest surfers and free surfers were in that trials event. And he's just been taking everybody down along the way. Some of his old peers like Miguel Pupo earlier in this event. He knows the record's not in his favor against Toledo over several matchups. He did get there first, though. They first started meeting back in 2013 when Toledo was just getting started as a rookie. Julian already had a couple of years of experience on him of the championship tour at the time. If Felipe can hang on to this lead, he'll move up to number 6 in the world. One spot out of the final 5, and we know the rest of the season is incredible for Felipe Toledo as far as wins are concerned.
Oh, yeah, they are. And he's had a win over at Margaret River, and that's the next stop on the tour. And then so much success at other places, at Lowers. You know, we've just, the tour sets up pretty well for him to make a charge at that 5.
Well, you know, Lowers and J Bay, I mean, well, not this year, J Bay. Yeah, this year.
Absolutely.
And then there's 2 events that he has dominated at different times.
Then 4 wins in Rio. That is just crazy. Basically unstoppable there. Places he's gotten 10s in finals. He's done that twice in Brazil.
Yeah, I was thinking ahead for next year, going all those, I'm already next year. I went, hang on, J Bay is this year.
Gosh, this event has been filled with great news, right? with schedule changes, but also with just amazing surfing from a guy like Felipe, who took that year off last year to spend time with his wonderful family and just take a break. Just so much pressure, you know, over a decade on tour. And that 2015 year was the first year he felt the loss in a world title race. That was the year we went to Pipeline, and there was 6 contenders. You know, at the top of that was the emotional roller coaster that Mick Fanning went through, and that scary final at J Bay with Julian. And, you know, he had the tiebreak win at Bells with Adriano. You know, Owen Wright was on the sand with a chance. And Felipe had the most wins that season, though, just quietly heading into Pipe. And he had spent some time with guys like Shane and Kelly getting some tips about backdoor and Pipeline. He even got a 10 at backdoor. There was a lot of emotion there, but he hadn't lost a title yet. And that was the first he went through to finally win in 2022. There was all that pressure that just got released, Bugs.
Yeah, that was an amazing run, and he certainly, you know, look, it's no doubt about it. You know, when you go very close to winning a world title, it either sucks the wind out of you, or you suddenly believe that you are the #1 contender.
It's been just filled with excellent numbers for Felipe's scoreline throughout this event here on the Gold Coast. That's always been a happy playground for the 2-time world champ. Focusing in on the CT by the numbers, just on scores in the 9+ range. Look at that list of legends that he's a part of. Now up to 15, including the 10-point ride we just got to see in Semi 1 with Alejo Muniz.
Yeah, it was just incredible. Felipe has just been on the last couple of days in particular. Really turning up the dial on the performance and tapping into what he knows best. Just setting the tone. Feels like everyone just started going to the air once Felipe just really set it.
Yeah, look, another factor going on here. We've got a rushing in tide. The tide is really, even since the beginning of this final, the tide's come in probably another foot. And I think only the bigger waves will be hitting that bank properly now, the proper sets.
Such a good point, Bugs. So we've really expanded the day. Got to have the heritage heat with Mick and Joel as that tide bottomed out, and we even took more time to get on the title push.
And here's a set now.
Felipe's the one with priority, so he can keep Julian off these waves. He'll let Wilson go. Pushing hard in that first carve, looking great on it. Wilson hits the lip with the fin throw. Great start. Third turn is a big whip into reverse.
Oh, some venom. There was some venom in that climb, and I think Jules perhaps a little, well, let's call it, perhaps a little upset with some of those numbers that dropped. And now appealing to the judges that he deserves a big number. Coming in to jump on the Red Bull jet ski.
There is some intensity and unbelievable focus behind Julian Wilson's performance in this event. He knows he belongs as we look at this last wave, Bugs.
Yeah, well, Julian streaking down the line. Beautiful slashing turn there. Another one over the back of the wave, the full lip line. And he just makes the classic appeal, Rick.
Yeah, watch this power carve down here for the first one. Just driving through that turn, compresses, gets low, springs into this next one, gets the tail release, maintains control, and then gets to this third manoeuvre. Complete blow tail air reverse, comes out. We'll get a close-up of the claim here. Maybe perhaps more of a signal than a claim.
That was radical. 3 big turns, crazy combination of maneuvers for Julian Wilson. As judges are thinking about that number, and they throw down an 8.8, fresh off the Red Bull ski. He's going to roll right into this set. Felipe still with priority. Julian starting to rush down the line. Big overhead section, attacking off the top, flowing off the top again with a slide, and he goes down. The crowd was just feeling every moment of that step off that he had on the Red Bull ski.
And that was a vicious sort of drop, because I'll tell you why, because he got an 8.8. If he can get another 8.8, he's got it.
That was huge. So the score for that 3-turn combo that Felipe let him ride was Julian's best, 8.8. Like Bug said, he needs an 8.81 now. He's rolling in. Felipe kind of checks it out for a while. We'll see if there's a call there.
I didn't feel like he made enough of an, I felt like he played that pretty smart. He just lingered on the lip without making that intent.
Yeah.
So no call there. Felipe hangs on to priority. Wilson's just pushing. He's got so many waves. And looks like the two chatting a little bit.
Yeah, some words exchanged there.
And yeah, Felipe's engaging him. Julian looks a little bit frustrated.
Yeah,
I mean, he wouldn't be asking Felipe what he thought his scores were.
Definitely not, Joe.
I'll tell you what, he could be trying to rattle him, because Felipe definitely responded.
There's been a few moments where we've seen some experienced plays from Julian through some of the events. He paddled right next to Jack Robinson in the elimination round after he dropped a big hammer. So the energy's hot in the water, 340. Wilson and Felipe have had so many heats together, a lot of history, a lot of battles. Felipe's like, I'm getting out of here. Jamming down the line, up and out.
Whoa.
Priority goes to Wilson.
Whoa. Wow, so just in this moment, and then Jules outside.
Rolling right into this thing. Julian first turn, belts the lip, holds the rail, crushes it again. Out in front, big trap. Still with some room on the end section. He whips it through. It's going a little bit flat, but he's got some speed. Puts together another big hack, feeding off the crowd of Burley heads. Having that discussion with Felipe, who knows if that threw Toledo off his game to make a bad decision with priority, and then Julian rolls into that chance, looking for an 8.81.
Wow, wow, wow. This is amazing stuff in the final moments of the final. Felipe makes an uncharacteristic error in judgment here and gives Julian priority. And then Jules finds a little gem. Now he needs to accumulate 8.18 points on this wave.
8.81, and you've got to compare it now, I think, to Felipe Toledo's 9.07. I think they're the two combinations, because there was no air attack. It was just big manoeuvres, and they're the combinations. Now there was a confrontation going on there. Something happened for sure, and Toledo kind of engaged.
Yeah. And, well, I think they'll also be looking at the 8.8 of Julian's last one as well. That had that 3-turn combination with the big tail blow air rev at the end of it. We know Julian's last wave didn't have that. I'm kind of reliving it in my mind now. The first half of the wave, very impactful. A lot of intensity there on the turns. Let's check it out. So maybe this was the moment where Jules was...
Okay, you know what he did there? He thought that Philippe Toledo was taking the wave and he pulled through.
Yeah.
So right there, Julian Wilson was able to get priority and got this wave.
Yeah, so he's detonated the lip on those first 2 turns. Gets a little sliding cutback, comes in here, little tail throw. Then he works this one down the line, gets to this finishing moment, and hammers that final section. It's the first 2 turns, Bugs, that had all the impact.
Yeah, that's what these first turns on the open face, huge turns. And then the wave goes a bit softer, he goes into a nice wrap. There's a little double up on this wave here.
Now into the barrel is Felipe Toledo, traveling, still gunning for the exit, and ends up going down as the hollow part of the wave just clants on the 2-time world champ. So much travel time, being the fastest surfer in the world, he can beat almost any section. So if he falls, you're like, well, that was unbeatable. To get that make, Wilson back in position, 15 seconds on the clock, driving down the line, waiting to pull in, now packing it really deep, and it will shut down along with the clock. Judges are still taking their time on the decision as Felipe getting in there right before the buzzer to finish up one of the most explosive finals we've seen in a long time.
Well, the Toledo camp is celebrating already. We just have to confirm the score. It looks like perhaps Julian got the 8.4 perhaps on that last wave, or are we still waiting for more scores?
That would have been it.
So we're standing by. Felipe's numbers are in, 907.853. We just have to wrap up Wilson's, especially his wave pre. Fell in the barrel, but it's coming down to the one where he had priority.
Well, the 8.4, there was not an 8.4 on his in his ledger before that.
So now the numbers are coming in. It was an 8.4, and officially Felipe Toledo makes his comeback to the tour loud and clear, and has successfully taken out the win at the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM. Hats off to these guys.
What an incredible battle. Jules, 8.4, 0.4 of a point short from getting the victory from Toledo. But this man has been in just A1 primo form for the last few days. Your new champion.
A final for the ages.
That's exactly right, Bugs. Toledo marking his comeback after taking a year off, and had quite a battle, and even a big conversation with Jules at the tail end, and he took that wave so quickly. You wonder if he just needed some space. Almost cost him the heat. Julian ended up with an 8.4 when he was chasing an 8.81, both with 17 plus totals. And Toledo now breaks the tie with Martin Potter on the all-time win list, goes to his 16th victory and his first of the season, now up to number 6 in the world.
Incredible stuff.
What an incredible clash. Toledo on the Red Bull ski with Kaipo.
Ah, here we go. You're a champion. Big numbers the whole way through, a perfect 10 in the semifinals. Double up's coming. We gotta survive it. How you feeling right now?
I feel great, man. Thank you so much, Kaipo. Crazy with the rematch with Jules. You know, Jules pretty much coming back to the tour with this event, winning the trials, going all the way. Such a special moment for him. Oh. Go.
And everyone just had a wipeout there.
Luckily, they're in Kitty's corner.
Yes, yes, exactly.
Kaipo's still got his hat and he's got his microphone. And what a classic interview.
There we go. We'll catch up to Toledo later. He's going to be rolling in to enjoy the moment. And he will be on the podium to celebrate what's been a storied run in this event, where he found himself again, especially in the heat with Crosby Colapinto, where he started throwing 9s, throwing 8s. The happy smile came back, and he just went to town. Gosh, there was so much in this event, so much in this final.
And there was some anger, and you know, Julian thought that Toledo had made a subtle move, and only he saw it. He thought that the judges didn't see it.
I was curious about it, to be honest, too. I mean, with Felipe looking, you know, that Julian could have pleaded, hey, I kicked out of that wave because of that. That's probably where Wilson was going with his frustration. But I loved your guys' point of view. You're saying, hey, no call, and Felipe held priority. But Wilson used that frustration into that 8.4 and almost turned the final.
Yeah, you'd have to think if that wave had a bigger finishing moment on it, then perhaps we would have seen the final go into Julian Wilson's favour. But you can't deny the performance of Felipe Toledo through this entire event. He's given us all the highlight reel. He's given us the 10-point ride. And he is the worthy champion of the Gold Coast Pro.
Magic time for Felipe. You know, winning so much, this one has to feel incredibly special. Working his way back into rhythm after taking the year off last year. Just planning his route to the podium with the head of security. And he'll be collecting a very important trophy in what's been a storied career. The man from Ubatuba, Sao Paulo, Brazil, living in San Clemente for a long time, is reaching some of his best friends now.
There's Bruno.
And his trainer, Rafael, on the chair. How about this?
Oh.
Woo! Another victory for the Sharp Eye crew as well.
Well, you know, Burley brought it home.
Mate, Burley did a bit of a Kira impersonation through the week at some points.
It certainly did. Sand bottom drain pipes. Toledo had his fair share of barrels. The 10 was unbelievable. He's got a Yeti 110 Tundra coming to him. Big barrel, giant alley-oop with what looked like an impossible landing on the roof of the barrel. That's a section only Toledo would survive.
Yeah, there was a big question mark over whether Burley would turn it on, but, you know, I'd have to say all bets are off.
What a great hosting venue. Here Burley heads, our champions crowned. Felipe Toledo, Betty Lou Sakura Johnson owning stop number 6 of the season. Rankings are changing on the leaderboard on the championship tour, and also with the GWM Aussie treble with one more spot to go. Coming up next, the celebration, the party starts here on the Gold Coast with the Stone and Wood Post Show. We'll bring in Ronnie Blakey and Flick Palmatier.